The wind howled over the jagged cliffs of a northern shore, where the icy sea lashed against the rocks. A lone Viking ship, its dragon-shaped prow piercing the mist, creaked under the weight of salted waves. The sailors aboard whispered tales of the gods, their voices low, as if the very air carried the ears of beings beyond sight. Among them, a young boy named Eric sat wide-eyed, clutching his father's axe and staring into the foggy unknown. It was his first voyage. His first taste of the endless, living sea. His father, a weathered warrior with a gaze as sharp as his blade, crouched beside him. "Do you hear that, Eric?" he asked, his voice steady but laced with an edge of reverence. Eric strained his ears, and through the crashing of the waves, he heard it, an unearthly hum, as if the ocean itself were singing. "Is it the wind?" Eric asked. His father shook his head. "No, it's older than the wind. It's Ymir's breath." Eric's brow furrowed, and his father saw the question before the boy could ask. So, he began to tell the tale, as every Viking father had before him, binding their bloodline to the ancient sagas. In the beginning, his father said, there was nothing but Jörmungandr, a vast, yawning void. To the north was Niflheim, a land of ice and mist. To the south was Muspelheim, a realm of fire and molten chaos. Where the two touched, the ice began to melt, and from those waters came Ymir, the first of all beings. He was not like you or me, Eric. He was a giant, a creature of raw power, whose sweat gave birth to more giants. Eric shivered, not from the cold, but from the image conjured in his mind, a colossal, breathing force shaping the world with each movement. "What happened to him?" he whispered. Ymir fed on the milk of a great cow, Audhumla, who licked the ice until a man appeared from it, Buri, the forefather of the gods. From Buri's line came Odin, Vili, and Ve, the first gods, who looked upon Ymir and saw not a father, but chaos. They knew that to create order, they must destroy him. The boy's fingers tightened on the axe. "They killed him?" "They did," his father replied, his voice low as if speaking of a sacred act. "And from Ymir's body, they shaped the world. His flesh became the earth, his blood the seas, his bones the mountains, and his skull the sky. His brains became the clouds, and his eyebrows formed a great wall to keep the giants at bay. Even the stars were born from the sparks of Muspelheim." Eric stared out at the ocean, suddenly aware that he was cradled by Ymir's remains. The ship rocked on the blood of a primordial being, and the very air he breathed carried whispers of the god's first act. His father continued, pointing to the horizon where the mist seemed to part. "The gods built Asgard, their home, high above. There they sit, watching over us, with Odin at their head. He gave his eye for wisdom, Eric. He hung himself from Yggdrasil, the great tree that binds all worlds, to learn the secrets of the runes." The boy's eyes widened. Why would he do that? Because knowledge is power. He knew that to protect the world from chaos, he needed more than strength. He needed understanding. Eric nodded, though he wasn't sure he understood. The weight of it all was enormous. God spilling the blood of giants, a tree that touched every world, and a king who sacrificed his sight for wisdom. He felt small, a speck in a story that stretched beyond comprehension. "And what about Thor?" Eric asked, seeking a hero he could grasp. "He fights the giants, doesn't he?" "Aye," his father said with a chuckle. "Thor, the Thunderer, wields Mjolnir, his hammer, and guards Midgard, our world, from the giants and the monsters. But even he will fall one day." The boy looked up sharply. "Fall? How can he fall?" His father's face darkened, and he gazed out at the waves as if they carried the weight of what was to come. "Ragnarök," he said softly. "The end of all things. One day, the Midgard serpent, Jörmungandr, will rise from the sea, and Thor will face him. They will destroy each other." The thought of Thor, mighty Thor, falling to a monster filled Eric with unease. "What happens then?" "Then," his father said, resting a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder, "a new world will rise from the ashes. But that is not for us to see. Our duty is to live with honor, to fight bravely, and to carry the god stories in our hearts. The sagas are what make us Viking, Eric. They remind us who we are. The boy nodded, though his gaze remained fixed on the sea. In the distance, the mist began to thin, revealing the dark silhouette of land. He felt a strange pull, as if the stories themselves had sunk hooks into his soul. They were not just tales, they were alive, coursing through the waves, the wind, and the stars. As the ship drew closer to shore, Eric thought of Yggdrasil, the great tree that held all the worlds together. Somewhere above them, in a place no mortal could see, the gods watched. He thought of Odin, his single eye piercing the fog, and Thor, whose hammer echoed like thunder in the heart of every storm. For the first time, Eric understood why his people fought so fiercely, why they braved the harshest seas and faced death with a grin. They were more than men and women, they were threads in a tapestry woven by gods. And as the ship's prow touched the sand, he made a silent vow to honor the stories, to carry them forward, and to never forget the gods who shaped his world. The ocean sighed, as if it had heard him. The salt air stung Freydis's face as she stood at the edge of the ship, her hands gripping the wooden railing so tightly her knuckles turned white. The vast ocean stretched out before her, an endless expanse of gray-green waves that rolled and churned like living things. The ship beneath her feet groaned as it cut through the water, each wave lifting and dropping it with the rhythm of a beating heart. Around her, the crew worked tirelessly, adjusting sails, shouting orders, their voices barely carrying over the roar of the wind and sea. She had always feared the sea. It was unpredictable, fierce, and endless. Yet here she was, standing on the prow of a dragon-headed longship, feeling its power beneath her feet. Her brother Leif had convinced her to come, insisting she needed to see what lay beyond the fjords of their home. The sea is not just a barrier, he had told her. It is a path. It's the thread that ties our lives together. Freydis hadn't understood him then. But now, with the horizon swallowing the sky, she felt the truth of his words in her bones. The sea wasn't merely water. It was a living force that carried the lifeblood of their people. The sun broke through the clouds, its light glinting off the waves like shards of silver. Freydis glanced over her shoulder and saw the men hauling ropes and laughing as they worked. These were the same men who built their homes from timber they traded for across the waters, who wore cloaks dyed with rare colors from distant lands. Every plank of their ship, every tool they carried, every piece of food they ate had been touched by the sea. A voice broke through her thoughts. "Do you hear it?" Leif asked, stepping up beside her. His red beard glistened with spray, and his eyes shone with the same excitement that always seemed to live in him. "Hear what?" she asked. "The heartbeat of the sea," he said, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "It's in the waves, in the creak of the ship. The sea speaks to those who listen." Freydis tilted her head, letting the wind whip her hair into her face. At first, she thought her brother was being poetic, but then she began to notice it. The rhythm. The way the waves crashed in time with the groaning of the hull, the steady rise and fall of the ship, the distant cries of gulls. It was a song, wild, ancient, and untamed. Leif leaned on the railing, his expression softer now. The sea has always been with us. It gives and it takes. It carries us to new lands and brings us home. Without it, we'd be nothing. Freydis listened as he told her the stories she'd heard so many times before, but now they felt different, carried on the wind like whispers from the past. The first Vikings who had dared to set sail, trusting their lives to the mercy of the waves. How they had crossed vast distances, finding new shores to settle, new places to trade. Their ships, sleek and fast, were not just tools, they were legends in themselves, extensions of their will. "Do you remember Father's stories?" Leif asked, his voice quieter now. How he spoke of the first time he saw the shores of England. He said the cliffs looked like the edges of another world. Freydis nodded. She remembered how their father's eyes had lit up when he spoke of foreign markets bustling with goods, silver from the east, spices from far-off lands, silks that felt like water between his fingers. All of it brought to their shores by the sea. It was the sea that turned their small villages into thriving communities, where traders and warriors alike gathered to share tales of their voyages and the treasures they had found. The wind picked up, and a sudden spray of icy water hit her face. Freydis gasped, but Leif only laughed. "She's testing us," he said. "The sea never gives anything freely. You have to earn her respect." The ship's captain shouted from the stern, and the crew sprang into action, tightening ropes and adjusting the sail as a dark cloud loomed on the horizon. Freydis felt a knot of fear tighten in her stomach. She had heard too many stories of sailors lost to the waves, their ships splintered like driftwood. The sea was a giver, yes, but it was also a taker. It could swallow a man's pride in an instant, dragging him down to its cold depths. The first drops of rain began to fall, and the wind turned fierce, snapping the sail like a whip. The crew worked with grim determination, their faces set like stone. Freydis clung to the railing as the ship pitched violently, her heart hammering in her chest. She thought of home, of the warm hearth and the familiar scent of pine and smoke. For a moment, she wished she had never stepped foot on this cursed vessel. But then she saw Leif. He stood at the center of the chaos, his feet planted firmly on the deck, his hands steady as he helped secure the lines. He wasn't afraid. He faced the storm head-on, his eyes blazing with the same fire their ancestors must have carried when they first ventured into the unknown. Freydis forced herself to stand taller, to meet the wind with the same defiance. The sea would not break her. It could roar and rage all it wanted, but she was Viking. She was born of salt and steel, of tales sung over mead and battles fought under stormy skies. When the storm finally passed, the crew erupted into cheers, slapping each other on the back and shouting thanks to the gods. Freydis felt a strange warmth spread through her chest, a mix of relief, pride, and something else she couldn't quite name. She turned to Leif, who grinned at her, his face streaked with rain and sea spray. "Now do you see?" he asked. Freydis nodded. She understood now. The sea was more than water. It was life. It was their road, their battlefield, their lifeline. It was the force that carried them to new horizons and brought them treasures beyond imagining. But it was also their greatest challenge, a relentless, unpredictable force that demanded respect and courage. As the ship sailed on, Freydis felt a shift within her. The fear that had gripped her earlier was gone, replaced by something stronger, a bond with the sea, with her people, with the stories they shared. She stood at the prow once more, her hand steady on the railing, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The sea had tested her, and she had faced it. She was ready for whatever came next. The fire crackled in the longhouse, its light flickering against the smoke-darkened beams. Shadows danced on the walls as the old skald leaned forward, his voice low and full of gravity. The children sat in a circle around him, their faces rapt, their wide eyes glimmering with awe and just a trace of fear. Outside, the wind howled like a hungry wolf, and the sea pounded against the cliffs in the distance. Long ago, the skald began, the gods cast Jörmungandr, the great serpent, into the sea. He grew so large that he encircled the world, biting his own tail. And there, beneath the waves, he waits, his coils shifting in the darkness. Some say the ripples you see on a calm day are the touch of his body. Others believe the storms that shatter ships are his fury, a reminder that he is watching. The youngest boy in the circle, pale and trembling, whispered, "Is it true?" The skald turned to him, his face unreadable. "What do you think, little one? Have you seen the serpent?" The boy shook his head quickly, but his gaze darted to the window, where the blackness of night pressed against the glass. The older children smirked, but they, too, cast nervous glances toward the sea. "Not everything seen is true," the skald said, his voice gaining strength, "and not everything unseen is false. Listen closely, and I will tell you a tale." He straightened, his gaze sweeping over the room, and began. There was a fisherman once, a man named Vidar. He lived on a lonely stretch of coast, where the cliffs plunged sharply into the waves. Every day, he set out in his small boat to catch what he could from the sea. But one winter, the fish vanished. Days turned into weeks, and Vidar's nets came back empty. His family grew thin with hunger, their cheeks hollow, their eyes sunken. The children leaned forward as one, the air around them taut with tension. Desperate, the skald continued, Vidar decided to go further than he ever had before, into waters no man dared to fish. The villagers warned him against it. They said the sea beyond the cape was cursed, a place where strange things lived beneath the surface. But hunger is a cruel master, and Vidar's children were crying for food. The fire popped, sending sparks into the air. The youngest boy flinched. Vidar set out before dawn, the skald said, his voice hushed now. The water was calm at first, the sky painted with the soft colors of morning. But as he cast his net, the sea began to stir. At first, it was small, ripples like whispers. Then the waves grew taller, the wind colder. And then he saw it. The room was silent, the children barely daring to breathe. A shadow, vast and serpentine, moved beneath his boat, the skald said, his eyes blazing. Its scales caught the light like shards of obsidian, and its eyes burned like molten gold. Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent, had risen from the depths. The youngest boy gasped, clutching his knees to his chest. Vidar froze, the skald said. He knew no man could face such a creature and live. But the serpent did not attack. Instead, it spoke, its voice like thunder rolling across the sky. What did it say? One of the older girls whispered, her voice trembling. The skald smiled faintly, leaning closer. It asked Vidar why he had come. When Vidar told the serpent of his family's hunger, the creature said, "You may take what you need, but do not return. The sea is not yours to tame." The children shivered as if the serpent's voice had filled the room. Vidar promised and fled with his nets full of fish, the skald said. His family survived the winter, but he never sailed beyond the cape again. He kept his promise, for he knew the sea was not a place of mastery, but of mystery. The skald let the silence stretch, watching the firelight flicker in the children's eyes. Then he leaned back, his expression softening. Some say Vidar's tale was nothing but a fisherman's exaggeration, a way to keep others from his secret fishing grounds. Others believe he truly saw Jörmungandr, that he lived because the serpent took pity on him. One of the older boys, his face skeptical, crossed his arms. But how can we know? Maybe it was just a big whale. The skald chuckled, his laugh like the creak of old wood. Ah, and here lies the heart of it. Folklore is born when people speak of what they cannot explain. A great shadow beneath the waves becomes a serpent. A storm that shatters a ship becomes the wrath of the gods. But myths are truths hidden in the language of the gods. They are not bound by what is real, but by what is meaningful. The boy frowned, trying to grasp the words. And history, the skald continued. History is what we write with our hands, what we can measure and touch. Vidar's fish saved his family, this is fact. But the serpent? He paused, his gaze piercing. That is something you must decide for yourself. The children sat in silence, their minds whirring with the weight of the tale. The youngest boy, still pale, whispered, "But what if he comes back?" The serpent? The skald smiled gently. "If he does, will you meet him with fear or with respect?" The boy didn't answer, but he looked less afraid. Outside, the wind eased, and the sound of the waves softened, as if the sea itself had been listening. The skald watched the children, their faces a mix of wonder, fear, and curiosity. They would carry this tale with them, adding their own voices to it, shaping it into something new. Perhaps one day, they would tell their children of Vidar and the serpent, and the lines between myth, legend, and truth would blur further still. The flickering torchlight danced on the rough stone walls of the hall, casting long shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. A hush had fallen over the crowd, their breath mingling in the cool air, as the old storyteller took his place by the fire. His hands, gnarled with age, rested on the hilt of a sword far older than anyone in the room. He looked around, his sharp eyes catching every gaze, as if daring anyone to speak before he began. And then, without warning, he threw his voice into the room like a crashing wave. Do you know, he said, his tone both question and accusation, why the sea is restless? The question lingered, unanswered, thick with expectation. The storyteller let the silence stretch until it became almost unbearable. When he finally spoke again, his voice was softer, like the whisper of wind over water. It is because it remembers. Eyes widened. Some leaned forward, others clutched their cloaks tighter around themselves. He continued, his words weaving the air into something alive. Long before men carved their words into stone or parchment, there were stories carried on the breath of the skalds. These tales, older than the halls we sit in, tell us of creatures that dwell beneath the waves. They speak of Fafnir's kin, serpents so vast they could circle the world, of Hafgufa, the sea mist, whose gaping mouth could swallow entire fleets. And of the Draugr of the depths, the restless dead who haunt the waters. He paused, his gaze settling on a young girl who clung to her father's sleeve. Her eyes were wide as moons, her lips trembling as if she might speak but dared not. These tales, he said, pointing his finger as though to brand her with the weight of his words, did not come from nowhere. The fire cracked, sending sparks up into the smoke-filled air, as though the very flames were alive to his story. He leaned closer to the fire, his voice dropping so low that the listeners had to strain to hear. In the old days, he murmured, when the gods walked among us, the Eddas were sung. Not written, sung, as if the words themselves were alive, shifting and growing with each telling. They told of Yggdrasil, the great tree that binds all things, and of the waters that flow beneath it. It is said that these waters reach even the darkest corners of the sea, where monsters slumber. Someone in the crowd shuddered, and the storyteller allowed himself a faint smile, one that held no warmth. And the sagas, he continued, his voice rising again, they are not just tales of heroes. They are warnings. In the saga of Orvarod, there is a serpent so immense that it could crush a ship with its coils. They say Od himself struck it down, but who's to say another doesn't wait in the cold currents? The old sagas remember what we have forgotten. They were written not just for men, but for gods and beasts. His words hung heavy, like storm clouds on the horizon. But the oldest of all, he said, his voice softening again, is what was never written at all. The words that lived on the lips of mothers, who whispered them to their children as they lay awake, listening to the wind howl over the fjords. The words that carried across the mead halls when warriors returned, speaking of shadows that moved beneath their ships in the midnight blackness. Those stories were never meant to be written, because ink is too still to hold their truth. An older man in the back, perhaps emboldened by ale, called out, "And what truth is that, skald? That monsters wait to gobble us up?" The storyteller didn't flinch. He turned slowly, his face as hard and weathered as a stone cliff. The truth, he said, his voice like the growl of thunder, is that the monsters may not care about us at all. They move in waters we cannot fathom, for reasons we will never know. But if you cross their path... He left the sentence hanging, unfinished, and the silence that followed was heavier than any roar. And so, he said, sitting back, his voice now calm and almost gentle, we listen to the old words. The Eddas, the sagas, the songs, and the whispers. They tell us what we are too proud to admit, that we do not rule the seas, no matter how far our ships may sail. The sea is older than gods and kings. It remembers what we have forgotten. He leaned forward one last time, the firelight catching his eyes and making them glint like embers. And if you are wise, you will remember too. No one moved. No one spoke. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. The storyteller stood slowly, his knees cracking with the effort, and walked away from the fire, leaving behind only the faint scent of smoke and the memory of his words. The listeners remained, staring into the flames as though they might find answers there, and wondering what they would do the next time they heard a ripple in the water or saw a shadow in the waves. The night sky stretched endlessly, its black canvas pierced by thousands of stars that glimmered like shards of ice. A young Viking boy named Eirik stood on the rocky shore, his breath visible in the chill air. His father knelt beside him, pointing at the constellations with a hand withered by years of battle and sea voyages. "See that one," his father said, his voice low and steady, almost reverent. That is RRS Hammer, guarding us from giants. And there, those stars? That is the ship of NJRR, gliding across the heavens. He watches over the seas and brings fair winds. Eirik's eyes widened as he traced the patterns his father described, but his gaze kept drifting to the black waves crashing against the shore. They seemed alive, breathing in slow, deliberate motions. The boy whispered, "And what about the sea? What does it mean?" His father's expression turned solemn, as though the question carried a weight he had long borne. "The sea," he said, "is not ours to understand. It's a bridge between worlds, a place where gods and men and monsters meet. It gives life, and it takes it back." Eirik shivered, not from the cold, but from the gravity of his father's words. He felt the vastness of the sea pulling at him, as if it wanted to whisper secrets only it could know. The Vikings saw the world not as a place to be conquered, but as a living, breathing tapestry, each thread woven by the hands of gods and giants. Mountains weren't just rocks, each peak had a story. Rivers weren't just water, they carried the whispers of ancient battles and the tears of long-forgotten heroes. The world wasn't a map to be charted, it was a song, sung by the winds and echoed in the thunder. Eirik's father spoke again, his voice softer now. "Do you know why we carve dragons on the bows of our ships? To scare off other warriors?" Eirik guessed. His father chuckled, a sound like distant thunder. "Not just warriors, boy. The dragons keep the sea spirits at bay, the ones who hunger for the souls of men. When you sail, you must always honor the water. Pour a bit of mead into the waves before you go, to show respect. If you don't..." He didn't finish the sentence, but Eirik didn't need him to. The boy could feel the weight of unseen eyes in the darkness, watching, waiting. The supernatural wasn't separate from the Vikings' world. It wasn't something distant or abstract. It was in the howl of the wind, the crack of ice, the roar of a waterfall. It was in the sudden stillness before a storm, when the air seemed to hold its breath. The gods were not confined to temples, they were in the very blood of the earth and the bones of the sky. That night, Eirik's mother told a story by the fire, her voice weaving magic into the smoky air. "Long ago," she began, "there was a man who thought he could outwit the gods. His name was Raf, and he was clever, too clever for his own good. He sailed far from home, into waters no one had dared to cross. He thought himself untouchable, that the sea was just water and the sky just air." She paused, letting the fire crackle in the silence. "But the gods are always watching. Raf mocked them, saying, 'If you are so mighty, strike me down.' And so they did. A great storm rose, and his ship was torn apart. As he sank, he saw Ran, the goddess of the sea, waiting with her net to drag him into the depths." Eirik's younger sister gasped, clutching her mother's arm. "Did he escape?" Their mother shook her head, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "No one escapes Ran. But Raf's story is a warning, you cannot master the world, for it is alive and far older than you." The children sat in silence, the tale settling over them like a heavy cloak. For the Vikings, the natural and the supernatural weren't separate things. They were threads of the same fabric, impossible to untangle. The gods didn't live in some far-off heaven, they walked among the trees, swam in the rivers, and whispered in the winds. Eirik's father often told him of Yggdrasil, the great ash tree that held all the worlds in its branches. "Its roots," he said, "reach into hell, where the dead dwell. Its boughs stretch into Asgard, the home of the gods. And we live here in Midgard, caught between the light above and the shadows below." Eirik imagined the tree, its roots twisting through the dark earth, its branches piercing the heavens. He felt small, like a leaf on one of its countless twigs. But he also felt connected, as if his life were a tiny thread in something vast and unbreakable. One stormy night, when the wind screamed like a wounded beast and the walls of the longhouse shuddered under its fury, Eirik's father spoke again. "Do you hear that? That's not just the wind. That's the voice of the Jotnar, the giants, testing the strength of our walls. They hate us because we stand with the gods, because we build and create while they destroy. But we must never forget, they are a part of the world too. Without them, there would be no fire, no mountains, no storms. Eirik listened, his heart pounding. To the Vikings, even their enemies were part of the great balance. The giants were chaos, but chaos had its place. The gods were order, but they too could be unpredictable, even cruel. Life was not a battle between good and evil, it was a dance, with every step leading to Ragnarök, the end of all things, and the beginning of something new. The fire burned low, and the storm outside began to wane. Eirik's father stood, his shadow stretching long across the room. "You must never fear the world, boy," he said, his voice firm. "But you must always respect it. For it is not ours, it belongs to the gods and the giants and the spirits of the land and sea. We are just guests." Eirik nodded, though his heart still raced. That night, as he lay awake listening to the fading wind, he thought about the gods and giants, the sea and stars, and his place in it all. The world was vast and wild, full of things he might never understand. But it was alive, and so was he. The world began not with light, but with an endless void. A vast, yawning chasm called Jörmungandr stretched between two realms, one of fire and one of ice. No sound stirred, no life breathed, only the oppressive silence of nothingness. And yet, from this silence, the first tremors of creation began to stir. A frost-covered wind swept out of Niflheim, the icy realm to the north, carrying shards of frozen mist that sparkled like ghostly stars. From the south, Muspelheim raged, sending waves of blistering heat that clashed against the icy breath of its opposite. When the two met, the frost began to melt, and in the middle of Jörmungandr, the drops of water took shape. From this mingling of fire and ice, Ymir was born. He was no ordinary being. He was vast, colossal beyond measure, his body stretching like a mountain across the void. His breath was the first sound, a deep, guttural rumble that seemed to shake the very fabric of existence. Ymir's eyes opened, twin orbs of shadow and fire, and with his first glance, the void was no longer empty. He was neither man nor god, but something primal, a force too ancient for names. As he lay in the emptiness, his body began to sweat from the heat of Muspelheim. From the droplets of his sweat, strange beings emerged, giants with coarse features and hulking forms, their voices a low, echoing growl. These were the Jotnar, Ymir's offspring, beings as untamed and dangerous as the void itself. But Ymir was not alone for long. From the melting ice emerged another being, the great cow Audhumla. Her massive form glistened with frost, her breath misting as she bellowed into the void. From her teats flowed rivers of milk, and it was this milk that sustained Ymir and his giant children. Yet, Audhumla herself needed nourishment, and so she licked the salty rime of the ice. Her tongue, strong and deliberate, uncovered something hidden within. Day by day, as her tongue carved away the ice, the figure of a man emerged. His name was Buri, and he was the first of the gods. Tall and radiant, Buri stood as a stark contrast to Ymir's dark, chaotic presence. From Buri came his son Bor, and from Bor came three brothers who would change the course of existence, Odin, Vili, and Ve. The three brothers saw Ymir not as a father of life, but as a threat to it. His vast body sprawled across the void, suffocating potential, his children spreading chaos with every step. They knew what had to be done. In the silence of Jörmungandr, they raised their weapons, and with a fury as old as the void itself, they struck Ymir down. Ymir's death was not a quiet thing. His roar filled Jörmungandr, shaking the realms of fire and ice to their cores. His blood poured from his wounds in torrents, a crimson sea that swept away many of the Jotnar, drowning them in its unstoppable tide. Those who survived fled to the edges of the world, forever marked by their ancestors' demise. But Ymir's death was not the end. From his body, the brothers shaped the world. His flesh became the earth, firm and unyielding. His bones formed the mountains, jagged and ancient. His teeth became the stones, scattered like forgotten remnants. And his blood became the sea. The sea, vast and unending, held the memory of Ymir's death. It was red with his life force, and within its depths, something stirred. From the remnants of his power and the mingling chaos of the Jotnar, strange creatures began to take form. These were no ordinary beasts. They were monstrous, otherworldly creatures born of blood and void. There was Jörmungandr, the great serpent, so immense that it could circle the world and grasp its own tail. It slithered through the seas, its presence stirring storms and unsettling the very waters that bore it. There was Hafgufa, a creature so massive that sailors mistook its rising for an island until it sank again, swallowing all who dared to approach. And there were countless others, krakens with tentacles that reached the skies, spectral fish that shimmered with the light of the void, and shadowy forms that defied any mortal description. The sea became a realm of mystery and terror, a living reminder of Ymir's power. To the Vikings, it was a sacred and dangerous place, the boundary between life and chaos. They believed the creatures that swam its depths were not mere animals but echoes of Ymir's blood, fragments of a force too great to be fully destroyed. Even the gods feared the sea's depths. Odin himself, wise and bold, was said to tread carefully when near its shores, for he knew that within its waves lurked the remnants of a power older than him. The sea was not just water, it was the blood of creation, a reminder of the sacrifice that had forged the world. In the quiet moments of their voyages, Viking sailors would sometimes hear strange noises rising from the deep, low groans, unearthly wails, or the distant sound of something massive shifting in the darkness. They whispered that these were the voices of Ymir's children, restless in the waters that held them. Some claimed to have seen glowing eyes staring up from the depths or felt the shadow of something enormous passing beneath their ships. The Vikings honored the sea and its creatures, not out of love, but out of respect and fear. They poured offerings into the waves before setting sail, hoping to appease whatever spirits might dwell below. They carved the prows of their ships into the shapes of dragons, believing that the likeness of one monster might ward off another. Yet no matter how fierce their ships or how brave their hearts, every Viking who set sail knew the truth. The sea was a living thing, vast and untamable, and it carried the memory of Ymir's blood. It was both a giver of life and a harbinger of death, a place where gods and giants had clashed, and where the echoes of that battle still lingered, waiting. A stillness hung in the air, heavy and unyielding, as if the world itself were holding its breath. Beneath the waves of Midgard's oceans, deeper than any mortal eye could see, something shifted. It wasn't a gentle ripple or the lazy movement of a current. It was deliberate, immense, and ancient. The ocean stirred, and the Midgard serpent, Jörmungandr, moved. Born of chaos and destined for destruction, Jörmungandr was no ordinary serpent. It was said to have been born to Loki, the trickster god, and Angerboa, the giantess. Even as a hatchling, its size was unnatural, its presence undeniable. Odin, the All-Father, had stared into its cold, unblinking eyes and seen something terrifyingly eternal. Knowing the serpent's fate, Odin cast it into the sea that encircled Midgard, thinking the depths would hold it. But the sea didn't hold Jörmungandr. It embraced it. The serpent grew, feeding on the energy of the world's waters, until it stretched so far that it could wrap itself around Midgard entirely, biting its own tail. It became a circle, an unbroken loop, a creature whose body both bound the world and symbolized the inescapable nature of fate. It was said that sailors sometimes glimpsed the serpent's coils rising briefly from the ocean, mistaking them for distant islands. When storms raged without warning, some whispered that Jörmungandr was shifting in its sleep. And when the waters grew strangely calm, with no bird or fish daring to stir, the bravest would glance over the edge of their ships, half expecting to see its massive eyes staring back from the deep. To the Vikings, Jörmungandr wasn't just a monster. It was a living prophecy. The serpent was intertwined with Ragnarök, the end of all things, and its presence was a constant reminder of the fragile balance between life and destruction. In the sagas, it was foretold that one day Jörmungandr would release its tail, and when it did, the world would begin to fall apart. Mountains would crumble, seas would boil, and the sky would split open, raining fire and ash. The serpent, long hidden beneath the waves, would rise to the surface, its body so vast that it would block the horizon. The stories spoke of Thor, the thunder god, as the one destined to face Jörmungandr during Ragnarök. Their fates were tied like the strands of a web. Thor, the protector of Midgard, was the only being strong enough to challenge the serpent, but even he could not escape what was written. Thor's encounters with Jörmungandr were legendary. In one tale, Thor set out on a fishing expedition with a giant named Hymir. The god, disguised as a mortal, brought an ox's head as bait. When they cast their line, the ocean grew eerily silent, as though the waves themselves dared not make a sound. And then the serpent struck. It wasn't just a tug on the line, it was a force so violent that it nearly capsized their boat. Thor's muscles strained as he pulled, veins bulging and sweat pouring from his brow. Slowly, impossibly, the head of the serpent broke the surface, its jaws wide enough to swallow the horizon. Its eyes glowed with a cold, ancient malice, and the sea churned around it like a cauldron. Thor stood, his hammer Mjolnir in hand, and for a moment, the god and the serpent locked eyes. Time seemed to freeze as two unstoppable forces prepared to collide. But Hymir, terrified beyond reason, cut the line, and Jörmungandr disappeared beneath the waves once more. Thor's fury shook the boat, but the moment had passed. That encounter was but a prelude to what would come at Ragnarök. When the end times arrived, the serpent would rise again, its coils breaking free from the sea. Thor would meet it on the battlefield, and their fight would shake the very foundation of the world. Thunder would clash with venom, hammer with fangs, and though Thor would slay the serpent, its venom would seal his fate. The thunder god would take 9 steps before falling, his life extinguished even as his enemy lay defeated. Jörmungandr's role in the cosmic cycle was both terrifying and inevitable. It wasn't just a creature, it was a symbol of the world's fragility, a reminder that even gods could not escape their destinies. Its very existence carried the weight of prophecy, and every ripple it caused in the ocean was a whisper of the chaos to come. Among the Vikings, the serpent inspired both fear and awe. Some spoke of it in hushed tones, as though uttering its name might summon its gaze. Others wore charms shaped like Thor's hammer, hoping the thunder god's strength would protect them from the serpent's wrath. And yet, even the bravest warriors knew that if the serpent rose, no charm or prayer could save them. There were those who claimed to have seen it, a shadow beneath their ships, a flash of scales in the moonlight, or a great tail disappearing into the mist. These stories spread like wildfire, each one more vivid than the last. Some described its breath as poison, capable of withering trees and killing men with a single gust. Others said its roar could be heard for miles, shaking the earth and causing cliffs to crumble into the sea. Yet, for all its terror, there was a strange beauty to Jörmungandr's legend. It wasn't just a destroyer, it was a force of nature, a being that reminded the world of its impermanence. The serpent didn't hate, it simply existed, bound to a fate that even it could not escape. As the stars wheeled overhead and the waves lapped against the shores of Midgard, the serpent lay coiled beneath the ocean, its body stretched across the boundaries of the world. It waited, silent and patient, knowing that one day the call would come. One day, it would rise, and the world would tremble at the sight of its impossible form. And when that day came, the end would not be far behind. The storm raged with a ferocity that felt alive. Waves towered like giants, their frothing peaks crashing down with a deafening roar. The air was thick with salt and fear, the sky a roiling mass of black clouds. Somewhere in the chaos, sailors clung to the mast of their ship, their knuckles white, their prayers lost in the howl of the wind. It was said that in such storms, the sea itself had eyes, and they were watching. At the heart of this wild, untamable fury were Ægir and Ran. They were not like the gods of Asgard, distant and golden, ruling from their lofty halls. No, these two were of the sea, as ancient and unpredictable as the waves themselves. Ægir, the lord of the ocean, was both host and hunter, a figure of strange duality. His halls beneath the waves were said to gleam with treasures, lit by glowing gold that could outshine the sun. Yet, for all his hospitality, there was a coldness to him, a reminder that the sea never gives without taking. Ran, his wife, was no less formidable. If Ægir was the majesty of the sea, Ran was its hunger. Her hair flowed like dark kelp in the water, and her pale hands were always reaching. She carried a net, finely woven yet unbreakable, with which she dragged the souls of the drowned to her underwater realm. To sailors, Ran was both feared and revered, a presence felt in every uneasy swell beneath their ships. The sea monsters of Viking lore were said to be their children, born of their union and as fierce as the waters that birthed them. They were not gods, yet they bore the marks of divinity in their sheer, overwhelming power. Legends spoke of these creatures: krakens with tentacles long enough to encircle a ship, sea dragons with breath that could boil the water, and spectral beings that glided just beneath the surface, waiting for an unwary swimmer to stray too far. When storms like this one arose, Vikings whispered that it was not merely weather, but a gathering of power. Perhaps Aegir was throwing one of his great feasts beneath the waves, summoning sea creatures and spirits to his halls. The revelry of such beings could shake the ocean itself, their laughter manifesting as crashing waves and their dancing as whirlpools that could swallow ships whole. It was a thought that made mortal men feel small and exposed, like ants standing in the path of a mighty flood. But storms also belonged to Ran, and her presence was far less forgiving. She did not beckon, she claimed. The net she carried seemed to stretch endlessly, an invisible web waiting to entangle those who ventured too close. Some said they felt its pull when their ships floundered, a strange, irresistible force dragging them downward into the icy dark. To see Ran's face, pale and emotionless beneath the waves, was to know that escape was impossible. The tales of those who had encountered these deities, or their monstrous offspring, spread like wildfire among Viking communities. One story spoke of a sailor who had dared to challenge the sea. He had boasted of his strength, claiming no storm could claim his ship, no wave could overturn him. The next time he sailed, the waters were calm, almost unnaturally so. But as the hours stretched on, a shadow grew beneath his vessel, too large to be a whale, too deliberate to be a trick of the light. It was then that the Kraken rose, its monstrous tentacles crashing down onto the deck like living battering rams. The sailor screamed as his ship splintered, the massive beast dragging the wreckage into the depths. Some say he saw Ran's face just before the darkness claimed him, her expression neither cruel nor kind, but inevitable. Another tale told of a fishing crew who had cast their nets too far into forbidden waters. They hauled in their catch, only to find a creature unlike anything they'd ever seen, a fish with eyes that glowed and scales that shimmered like moonlight on water. It thrashed wildly, and though it was small, its strength was unnatural. One of the crew, ignoring the warnings of his comrades, struck it with an axe. The sea itself seemed to shudder, and a wave larger than any they'd ever seen surged toward them. The boat capsized, and none of the crew returned. Those who survived encounters with the sea's fury spoke of Aegir and Ran as forces that demanded respect, not worship. Offerings were made before voyages, gold, mead, even the occasional animal sacrifice, all tossed into the waves in the hopes of appeasing the gods. The Vikings believed that Aegir and Ran were not inherently cruel, but that they embodied the nature of the sea, beautiful, bountiful, and utterly merciless. Their monstrous children, too, were seen as extensions of this duality. To spot one was both a curse and a blessing, a moment to be feared but also remembered. Some believed that these creatures could be swayed, that the right words or offerings might spare a ship. Others thought it foolish to try, for the will of the sea was not something mortal men could influence. Still, there were moments of eerie beauty within the chaos. Sailors spoke of nights when the ocean seemed alive with light, glowing as though stars had fallen into its depths. They said this was Aegir's hall, its golden glow reaching up to touch the surface. Others claimed to have seen Ran's net shimmering in the moonlight, trailing just beneath their boats, its delicate weave almost hypnotic. These sights filled them with awe, a reminder that even in its most dangerous moments, the sea was a place of wonder. As the storm finally began to ease, the battered ship and its trembling crew remained at the mercy of the waves. The survivors, if there were any, would speak of what they'd endured, the monstrous shapes they thought they saw in the shadows, the feeling of being watched by something vast and unblinking. And as they told their stories, others would listen with rapt attention, wondering if they, too, might one day feel the pull of Ran's net or hear Aegir's laughter echoing in the crash of the waves. The winds carried a sound that was neither music nor cry, a haunting melody that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. Sailors paused, gripping the rails of their ship as their hearts raced. The sea was eerily calm, yet the whispers on the air carried tales of fury and longing, of something ancient stirring beneath the waves. It was said that when the sea sang like this, the 9 daughters of Aegir were near. They were not like other beings. Born of Aegir and Ran, they were forces that shaped the sea itself, each a spirit of the waves, carrying the essence of motion, danger, and grace. Some claimed they were beautiful, with hair like foaming surf and eyes that glinted like moonlight on water. Others spoke of them as shadows, barely seen but felt in the sudden rise of a swell or the icy breath of a storm. To encounter them was to glimpse the soul of the sea, wild, untamed, and utterly relentless. The sailors' voices faltered as the air grew heavier, charged with something unnameable. Then, like ghosts emerging from a veil, they appeared. 9 figures stood upon the water as if it were solid ground, their forms shimmering and shifting with the rhythm of the waves. One had hair that cascaded like a waterfall, her laughter echoing like the tumbling crash of rapids. Another moved with a dancer's grace, her body reflecting the fluid, hypnotic sway of the tide. One stood still, her gaze piercing and cold, as though she were the calm that came before a storm's fury. They were more than maidens, they were the ocean given shape. Their names were spoken in reverence and fear: Bloodhouda, the one with hair red as blood-streaked waves, Bilge, the swelling breaker, and Dufa, the gentle wave. Each represented a facet of the sea's temperament, from its softest whispers to its most violent roars. But their beauty belied their power. The 9 daughters were not passive beings of admiration, they were the heartbeat of the ocean's chaos. It was said that when a wave crashed unexpectedly and threw a ship off course, it was the playful tug of Hran or the mischievous push of Hefring. When a storm rose with no warning, their father's wrath might be to blame, but the howling winds and crashing waves were often their handiwork. They were also harbingers, bearers of messages from the depths. The sea monsters of Viking lore, beings of nightmare and legend, were said to answer their call. A ship caught in the path of these maidens might soon find itself face to face with jaws that could splinter wood or tentacles that reached for the sky. Some stories claimed the 9 daughters guided these creatures, their dances weaving patterns in the water that summoned horrors from the deep. Others whispered that the monsters served them, drawn to their power like moths to flame. One tale spoke of a fisherman who had strayed too far from the safety of his village. He had heard the song of the sea maidens and, despite his fear, had been unable to resist its pull. As his small boat drifted closer, he saw them, shimmering figures whose beauty made his heart ache. They turned to him, their eyes unreadable, their lips curving into smiles that were not unkind but held no warmth. Then, without a word, they dove into the water. The surface boiled, and the fisherman's heart leapt with terror. From the depths rose a creature unlike anything he had ever imagined. Its body was sleek and massive, covered in scales that glinted like dark steel. Its eyes glowed with an eerie light, and its mouth opened to reveal rows of jagged teeth. The fisherman's scream was swallowed by the roar of the waves as the creature struck, dragging his boat into the abyss. Those who found the wreckage days later claimed they saw strange marks on the wood, as though fingers, too delicate to be human but too cruel to be kind, had trailed across it. But the 9 daughters were not always harbingers of death. There were stories of ships caught in storms that had no hope of survival, only to find the waves carrying them gently to shore. In such moments, sailors believed Dufa or Bara had taken pity on them, guiding them to safety with unseen hands. These moments of mercy were rare, fleeting reminders that the sea was not only cruel but also capable of grace. The 9 daughters were not confined to the waves. On rare nights, they were said to walk among mortals, their forms veiled but their presence unmistakable. They brought with them an air of otherworldliness, a sense that the sea itself had come ashore. Those who crossed their path spoke of feeling both awe and unease, as though they had met beings who existed on the edge of understanding. These encounters often ended with the maidens vanishing as suddenly as they appeared, leaving behind only the scent of salt and the sound of distant waves. And yet, for all their power and mystery, they were not invincible. Some tales hinted at a sadness in their eyes, a longing for something even they could not name. Perhaps it was the weight of their existence, tied forever to the tides and the will of the sea. Or perhaps it was something deeper, a reflection of the ocean's own contradictions, its beauty and brutality, its generosity and greed. The sailors on the ship shuddered as the figures vanished, leaving the water still and silent. It was a silence that carried weight, as though the sea itself was holding its breath. They knew they had been spared, though they could not say why. But as they sailed on, their eyes scanning the horizon for signs of danger, they could not shake the feeling that they were being watched. The 9 daughters were not bound by time or place. They were the sea, and the sea was eternal. There was nothing. No sound, no light, no form, only the vast and endless void known as Jörmungandr. It was a space of utter stillness and endless potential, where time had no meaning and the boundaries of existence blurred. But even in this abyss, there was tension, an unseen force stretching and pulling as though the void itself yearned to create, to destroy, to become. And then, without warning, the silence fractured. A low, guttural sound emerged, more felt than heard. It was raw and primal, like the grinding of massive stones or the groaning of an earth splitting apart. Shapes began to writhe in the darkness, forming and dissolving with each passing moment. These were not creatures in the sense one might recognize, but chaos given flesh, grotesque and unfathomable. Their bodies shimmered with an oily blackness, constantly shifting as though they could not decide what form to take. Some sprouted limbs too long for their bodies, others grew mouths filled with teeth that spiraled endlessly inward. They came from nothingness, and they carried that nothingness with them. Where they moved, reality seemed to unravel. The air grew heavy, the ground turned soft and unstable, and the stars in the distance flickered as if in fear. These beings were the firstborn of chaos, and they knew no laws, no order, only the raw hunger of existence. Among them, there was one larger than the rest. Its body coiled and uncoiled like a serpent made of shadows, but its eyes burned with a terrible awareness. It had no name, for names are the domain of the living, but its presence was overwhelming. To look upon it was to feel the weight of eternity, an unbearable pressure that crushed the soul. It was the guardian of Jörmungandr, or perhaps its prisoner, a reminder that even chaos must have its anchor. But chaos cannot remain contained. From the void spilled these monstrosities, pouring like dark rivers into the newly forming world. Where they passed, they left scars, gashes in the fabric of reality that would not heal. In the early days of creation, they roamed freely, testing the boundaries of their newfound existence. Their howls echoed through the nascent lands, their forms towering over mountains, their claws raking the skies. It was said that the frost giants of Niflheim trembled when they first saw these beings. Even the fiery dwellers of Muspelheim, with their blazing swords and molten hearts, dared not approach them. These creatures were not bound by the rules of fire or ice, of life or death. They were Jörmungandr itself, chaos incarnate, and their presence was a reminder of the void that existed before all things, and the void that would one day consume them again. One story tells of a monster that rose from the void, a creature so vast that its body stretched across the horizon. Its skin was a patchwork of scales and stone, its breath a toxic wind that wilted trees and poisoned rivers. It wandered the lands aimlessly, crushing everything in its path. The gods themselves watched in horror, knowing that to confront it would be to risk their own unmaking. Yet, it was not malice that drove this beast, but something far more chilling. It sought nothing, desired nothing, existed only to exist. Another tale speaks of a creature whose body was made entirely of eyes, each one blinking in a rhythm that seemed to mock the heartbeat of the world. Its gaze alone was enough to turn living beings to ash, yet it moved with a strange grace, as if dancing to a music only it could hear. Those who saw it from afar described it as beautiful and terrible, a thing of nightmares that could not be forgotten. And then there were the lesser creatures, if they could be called lesser. Swarms of beings like liquid shadow spilled from Jörmungandr, their forms too fragmented to hold shape for long. They slithered into caves, into the cracks of mountains, into the darkest corners of the world where light could never reach. Some said they whispered to each other in a language older than time, their voices soft but insidious, capable of driving mortals mad. The gods, in their wisdom, knew that these creatures could not be allowed to roam unchecked. Odin, with his piercing gaze, saw the chaos for what it was, a reminder of what lay beyond creation, a force that could never be destroyed, only contained. With his brothers Vili and Ve, he confronted the monstrous beings, wielding the tools of order, thought, will, and sacrifice. The battle was not one of swords and shields, but of power and will. The gods sang the songs of creation, weaving together the fabric of the world, pushing back the chaos with every note. The void creatures roared in defiance, their forms twisting and writhing as they were bound by the threads of reality. Some were cast into the depths of the sea, where their bodies became the leviathans and krakens of legend. Others were trapped beneath the earth, their struggles giving rise to earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Yet, even as they were banished, the creatures of Jörmungandr left their mark. The fear they inspired lingered in the hearts of mortals, passed down through stories and songs. It was said that on nights when the wind howled and the sky turned black, their presence could still be felt, a reminder that chaos could never truly be tamed. But the greatest mark they left was within the hearts of the gods themselves. For in their battle with chaos, the gods glimpsed the truth of their own existence. They saw that the world they had created was but a fragile bubble in an endless void, and that one day, the chaos would rise again. It was this knowledge that drove them to build Asgard, to forge their weapons, to prepare for the inevitable end. For the creatures of Jörmungandr were not defeated, only waiting, biding their time in the shadows of creation. And so, the world carried on, haunted by the memory of the void and the monsters it birthed. To the mortals who lived under the watchful eyes of the gods, the tales of Jörmungandr were just that, tales. But the gods knew better. They knew that the monsters of the void were not mere stories, but echoes of a reality that could never be forgotten. They were the first beings, the oldest beings, and in their chaos lay the truth of all things. The storm was the first sign. The sky turned dark, a bruised black stretching from horizon to horizon. The winds howled with the fury of 1,000 wild beasts, and the sea churned with unnatural violence, waves rising higher than the tallest ship mast. The sailors knew this was no ordinary tempest, something far worse was approaching. Then they saw it. At first, it was just a shadow, a dark blotch beneath the waves that seemed to grow larger with every passing moment. The sailors squinted into the distance, trying to make sense of it, but their hearts raced, and dread settled deep in their bones. As the shadow rose from the depths, the water trembled. The shape emerged, slow at first, then faster as it reached the surface, a massive, twisting form of tentacles, thick and long as great tree trunks. Its body, if it could even be called that, was hidden beneath the waves, but the sheer enormity of the limbs alone was enough to strike terror into the bravest of hearts. A giant cephalopod. A kraken. The sea roared with its anger, waves crashing violently as the creature's massive appendages reached out, breaking the surface like serpents of the deep. The ship lurched violently, thrown about as though it were a toy in the hands of a child. Tentacles, slick and gleaming with seawater, wrapped around the hull, tearing it apart with terrifying ease. Sailors screamed, their voices lost in the cacophony of crashing waves and the sickening sounds of wood splintering under the pressure of monstrous limbs. For the crew, it was a nightmare come to life, a creature born of the sea's darkest corners, risen from the depths to claim its vengeance on those who dared to sail its waters. The Kraken was no mere legend told around campfires or whispered in drunken tales at taverns. It was a creature of unimaginable size and power, born from the chaos of the sea itself. Its arrival was a signal, a grim reminder that no matter how great the ship or how bold the sailor, the sea was still a force that could devour them all. The legends told of the Kraken's power to create storms, to capsize ships and drag entire crews beneath the waves. Its tentacles could reach farther than any human eye could see, pulling vessels under the surface with ease. It was said that its body was so vast that it could encircle a ship entirely, its long, serpentine limbs wrapping around the craft like a deadly coil. It was said that no one who had seen the Kraken and lived to tell the tale was ever the same again. The fear it instilled in those who survived was deep, a fear that gripped the soul and never let go. They would never look at the sea the same way again, always expecting the dark shape beneath the waves to rise up, to claim them as it had claimed so many others. And yet, There was another side to the Kraken, an enigma that was just as frightening as the monster itself. Was it truly a beast of destruction, born solely to devour? Or was it something more ancient, an embodiment of the sea's fury, its wild, untamed power? There were whispers that the Kraken was not merely a creature of mindless violence, but a guardian of the sea, protecting its depths from intruders. Others believed it was a force of nature, an expression of the primal chaos that existed long before human hands had ever touched the water. No one could say for certain. The Kraken was a creature of myth, yes, but its destruction was undeniable. It appeared suddenly, without warning, from the very heart of the storm, an immense force of nature that neither man nor ship could ever hope to control. The waves would crash, the winds would scream, and the monster would rise, an unstoppable force that the sea itself had set loose. Every sailor who had ever ventured into the waters knew the stories. They spoke of the Kraken with a mix of awe and terror, warning each other that it was not a matter of if they would encounter it, but when. Some said the Kraken was the embodiment of the ocean's wrath, a creature that had been living in the deep since the beginning of time. Others claimed that it was a punishment, a living reminder that mankind could never conquer the sea, no matter how hard they tried. Every so often, when the storm clouds gathered and the sea grew restless, the Kraken would rise, stretching its massive limbs to claim another victim. But there were those who spoke of the Kraken with a different kind of reverence. They saw it not as a monster, but as a force of nature, a reminder that the sea was wild and untamable. The Kraken was a part of the world, a creature that had always been there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for its moment to surface again. To them, it wasn't something to fear, but something to respect. The Kraken's true power was in its unpredictability. No sailor could say when the creature might rise, or if it ever would. It existed in the same way that the sea existed, vast, unknown, and dangerous. It was a constant threat, a shadow lurking just beneath the surface. And even when the storm passed, and the sea calmed, there was always the lingering fear that the Kraken was still out there, waiting for the next ship to pass by, waiting for the next unlucky soul to encounter its wrath. The stories of the Kraken lived on, passed down from sailor to sailor, generation to generation. Even as the seas grew quieter, and the world seemed more familiar, the legend remained, a part of the human psyche. For the Kraken was not just a monster, it was a symbol, a reminder that no matter how advanced or how brave the world might become, there were still forces far greater than human will, forces that lived in the deepest, darkest places of the earth. And sometimes, those forces would rise to remind humanity that the world was not as safe as they thought. Somewhere, deep beneath the surface of the ocean, the Kraken waited, ready to strike again. The sea was calm, an endless expanse of blue that stretched as far as the eye could see. The ship's crew sat at ease, some resting on the deck, others lost in thought, lulled by the gentle sway of the waves. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long, golden shadows over the water. It was a peaceful day, too peaceful, in fact, for those who knew the true nature of the deep. Then, without warning, the water trembled beneath them, a strange vibration that seemed to hum in the very bones of the ship. It was subtle at first, just a slight quiver, but it quickly grew stronger. A ripple spread across the sea, followed by another, and then another, until the surface began to break in uneven bursts. The sailors stood up, eyes scanning the horizon, hearts quickening. There was no storm, no wind, no reason for the sudden disturbance, yet something was wrong. Something was coming. From beneath the waves, it rose, slowly, impossibly slowly, but with an overwhelming presence that could not be ignored. It was huge, far bigger than any ship, and its body seemed to stretch for miles under the water. As it broke the surface, a great shadow loomed over the ship, blocking out the sun. The sailors stood frozen in terror. A massive, whale-like creature, with features so strange they could hardly be believed. Its body was not like any whale they had ever seen, nor any sea creature that had been written about in the old stories. Its shape was monstrous, almost otherworldly, and its presence was unnerving in its sheer size. It was Hafgufa, the sea phantom, a creature of legend whispered about in hushed tones by those who feared the deep. It was said that Hafgufa could swallow entire ships whole, devouring them with ease. The sailors had heard the stories, but seeing it before them, in all its unimaginable scale, was something else entirely. It had the appearance of a great beast, yet it was not a beast at all. There was an eerie calm about it, as though it belonged to the ocean itself, its very existence tied to the depths in a way no human could comprehend. For a long moment, the crew stood in silence, watching the creature's massive form loom over them, its vast body twisting beneath the water like a serpent of the deep. Its eyes were hidden in the shadows of its massive head, but the sailors could feel them, staring at them from the murky depths. There was no sound from the creature, no roar, no splash, just the soft sound of the ocean moving as it passed. Then, without warning, Hafgufa opened its enormous mouth. It was a gaping cavern, dark and vast, wide enough to swallow the ship whole. The air itself seemed to grow heavier, the temperature dropping as the crew felt the pull of the water, the force of the ocean itself drawing them closer to the waiting jaws. The crew scrambled to tie down anything that might fly overboard, but even in their frenzy, they knew it was pointless. There was nothing they could do. They were at the mercy of the creature from the deep. It was said that Hafgufa had no need to hunt, that it existed for reasons unknown, simply appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Some claimed that it was a guardian of the sea, a spirit that had lived since the beginning of time, watching over the waters and its creatures. Others believed it was a harbinger of doom, a sign that the gods were displeased. Some even whispered that Hafgufa was a manifestation of the sea itself, a living, breathing embodiment of its immense power. No one knew for sure, and no one ever would. Those who survived its encounters, if any ever did, never spoke of it again. Their eyes would grow distant, haunted, as though they carried the weight of the sea's mystery within them. The very thought of the creature was enough to keep them awake at night, their minds filled with images of its monstrous form, rising from the deep. But there were those who swore by the old tales, who told stories of how the sea phantom would rise from the depths without warning, its enormous body slowly emerging from the water, casting a shadow over the world. The sailors who encountered it said that it was not just a creature of destruction, but one of great mystery. Its very existence defied the rules of nature, and those who saw it would never fully understand what they had witnessed. Some claimed that Hafgufa was not a single creature, but a collective force of the sea, an ever-changing phantom that took on many forms, each more terrifying than the last. It was not a creature that could be fought or defeated, for its power was not of this world. The sea itself seemed to bow to its will, parting for it as though it were an ancient god, returning to reclaim what belonged to it. As the sailor's ship drifted farther from the phantom, the creature's massive body began to submerge beneath the surface, vanishing as suddenly as it had appeared. The water calmed again, and the wind shifted. It was as though nothing had happened, as though the giant sea phantom had never risen from the depths at all. The crew, though shaken, continued on their way, forever changed by what they had witnessed. But the memory of Hafgufa lingered in their minds, and the legends of the sea phantom continued to spread. The tale would live on, passed down through the generations as a reminder that some mysteries of the sea were too vast to understand. Some creatures were too ancient to fathom, and some forces were simply beyond human reckoning. And so, the sailors would continue to sail, ever mindful of the sea's depths, ever aware that, just beneath the surface, there might be something waiting to rise, something as ancient and as powerful as the ocean itself. Something like Hafgufa, the sea phantom, whose massive, mysterious form would haunt their dreams for as long as they lived. The sun had begun to set, casting a warm orange glow across the horizon. The sea was unusually calm, the water smooth like glass, reflecting the colors of the sky. It was a peaceful evening, one that could easily lull a sailor into a false sense of safety. The crew had been at sea for days, their bodies weary from the constant rhythm of the waves. The air was thick with salt, and the endless expanse of water stretched before them, a vast and tranquil ocean that held secrets deeper than anyone could ever hope to understand. As the ship sailed through the quiet waters, the captain leaned against the railing, squinting into the distance. There, on the edge of the horizon, a small island appeared. It was an odd shape, large but squat, rising slowly from the water like a great, slumbering beast. Its silhouette was strangely flat, almost too uniform. It seemed like the perfect place to anchor, a safe harbor for the weary crew, a place to rest before they ventured farther into the unknown. But something in the captain's gut tightened. Something felt wrong. "Prepare to drop anchor," the captain called out, but his voice was laced with hesitation. He couldn't shake the feeling that the island was too still, too quiet, as though it were waiting. The sailors busied themselves with their tasks, but their movements were slow, almost cautious. The captain's eyes never left the shape in the distance. It seemed to shimmer in the fading light, growing larger and larger as the ship drew nearer. Then, as if answering some unspoken question, the shape began to move. The water rippled around the island, and the giant mass shifted. The ship jolted as if struck by something unseen beneath the waves. The island wasn't still, it was alive. A loud splash echoed through the air, followed by a deep, resounding growl, and the sailors froze in terror. The captain's heart skipped a beat, for he knew what they were seeing. He had heard the stories, told by old men who'd lived too long with the sea's madness. And now, those tales had come to life before his eyes. What they thought was an island was not an island at all. It was Lyngbakr, the giant whale, a sea monster so massive it could easily be mistaken for land. Its body was vast, stretching far beyond what the eye could comprehend. The skin of the beast looked like rough, dark stone, covered in barnacles and seaweed, blending seamlessly with the ocean's depths. Its back rose from the water like a great mountain, too large for the ship to navigate around. The creature's enormous tail flicked lazily, sending a wave that rocked the ship from side to side. The sailors scrambled to keep their footing, their faces pale with fear. There was no escape now. The ship was too close. Lyngbakr had been waiting, camouflaged beneath the water like a beast hiding in plain sight, and now it was ready to strike. The captain's mind raced. He had heard stories of ships being swallowed whole by this deceptive creature, its vast body so immense that the unlucky sailors never even knew what happened until it was too late. No one could outrun it. There was nowhere to hide. As the massive whale shifted again, the crew began to panic. Some shouted for the sails, others reached for their weapons, but there was no use. No sword could pierce the great beast's hide. The creature was too enormous, its presence too overwhelming. It towered above them, its great body moving with the grace of something far older than any man or ship. Then, slowly, as though it were aware of the chaos it caused, Lyngbakr began to sink back into the water. The ship creaked as the beast's enormous form disappeared beneath the surface. For a few moments, there was nothing but the sound of the waves, the same calm they had felt earlier. But the sailors knew with a certainty that gripped their hearts, that the creature had only retreated into the depths to prepare for its next strike. The captain ordered the crew to keep moving, urging them away from the place where the giant whale had disappeared. Their hearts pounded in their chests, but they dared not stop. They did not speak of the terror they had just witnessed. It was a shared understanding, an unspoken bond formed in the face of the unimaginable. As the ship sailed away, the creature's shadow still loomed in their minds, the haunting image of its massive, deceptive form lingering in the quiet of the sea. Lyngbakr, the island that wasn't, the whale that hid in plain sight, had left its mark on them, a reminder that the ocean was a place of endless wonder and endless danger. It was said that Lyngbakr never truly hunted. It didn't need to. Its sheer size and deceptive nature were enough to instill fear in the hearts of those who sailed near. The sea was full of monsters, yes, but Lyngbakr was something else entirely. It was a creature of illusion, a monster who made the very ocean itself its ally, allowing it to disappear and reappear at will. To sail too close was to fall prey to the beast's silent, unstoppable power. For the sailors who encountered it, Lyngbakr was a reminder of the power of the sea, of the ancient forces that existed beneath the waves, forces beyond human understanding. And as they sailed farther from the monster, they knew that the ocean had its own rules, rules that defied logic, that could not be tamed. With the sun now sinking below the horizon, casting a deep red glow across the water, the crew silently accepted the lesson the sea had given them. There were no safe harbors, no islands, only the ever-shifting, ever-dangerous expanse of water. And somewhere, lurking just beneath the surface, creatures like Lingback waited, ready to remind the world of the darkness that lay hidden beneath the calm. The night was still, the only sound the rhythmic creaking of the ship as it cut through the dark waters. The sailors stood at the edge of the deck, their eyes strained against the endless black sea. The moon hung low, casting a pale light over the waves, barely enough to see. But it wasn't the stillness of the night that had their hearts in their throats, it was the silence. The kind of silence that comes just before the storm, the kind of quiet that seemed to swallow the very air. Far out in the distance, a shadow moved beneath the water, a ripple too large for any wave. It was a familiar feeling, one that sent a chill down the spine of every sailor on board. A shape, long and sinuous, moved beneath the surface, gliding effortlessly through the deep. It wasn't just a fish. It wasn't just a monster. It was something else, something that had haunted Viking legends for generations. The sea dragon. The serpent that lurked beneath the waves, waiting for the right moment to strike. "Is it here?" one of the sailors whispered, his voice tight with fear. Another sailor gripped the rail tighter, his knuckles white. "It's been following us since we left port. It won't be long now." The captain stood at the wheel, his eyes fixed on the horizon, where the sea met the sky in a blur of black. He had heard the old tales, the stories of serpents and dragons that dwelled in the cold, unforgiving waters. Creatures with scales like iron, eyes that burned like fire, and tails long enough to wrap around a ship. The sea was full of wonders and terrors, and the Vikings knew better than to underestimate any of them. The tales spoke of creatures that came in many forms, but always with a singular purpose, to destroy. Some were serpents, their bodies twisting and writhing beneath the waves, their enormous heads emerging to swallow ships whole. Others were dragons, with wings wide enough to send the wind howling and talons sharp enough to tear a ship to pieces. These were the beasts of legend, the monsters that made even the bravest of Viking warriors tremble. On the horizon, the shape grew larger. It was a serpent, its body undulating in the water like a snake coiling through the grass. The sailors' breaths quickened. The water around the creature was calm, unnaturally so. The sea dragon was a master of stealth, moving through the depths with a grace that belied its size. Its scales gleamed in the faint moonlight, a dark, almost iridescent sheen that made it appear as if it were made of shadow itself. "There," the captain said quietly, pointing toward the water. "It's coming." The sailors gathered close, their eyes wide with fear. The ship rocked gently as the creature neared, its great body swaying in the water. The dragon's head broke the surface first, a massive, serpentine creature with eyes that gleamed like molten gold. The sailors froze, unable to tear their eyes away. Its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth, each one longer than a man's arm. The air seemed to grow colder as the beast exhaled, a low hiss escaping its throat. One of the younger sailors, trembling, whispered, "It's going to swallow us. We're going to die." But the captain remained calm, his voice steady. "No. We fight, and we survive." For a moment, the creature simply stared at the ship, its golden eyes burning with an ancient, unfathomable intelligence. It circled them, its body undulating beneath the waves, the sheer size of it enough to make the ship feel like a toy adrift in a vast ocean. The sailors could feel the power of the creature in the air, the electricity of the moment crackling in the tense silence. Then, with a sudden, violent motion, the sea dragon surged forward, its body breaking the surface as it lunged toward the ship. The crew scrambled, grabbing for weapons, trying to brace themselves. The dragon's jaws opened wide, and the smell of salt and death filled the air. It was all the sailors could do to hold on as the dragon's tail whipped through the water, striking the ship's side with a deafening crash. The ship lurched, and the world seemed to tilt. The sea dragon's head snapped forward, just missing the ship's stern, but the force of its strike sent a wave crashing over the deck. Water flooded in, and the sailors fought to keep their footing. The captain shouted orders, trying to maintain control, but the creature was relentless. It circled the ship like a predator toying with its prey. The dragon's voice came then, a low, rumbling growl that echoed through the air, vibrating the wood beneath their feet. It wasn't just a sound. It was a warning. The sailors had faced many dangers on the open sea, but none like this. This wasn't just a monster of the water. This was something older, something born of the very forces that shaped the earth and sky. With another mighty strike of its tail, the sea dragon sent the ship careening to the side. The crew scrambled to keep it afloat, but the creature was too powerful. It tore through the water with speed and precision, its body a blur of motion, its enormous head snapping forward again. This time, the ship was not so lucky. It cracked beneath the force of the beast's strike, splintering like dry wood. The sailors fought valiantly, their axes and spears striking at the creature's scales, but it was like striking stone. The serpent was impenetrable, its scales as tough as iron. As the ship sank beneath the waves, the sea dragon let out a final, triumphant roar and disappeared beneath the water, its body vanishing as silently as it had appeared. The sea was still again, as though nothing had ever happened. The sailors who had survived clung to the wreckage, hearts pounding in their chests. They knew they had witnessed something far beyond their understanding, a creature born from the depths of the sea, as ancient and unyielding as the ocean itself. And as they drifted, stranded in the vast, empty sea, they could still feel its presence, the lingering shadow of the sea serpent, watching from the depths, waiting for the next ship foolish enough to sail too close. The mist hung thick over the lake, curling like smoke from a forgotten fire. The moon, pale and distant, barely managed to pierce the heavy fog that cloaked the water. The air was unnaturally still, holding its breath as if waiting for something. In the distance, the dark outline of a figure moved, its shape barely visible through the haze, its presence unsettling, like a phantom that had wandered too far from the shores of the living. A lone traveler stood at the edge of the water, his boots sinking into the soft earth as he gazed out at the lake. He had heard the stories, the warnings whispered in hushed tones around campfires, told to children who ventured too close to the water at night. Stories of creatures that could draw a man into the depths, where the water was cold and unforgiving. But tonight, he could feel something else, something stronger than mere stories. There, just beneath the surface, the water began to stir. At first, it was subtle, like the gentle shift of a breeze, but then the ripples grew, becoming more pronounced, more deliberate. The traveler's heart quickened. He had been warned, yes, but the pull of curiosity was too strong. He took a cautious step forward, eyes never leaving the water's surface, as if expecting the unknown to leap out at him. And then, it emerged. From the mist rose a shape, a horse, but not just any horse. Its coat gleamed darkly, as if made of water itself, flowing and shifting with every movement. The horse's mane streamed behind it like liquid tendrils, swirling in the windless air. Its eyes, black as the night sky, locked onto the travelers with a chilling, intelligent gaze. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of the water lapping against the shore, the soft, rhythmic movement of the beast as it approached. The traveler's breath caught in his throat. He had seen it before in the stories, the shape that haunted the rivers and lakes, the spirit that was as much a part of the water as the waves themselves. The Nyker, the water horse. A creature both beautiful and deadly, born from the ancient forces of nature, a spirit that could mesmerize the unsuspecting with its beauty and grace, only to drag them into the water and drown them without mercy. The Nyker's hooves barely made a sound as it stepped onto the shore, its presence both otherworldly and inevitable. The creature's dark eyes shimmered as it circled the traveler, its sleek body moving like liquid, each step in perfect harmony with the flow of the water. It seemed to beckon him closer, urging him to mount, to ride. The traveler's pulse raced, an inexplicable pull tugging at his heart. The Nyker was no mere beast, it was a creature of the water's will, a force that had learned how to seduce, how to draw in those foolish enough to trust their eyes. As if sensing his hesitation, the Nyker lowered its head, nudging him gently with its nose, offering him the opportunity to climb onto its back. It was the perfect image of trust, of elegance, but the traveler knew better. He had heard the stories of those who had accepted the Nyker's offer, those who had felt the thrill of riding the horse as it galloped across the water, only to disappear beneath the surface, dragged down by the creature's deadly grip. No one ever returned. He took a step back, heart pounding, every instinct screaming at him to run. But something in the Nyker's eyes held him there, rooted to the spot. It wasn't just a horse, it was the embodiment of the water itself, the depths of the lakes and rivers, the unknown forces that tugged at the edges of the world. It was dangerous, yes, but it was also a force of nature, ancient, powerful, and untamable. The Nyker let out a soft, mournful whinny, its voice a haunting melody that echoed through the stillness of the night. It was a sound that stirred something deep inside the traveler, a sorrowful cry that seemed to call to him, to beckon him into the depths of the water where time and reason no longer mattered. The water horse was not simply a beast, it was a spirit, a creature tied to the heart of the water itself, and its hunger for companionship was as ancient as the earth. The traveler felt himself drawn closer, as if the creature's presence was inescapable, as if the very lake was pulling him in. He could almost feel the water rising around his ankles, the pressure building beneath his feet. He stepped back again, his mind a whirlwind of fear and fascination. The stories had been true, this was no ordinary horse. This was something far older, something far more dangerous. But the Nyker was not finished with him. It stepped forward, its dark mane flowing around its neck like a cloak of shadow. With each movement, the water churned, ripples spreading outward from the creature's hooves. The traveler could see the way the water clung to the Nyker's body, as if it were one with it, the very essence of the lake itself. For a long moment, they stood there, staring at each other, man and spirit, living and otherworldly. The traveler's mind raced. He knew the danger, knew the deadly temptation that the Nyker presented. And yet, there was something else beneath the fear, a longing, a yearning to understand the creature, to feel the power of the water surging beneath him, to become one with the wild, untamed forces of the earth. But just as quickly as the temptation came, the traveler's feet found their courage. With a final, desperate glance at the water horse, he turned and fled, the sound of the Nyker's mournful cry echoing in his ears as he ran, his heart pounding with both relief and regret. The creature did not pursue him, it knew, in its ancient wisdom, that some things were better left untouched. The Nyker returned to the water, its form disappearing into the mist as silently as it had appeared. The traveler did not look back, but the weight of the encounter stayed with him long after he had left the lake behind. The Nyker, the water horse, was still out there, waiting for the next soul to wander too close, waiting for the next fool to be lured by its beauty and grace. And in the quiet of the night, as the moon hung heavy over the water, the traveler knew that the Nyker would always be there, an eternal, silent presence in the depths, a reminder of the dangers that lurk beneath the surface of the world, both in the water and in the hearts of those who dare to venture too close. The wind carried a voice across the waves, a low, mournful howl that seemed to rise from the water itself. The ocean was vast, its surface shifting and rolling under the pale light of the moon. A lone ship creaked and groaned as it sailed through the endless expanse, its crew tense and silent. Every man aboard knew what lay ahead, nothing. Or worse, something. A young sailor gripped the railing, his knuckles white, his breath caught between terror and awe. He had grown up listening to tales of the uncharted sea, stories told by men who had once dared to sail beyond the safety of familiar shores. They spoke of waters that stretched into eternity, of places where the earth dropped away into an abyss so deep it swallowed light itself. They spoke of strange shapes moving beneath the waves, shadows that seemed too large to belong to anything of this world. Ahead, the horizon was a dark and shapeless void. The stars themselves seemed to shy away from the place the ship was heading, their light dimmed as if afraid to reach too far. The sailor tried to focus on the task at hand, his rope, his knots, the creaking rhythm of the ship. But his mind was elsewhere. He could feel it, the way the ocean changed as they sailed further from the known world. The waves grew slower, heavier, like the heartbeat of some great, slumbering beast. The captain, an old man with a face withered by years of salt and wind, stood at the helm. His eyes were fixed on the horizon, but his grip on the wheel betrayed him. His hands trembled. The crew whispered among themselves, their voices barely louder than the wind. They spoke of what might be waiting for them in the waters ahead, monsters, storms, curses. It was said that no man returned from these waters unscathed, if he returned at all. Suddenly, a loud splash broke the tension. Every man on the ship froze, their eyes darting toward the sound. A ripple spread across the surface of the water, too large to have been caused by any fish. The sailor's heart raced as he peered into the darkness. The sea seemed alive, its surface shifting in ways that defied explanation. It wasn't just water, it was something more, something that watched and waited. A voice broke the silence, hoarse and trembling. "Did you see that?" another sailor muttered. "Something's out there." The captain barked an order, his voice sharp enough to cut through the fear. "Back to work, all of you. Eyes on your tasks." But even he couldn't hide the quiver in his words. The sailor tried to shake off the unease that gripped him. He focused on the rope in his hands, pulling and tying as the ship pressed forward into the unknown. But the unease wouldn't leave him. The ocean was too quiet, the waves too deliberate. It was as if the sea itself was watching, deciding whether to let them pass or to drag them into its depths. Hours passed, or maybe it was days. Time lost meaning out there, where the horizon never changed and the stars seemed frozen in place. The sailor began to wonder if they had left the world behind entirely. His thoughts drifted to the stories he had heard as a child, the tales of brave seafarers who ventured into uncharted waters, only to find themselves at the mercy of forces beyond their understanding. There was the tale of a ship swallowed whole by a massive whirlpool, its crew screaming as they were pulled into the churning abyss. There was the story of the ghostly lights that danced across the waves, luring sailors to their doom. And there were the countless accounts of strange, unearthly creatures that emerged from the deep, their forms too monstrous to describe. The sailor's heart ached with fear and wonder. He thought of home, of the land he might never see again. But even as he longed for safety, he couldn't ignore the pull of the ocean, the way it seemed to call to him. It was terrifying, yes, but it was also beautiful. The sea was a force of nature, wild and untamed, and he couldn't help but feel small in its presence. A sudden burst of wind snapped him back to reality. The ship groaned as it was tossed by a powerful wave, and the sailor grabbed hold of the railing to steady himself. The crew scrambled to secure the sails, their shouts barely audible over the roar of the wind. The storm had come out of nowhere, as if summoned by the ocean itself. The waves rose higher and higher, their peaks sharp and jagged like the teeth of some great predator. Lightning flashed, illuminating the sea for a brief moment. And in that moment, the sailor saw something that made his blood run cold. It was a shape, massive and dark, moving beneath the surface of the water. It was too large to be a whale, too deliberate to be a wave. It moved with purpose, its shadow cutting through the depths like a knife. The sailor's hands trembled as he clung to the railing. He opened his mouth to cry out, but no sound came. The shape disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only the storm and the churning waves behind. The captain shouted orders, his voice steady despite the chaos. The crew worked together to steer the ship through the storm, their fear giving them strength. The sailor focused on his task, his heart pounding with a mix of terror and determination. He could feel the ocean's power all around him, a force that couldn't be tamed or understood. As the storm raged on, the sailor couldn't help but wonder if the sea was testing them, challenging them to prove their worth. It wasn't just a place, it was a living, breathing entity, a force that demanded respect. And as the waves crashed against the ship, the sailor realized that he would never see the ocean the same way again. The storm began to subside, the waves growing smaller and the wind dying down. The crew collapsed onto the deck, their bodies battered but alive. The sailor gazed out at the water, his mind racing with everything he had seen and felt. The ocean was vast and terrifying, a place where the known world ended and something far greater began. The sailor gripped the railing, his eyes scanning the horizon. He didn't know what lay ahead, but he knew one thing for certain: the sea was not to be underestimated. It was a place of fear and reverence, a force that could both give and take life. And as the ship sailed on, the sailor felt a strange sense of awe, a connection to the ocean that he couldn't put into words. The sailors had heard the tales whispered in smoky taverns and around dying campfires, stories of monstrous guardians stationed at the edges of the world, creatures so vast and terrible that they were said to be the very barriers between the known and the unknown. These beings, born of sea and storm, were not just protectors but warnings, marking where human ambition must falter. One such creature loomed large in the sailor's mind as the ship ventured farther into uncharted waters. It was said that at the outer reaches of the world, where maps ended and speculation began, colossal beasts with impenetrable hides and unyielding resolve patrolled the waves. They were guardians of forbidden lands, their presence a challenge to all who dared approach. The ocean stretched endlessly before them, its surface shimmering with an eerie calm that felt more like a warning than an invitation. The air itself grew heavier, as if the world itself were holding its breath. The sailors whispered among themselves, their voices hushed as if fearing to draw attention. Among their murmurs, the name of a creature surfaced again and again, a guardian so ancient and powerful that its name alone sent shivers down the spine. The monster was described as neither wholly of this world nor entirely apart from it. It was said to rise from the depths, a mass of shifting forms that defied understanding. Some claimed it had 1,000 eyes that glowed like lanterns in the darkness, each one a portal to a realm beyond comprehension. Others spoke of tentacles that could encircle entire islands, crushing them into oblivion with the ease of breaking a twig. As the ship pushed on, the air grew colder, and the sea turned a darker shade of blue, almost black. The waves seemed to carry whispers, a low, unearthly hum that vibrated through the ship's wooden hull. The captain's face was set in a grim mask, his hands tight on the wheel. He had heard the stories too, but refused to let them dictate his course. Yet even he glanced nervously at the horizon, as if expecting the monster to materialize at any moment. Night fell, and with it came a silence so profound it seemed unnatural. The sailors huddled together, their eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. They knew that if the stories were true, the Guardian would not reveal itself until it chose to. And when it did, there would be no escape. Hours passed, and the tension on the ship was suffocating. The sailor at the bow thought he saw something, a faint glow beneath the waves, far off but growing closer. He called out, his voice breaking the silence like a crack of thunder. The crew rushed to the railings, peering into the water below. The glow grew brighter, shifting and swirling like a living thing. It was mesmerizing, beautiful even, but the sailors knew better than to trust it. The water began to churn, the waves rising and falling in unnatural patterns. The air filled with a low rumble, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And then, it appeared. At first, it was only a shadow beneath the surface, an immense shape that seemed too large to belong to any creature. But as it rose, its form became clearer. It was unlike anything the sailors had ever seen, part beast, part myth, its body an amalgamation of scales, fins, and otherworldly light. Its eyes, if they could be called that, glowed with an intensity that pierced the soul, as if it were seeing not just the sailors, but their very essence. The creature moved with a deliberate grace, its massive body slicing through the water with an ease that belied its size. The sailors could only stare, their fear rooting them in place. The captain shouted orders, his voice hoarse and desperate, but the crew was beyond reason. They were in the presence of something far greater than themselves, a force that no man could command. The monster circled the ship, its movements slow and deliberate. It was not attacking, at least not yet. It seemed to be studying them, judging them. The sailor at the bow could feel its gaze on him, a weight that pressed against his chest and made it hard to breathe. He thought of the stories he had heard as a child, of the guardians that protected hidden lands from those who were unworthy. He wondered if this was one of those guardians, a sentinel of a place no mortal was meant to find. Perhaps it was warning them to turn back, to leave the uncharted waters and return to the safety of the known world. Or perhaps it was merely toying with them, drawing out their fear before delivering the final blow. The monster stopped its circling and rose higher in the water, its massive head breaking the surface. It let out a sound, a low, resonant bellow that shook the ship and rattled the sailors' bones. It was a sound of power, of authority. It was a sound that made it clear who was in control. The captain stood at the helm, his face pale but resolute. He raised a hand, as if to signal the creature, to show that they meant no harm. The monster watched him, its glowing eyes unblinking. For a moment, the two seemed to be locked in a silent conversation, a battle of wills between man and beast. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature sank back into the depths. The water calmed, the waves smoothing out as if nothing had happened. The glow faded, and the night was once again silent. The sailors stood frozen, their minds struggling to process what they had just witnessed. The captain lowered his hand, his shoulders slumping in relief and exhaustion. He turned to the crew, his voice steady but quiet. "We move on," he said. And though no one dared speak, they all understood the unspoken command. They would respect the sea and its guardians. They would not take more than they were given. The ship sailed on, the sailors keeping a wary eye on the water. They knew they had been spared, but they also knew they had been warned. The guardians of the hidden lands were real, and they were watching. And for the rest of their lives, the sailors would carry the memory of that night, a memory of awe, terror, and a respect for the ocean that could never be forgotten. The sea stretched endlessly around them, a vast and shifting expanse that seemed to breathe, alive with mysteries and dangers. It was a day like many others for the Norse explorers, their sturdy ship cutting through the waves as the wind carried them toward uncharted horizons. They were seasoned sailors, hardened by the harsh northern waters, yet something about this journey felt different. The air was thick with anticipation, and the usual camaraderie of the crew had turned to uneasy silence. At the edge of the gathering stood a young woman, her hands trembling as she clutched a garland of seaweed and flowers. She didn't cry, her face was a mask of quiet defiance. Around her, voices whispered prayers, some desperate, some resigned. The elders moved among the crowd, their chants weaving together like a thread binding the villagers to the sea. Tonight was a night of offering, a tradition older than anyone could remember. The story said the sea demanded its due. When the waves grew wild and the fish vanished from the nets, when sailors were swallowed whole, and strange shapes appeared beneath the water's surface, it was said the gods and monsters of the ocean were displeased. To ignore their will was to invite ruin upon the village. The sea took what it wanted, but sometimes it could be persuaded to show mercy if the offering was right. The chosen offering stood now at the center of a circle, her white dress billowing in the wind. Around her, the villagers sang an ancient song, its melody haunting and otherworldly. A large wooden raft, decorated with shells and carved with runes, rested in the shallows. Atop it were gifts for the sea, barrels of honey and wine, carved idols of the gods, and small trinkets of silver. These were meant to please Aegir and Ran, the divine rulers of the ocean, and to distract the lesser beings, the monsters who lurked below. The girl's eyes darted toward the horizon, where the water seemed to churn unnaturally. She had heard the tales since she was a child, stories of sea serpents and phantom ships, of creatures with glowing eyes and mouths large enough to swallow whales. She had always thought them just that, stories. But now, as the waves roared and the villagers' song filled the air, she wasn't so sure. The sea seemed alive, its surface moving like a vast, coiling beast. The chief elder stepped forward, his staff adorned with symbols of the gods. He raised his hands, and the villagers fell silent. His voice, deep and gravelly, carried over the sound of the waves. He spoke of the pact between the people and the sea, of the balance that had to be maintained. He spoke of the lives that had been saved by the sacrifices of those who came before. "And so," he said, turning to the girl, "we ask you to carry our hopes and prayers to the gods. May they accept our gifts, and may they spare our people." The girl nodded, her face pale but determined. She stepped onto the raft, her bare feet sinking slightly into the wood. The villagers pushed it farther into the water, their hands lingering for just a moment before letting go. As the raft floated away, carried by the waves, the girl knelt among the offerings, clutching the garland tightly. She whispered her own prayer, one that only the sea would hear. The raft drifted farther and farther until it was no more than a speck in the distance. The villagers watched in silence, their torches held high. The ocean seemed to calm, its waves softening as if lulled by the offering. But then, something changed. The water began to churn violently, swirling around the raft in a vortex. The villagers gasped, some dropping to their knees in fear. from the center of the whirlpool, a massive shape began to rise. It was impossible to discern its full form, but glimpses of glistening scales and writhing tentacles broke through the surface. The air grew thick with a sound, a low, guttural rumble that seemed to come from the depths of the earth itself. The girl on the raft stood, her eyes wide but unyielding. The garland slipped from her fingers and fell into the water, sinking slowly. The creature loomed closer, its massive body casting a shadow over the raft. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Then, the girl did something that no one expected. She raised her arms, her voice ringing out in a song that was neither the villagers' chant nor a prayer. It was something raw, something born of instinct. The creature paused, its massive head tilting as if listening. The song grew louder, its melody filled with both defiance and sorrow. The villagers watched in stunned silence, their torches flickering. The creature circled the raft once, twice, and then began to sink back into the depths. The whirlpool dissipated, and the sea returned to its restless calm. The raft and the girl were gone. For a long time, no one spoke. The villagers stared at the water, waiting for some sign, some reassurance that their offering had been accepted. The elders murmured prayers of gratitude, but their faces betrayed their uncertainty. The sea had taken what it wanted, as it always did. The next morning, the villagers awoke to find the shore littered with fish, more than they had seen in years. The nets were heavy, the boats returned safely, and the sea seemed almost benevolent. The elders declared the offering a success, and the villagers went about their lives with a renewed sense of faith. But in the quiet moments, when the waves lapped gently at the shore and the wind carried the faintest echo of a song, some of them wondered. They wondered about the girl, about the creature that had risen from the depths, and about the pact they had made with the sea. And they wondered how long its mercy would last. The storm had rolled in suddenly, turning the calm sea into a roiling battlefield of waves and wind. A lone ship struggled against the fury, its sails torn, its mast splintered. The crew fought desperately, their shouts drowned out by the thunder and the crashing of the waves. But in their hearts, they knew the sea had claimed them. Amid the chaos, one warrior stood at the bow, clutching his sword as if it could cut through the storm itself. His name was Arnvid, a name that had been shouted in triumph on countless battlefields. Yet now, as the icy spray lashed his face and the ship listed violently, he felt a fear unlike any he had known. This was a fight he could not win. Late in the afternoon, as the sun hung low in the sky, one of the men spotted movement in the distance. At first, it appeared to be a ripple, a strange pattern in the water. But the ripple grew, stretching wider and faster than any natural wave. He called out, his voice sharp and urgent, drawing the others to the side of the ship. Together, they stared at the dark mass rising from the depths. It wasn't land. It was alive. The creature broke the surface with a slow, deliberate motion, its back arching like a hill of glistening black stone. It was immense, larger than any whale they had ever seen, its skin covered in ridges and strange patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the light. The men stood frozen, caught between awe and terror, as the creature lingered for a moment before sinking back into the sea. "It watches us," muttered one of the older sailors, his voice trembling. He crossed himself instinctively, invoking both the gods of old and the new faith that was slowly taking root in their world. The others said nothing, their eyes fixed on the spot where the beast had vanished. But the unease lingered, spreading through the crew like a sickness. That night, the ship creaked and groaned as it rode the restless waves. The stars above seemed dimmer, their light swallowed by the inky darkness of the ocean. The men kept their weapons close, though they knew spears and swords would be of little use against something so vast, so otherworldly. They whispered tales of the Kraken and other sea monsters, of creatures born of the abyss that could crush ships and devour men whole. Hours passed, and just as the crew began to believe they might have been spared, the ship shuddered violently. The men scrambled to their feet, gripping ropes and railings as the vessel lurched sideways. The water around them churned, frothing white as something enormous moved beneath the surface. A second creature appeared, smaller than the first, but no less terrifying. It had a serpentine body, its scales glinting like silver in the moonlight. Its head rose high above the waves, crowned with jagged spines that looked like the remnants of ancient coral. It let out a sound, an unearthly wail that resonated deep in the explorers' chests, filling them with a primal fear they could not name. The creature circled the ship, its movements swift and purposeful. The men shouted and gestured, their voices a chaotic mix of commands and prayers. One of them hurled a spear, but it bounced harmlessly off the beast's scales, disappearing into the water without a trace. The serpent paused, its glowing eyes fixing on the man who had attacked. For a moment, time seemed to stand still, and then the creature plunged back into the sea, its long tail whipping the water into a frenzy. By dawn, the men were exhausted, their nerves frayed from the night's horrors. The ocean had calmed, but the memory of the creatures lingered in every creak of the ship and every shadow cast by the rising sun. They spoke little, their minds replaying the events over and over, searching for meaning in what they had seen. Days later, as they approached an unfamiliar shore, another encounter awaited them. This time, the creature was unlike anything they had ever imagined. It had a body that resembled a giant eel, but its skin was translucent, revealing pulsing veins and glowing organs that cast an eerie light into the water. It moved with an almost hypnotic rhythm, weaving through the waves like a phantom. The explorers watched in stunned silence as the creature approached the ship. It seemed curious, its wide, lidless eyes staring up at them. One of the younger sailors leaned over the railing, reaching out as if to touch it. The creature responded by rising higher, its head breaking the surface, and for a brief moment, man and monster regarded each other across the boundary of their worlds. Then, without warning, the creature turned and disappeared into the depths, its glowing body fading like a distant star. The men exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of relief and disappointment. For all its strangeness, this being had not been hostile. It had been something else. Something they could not name. As the weeks turned to months, the explorers encountered more such creatures, each one more bizarre and haunting than the last. There were jellyfish the size of houses, their tendrils stretching like threads of liquid fire. There were fish with human-like faces, their mouths opening and closing as if trying to speak. And there were shadows, vast, shapeless forms that moved beneath the ship, too deep and too fleeting to be seen clearly. With each encounter, the men grew more accustomed to the unknown, yet their sense of wonder never faded. They began to see the sea not as a mere expanse of water but as a living, breathing entity, filled with beings as ancient and enigmatic as the gods themselves. They felt both small and significant, chosen to witness these marvels yet powerless to understand them fully. One night, as the ship sailed under a canopy of stars, the captain gathered the men around him. His voice was steady, but his eyes betrayed the weight of what he had seen. He spoke of their journey, of the creatures they had encountered, and of the stories they would carry back to their homeland. But he also warned them that these beings were not to be trifled with, that they were part of a world beyond human comprehension. The men nodded, their faces solemn. They knew the captain was right. The sea had shown them its wonders and its terrors, and they would never forget. They would carry the memory of those encounters for the rest of their lives, passing the stories down through generations. And though they would return home with tales of strange creatures and uncharted lands, they also carried something more profound, a sense of humility, of reverence for the vast, unknowable ocean and the beings that called it home. For in the end, they had come to understand that the sea was not just a place, but a presence, a force that demanded respect and inspired awe. And in its depths lay mysteries that no man could ever hope to conquer. The night was thick with tension, the kind that made the hairs on the back of the neck rise. The villagers stood on the rocky shore, their faces lit by the flickering light of torches. The ocean stretched out before them, dark and endless, its waves crashing against the rocks with an almost rhythmic fury. The wind howled through the cliffs, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of salt and something heavier, something ancient. The ship groaned one final time before the waves swallowed it whole, dragging it into the depths. Arnvid's vision blurred as he was tossed into the freezing water. His body fought instinctively, but the cold stole his strength, and soon he felt himself sinking. Darkness closed in, and he thought he heard voices, soft, haunting, and strangely beautiful. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the water. He stood on a shore of glistening black sand, under a sky that shimmered with eerie light. The air was thick and heavy, carrying the scent of salt and something ancient. Around him, the sea stretched endlessly, its surface unnaturally still. And then he saw them. They moved like shadows, their forms indistinct at first. But as they approached, their shapes became clear, women clad in armor that gleamed like moonlight on water, their faces both fierce and sorrowful. Their cloaks billowed as if caught in an unseen wind, and in their hands they carried spears that seemed to hum with power. These were no mortals. They were the Valkyries, the choosers of the slain. Arnvid fell to his knees, overwhelmed by their presence. One of them stepped forward, her gaze piercing and her voice like the song of the sea. "Arnvid, son of warriors," she said, her words both a greeting and a judgment. "You have fought bravely in life, and now the sea has claimed you. But your battle is not yet over." He looked up at her, confusion and awe warring in his expression. "Am I dead?" he asked, his voice trembling. She tilted her head, as if considering the question. "You are caught between," she said. "This is the place where the drowned come, where their spirits linger. Some are lost forever, taken by the sea's hunger. Others are chosen." "Chosen for what?" he asked, though a part of him feared the answer. "To serve," she replied. "To guard the waters, to guide the lost, to stand against the darkness that lies beneath." As she spoke, Arnvid became aware of others around him. Spirits, some armored like him, others draped in tattered cloth, their faces pale and haunted. They moved silently, their eyes reflecting the glow of the strange sky. He realized they were the drowned, those who had perished in the sea. And yet, there was a sense of purpose in their movements, a unity that spoke of something greater. The Valkyrie extended her hand to him, her gauntlet shining with a light that seemed to come from within. "Will you accept this fate?" she asked. "Will you fight for those who cannot?" Arnvid hesitated, the weight of the question pressing down on him. But as he looked into her eyes, he saw not only the fierceness of a warrior, but also a deep, abiding sorrow. These were not mere heralds of death, they were guardians, bound to the souls of the lost. "I will," he said, his voice steady now. The moment he spoke, the air seemed to shift. The Valkyrie smiled faintly, a smile that carried both relief and sadness. She touched his forehead with her hand, and a surge of energy coursed through him. He felt the cold and weariness leave his body, replaced by a strange, otherworldly strength. His armor gleamed brighter, and his sword felt lighter in his hand. "You are one of us now," she said. "A warrior of the sea, a protector of its secrets and its sorrows." As she stepped back, the other Valkyries began to sing, their voices rising in a haunting, harmonious melody. The spirits around him stirred, their movements more purposeful. He felt himself drawn to them, as if he had always been a part of their ranks. Time passed strangely in this place. Arnvid learned to navigate the waters, both physical and spiritual, under the guidance of the Valkyries. He saw the horrors that lay beneath the surface, the monstrous entities that sought to claim the drowned for their own purposes. He fought alongside his new kin, wielding his sword against creatures that defied comprehension. And through it all, the Valkyries watched, their presence a constant reminder of the weight of his new role. But there were moments of peace as well. The spirits of sailors who had lost their way were brought to the shore, where the Valkyries would guide them to rest. Arnvid saw the gratitude in their faces, the release of their burdens. He understood then that this was not just a battle, it was a calling. One night, as the strange sky shimmered with a light that seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat, Arnvid stood with the Valkyrie who had first spoken to him. She gazed out at the still sea, her expression unreadable. "Do you miss it?" he asked. "The life you had before this?" She looked at him, her eyes reflecting the light of the sky. "I remember it," she said. "But I have been here so long that it feels like a dream. What matters now is the task we have been given." He nodded, understanding her words in a way he couldn't have before. The sea had claimed him, but it had also given him a purpose, a chance to stand against the darkness and to ensure that the lost were not forgotten. And so, As the waves lapped gently at the shore and the Valkyries sang their eternal song, Arnvid stood ready, a warrior of the sea, bound by duty and guided by the fierce, sorrowful guardians who had chosen him. The old fisherman sat by the shore, his face carved by years of wind and salt. The ocean stretched endlessly before him, a vast and inscrutable expanse. His eyes were fixed on the horizon, where the sky met the water in a line so fine it seemed like the edge of a blade. Beside him, a boy no older than 10 leaned forward, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Tell me about them," the boy asked, his voice barely louder than the whisper of the waves. "The monsters in the sea. Are they real?" The fisherman didn't answer right away. Instead, he picked up a smooth stone and turned it over in his hand, its surface glinting in the fading light. Finally, he spoke, his voice heavy with memory. "The sea holds many things," he said. "Some you can see, and some you can't. The monsters, they are more than flesh and teeth. They are what you fear when the sun sets and the water turns black." The boy shivered, though the air was warm. "What do you mean?" he asked. The fisherman's gaze shifted to the boy, his eyes sharp and knowing. "They're chaos," he said. "They're the hunger of the unknown. The sea doesn't care about us. It doesn't care if you're brave or foolish. The monsters are the face it wears when it reminds you of that." The boy frowned, trying to understand. The fisherman saw his confusion and sighed, leaning back. "Let me tell you a story," he said. "A story of the waves and the shapes that rise from them. Long ago, before the seas were mapped and the skies tamed, sailors spoke of creatures that lurked beneath the waves. They said the waters were alive with things that no man could control or comprehend. There was the Kraken, whose limbs could strangle a ship and drag it screaming into the depths. There was the Halfgufa, a mouth so vast that it could swallow the ocean itself. And then there were others, shapes that had no names, forms that defied description, shadows that moved when the water was still. But the monsters weren't just creatures. They were more than their bodies. When a sailor looked out over the endless blue and felt his heart quicken, that was the monster. When a storm rose without warning and the waves grew teeth, that was the monster. They were everything a man couldn't control, everything that whispered to him in the dark. One story, the fisherman said, was about a captain named Sten. He was a man who feared nothing. His ship, the Valkyr, had sailed farther than any other, into waters no one else dared to chart. Sten didn't believe in monsters. He thought them tales for children and cowards. One night, under a sky streaked with strange colors, Sten and his crew found themselves in calm waters. The kind of calm that made the men uneasy. The kind of calm that felt like it was waiting for something. They tried to shake off their fear, laughing and joking, but their voices were brittle, their laughter hollow. Then the sea began to change. The surface rippled, though there was no wind. The ship groaned, as if something vast and unseen pressed against it. The men ran to the rails, peering into the black water. And that's when they saw it. It wasn't a shape, not exactly. It was an absence, a darkness that swallowed the moonlight. It moved like smoke and shadow, and when it passed beneath the ship, the air grew cold. The men whispered prayers, clutching their amulets. Even Sten, for all his bravado, felt the weight of it. But he wouldn't back down. "It's nothing," he said, forcing a laugh. "Just tricks of the light." The crew didn't believe him, but they didn't argue. They knew better than to question a captain at sea. For 3 days, the ship sailed through those strange, silent waters. And for 3 days, the darkness followed. The men grew restless, their fear turning to anger. They blamed Sten, muttering that he'd brought them here, that his arrogance had called the monster from the depths. On the 4th night, the sea rose. Not in waves, but in a single, towering column of water that blocked the stars. The men screamed, scrambling for safety, but there was nowhere to go. The darkness that had followed them surged forward, and for a moment, it seemed to take form. A maw, jagged and endless. Eyes like voids. And then it struck. The ship was torn apart in an instant, the men flung into the water. Sten was the last to fall, clinging to the wheel as if his defiance could save him. When he hit the water, the cold was like knives. He struggled to stay afloat, his lungs burning, his heart pounding. And then the sea stilled. Sten found himself alone, drifting on a piece of shattered wood. The monster was gone, but its presence lingered, a shadow in his mind. He never saw his crew again. When he was finally found, days later, he was a changed man. He refused to speak of what had happened, but his eyes told the story, a story of fear, of chaos, of something no man could name. The fisherman paused, his voice trailing off. The boy stared at him, wide-eyed. "What happened to him?" he asked. The fisherman smiled faintly, a smile tinged with sadness. "He lived," he said. "But he was never the same." He'd looked into the face of the sea, and it had looked back. The boy shivered again, pulling his knees to his chest. "Are the monsters still out there?" he whispered. The fisherman looked out at the water, his expression unreadable. "They are," he said. "But they're not just in the sea. They're in all the places we don't understand. They're the shadows at the edge of the firelight, the whispers when you're alone. They're everything that reminds us how small we are." The boy was silent, his mind racing with thoughts too big for him to hold. The fisherman placed a hand on his shoulder, his grip firm but comforting. "Don't be afraid," he said. "Fear is what they feed on. Face them, and you'll find they're not as strong as they seem." The boy nodded, though he wasn't sure he believed it. The two of them sat together as the sun sank below the horizon, leaving the world bathed in darkness. The waves lapped gently at the shore, carrying secrets and silence. In the dim glow of a fire, a young skald sat cross-legged, his harp resting on his knees. His voice rose and fell like waves on a stormy sea, weaving a tale that sent shivers through the gathered listeners. The firelight flickered across their faces, highlighting eyes wide with wonder and fear. On the stone walls behind him, the shadows of intricate carvings seemed to move, the shapes of serpents and beasts dancing as if alive. The skald's tale was one of the mighty Jörmungandr, the World Serpent, whose body encircled the earth, lying coiled beneath the waves. He spoke of how Thor himself had grappled with the great beast, the thunder god's strength pitted against the primal fury of the sea. The audience could almost hear the crashing waves, the hiss of the serpent, the crackle of lightning. Children clutched their mothers, and even the warriors, hardened by battle, leaned in as the skald's words painted vivid pictures in their minds. Such stories weren't just words spoken by firelight. They were etched into stone, carved into wood, and sung in the halls of chieftains. They were a part of the Norse soul, a way of giving form to the wild and unknowable forces that ruled their lives. The sea, with its unyielding power and boundless depths, was a mystery they sought to understand. In their art and poetry, they created monsters, not because they believed the sea needed them, but because they needed a way to explain the fear and awe it inspired. Runestones dotted the landscapes of Viking homelands, their surfaces carved with images as much as words. On some, serpents twisted and writhed, their bodies forming endless loops. These were not mere decorations. They were symbols of eternity, of cycles that had no beginning and no end. For the Norse, the sea itself was such a cycle, a vast and restless force that could never be tamed. To carve a serpent was to capture a fragment of that endless motion, to honor and perhaps to appease the power it represented. One stone, weathered by centuries of wind and rain, bore the image of a ship braving monstrous waves. Above it loomed a figure that might have been a dragon or a sea serpent, its jaws wide enough to swallow the ship whole. The sailors on the stone were tiny and frail, their arms raised in futile defiance. The carver's hand had been steady, each line cut with precision, but the terror he sought to convey was raw and undeniable. Standing before such a stone, it was impossible not to feel small, not to hear the roar of the sea in your mind. In the halls of chieftains, wooden carvings adorned the high seats and pillars. Dragons curled around the edges of shields, their eyes staring out at the room as if alive. Ships bore prows carved into the shapes of beasts, their heads rearing forward as if to challenge the sea itself. These images were more than decoration. They were talismans, meant to carry the courage of the warriors who sailed beneath them. To face the sea with a beast at your prow was to declare that you would meet its monsters with monsters of your own. And then there was the poetry. Skalds, the poets of the Viking age, wove words into spells, their verses more powerful than swords. They spoke of creatures rising from the waves, their bodies glistening with salt and their eyes gleaming with hunger. They described the moment when a sailor first saw the shadow beneath his ship, the horror of realizing it was alive. They told of battles fought against impossible odds, of men dragged screaming into the depths, and of gods who dared to face the sea's fury and lived to tell the tale. One skald, known only as Bjorn the Saltskard, composed a poem about a creature he called the Mare of the Fjords. It was said to appear on nights when the moon was hidden, its body as dark as the water and its mane like foam. Bjorn's words captured the terror of hearing its call, a sound that echoed in the bones and made strong men weep. His verses spoke of how the mare would lure sailors with its mournful song, only to drag them to their deaths. It was a warning and a lament, a reminder of the sea's treachery. The art and poetry of the Norse weren't just expressions of creativity. They were acts of defiance. To carve a serpent into stone was to stand before the vastness of the sea and say, "I see you." To sing of monsters was to face the fear they inspired and turn it into something tangible. The Norse knew they could never conquer the sea, but through their stories and their craft, they could meet it on their own terms. The young skald finished his tale, his voice fading into silence. The fire crackled, its warmth a fragile shield against the cold beyond. For a moment, no one spoke. Then an old warrior, his face lined with years of salt and battle, stood and placed a hand on the skald's shoulder. "You have given us strength," the warrior said, his voice rough but steady. "You have reminded us that the sea may have its monsters, but so do we." The skald nodded, his heart swelling with pride. As the firelight flickered on the carvings behind him, the monsters seemed to grin. The village lay quiet under a pale sky, the sound of waves crashing against the rocky shore the only noise to disturb the stillness. People gathered in the longhouse, their faces solemn, shadows from the flickering firelight dancing on the rough-hewn beams above them. In the center of the room, the old skald stood, his voice low and steady, carrying the weight of a story that everyone in the room already knew, yet needed to hear again. "It was a foolish boy," he began, his eyes scanning the crowd, meeting every gaze. "A boy who thought the sea was his to command. Thorstein was his name, and though young, he had a heart full of fire and a head full of pride. He mocked the old ways, laughed at the tales of monsters, and refused the offerings to Aegir, the sea god. 'Why should I fear what I cannot see?' he would boast. 'Why bow to stories when my strength can master the waves?' A murmur ran through the crowd, disapproval heavy in the air. Even children knew better than to speak ill of the sea. The elders warned him, the skald continued, his voice rising just enough to quiet the whispers. They told him of the Draugr of the deep, spirits of sailors who had scorned the gods and now haunted the ocean floor. They spoke of the Kraken, whose tentacles could crush a ship and whose wrath was stirred by arrogance. But Thorstein laughed, louder than the waves, and set out on his boat with nothing but his oars and his pride. The fire crackled, sending up a shower of sparks. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the door. The skald paused, letting the tension settle into the room like mist on the water. He lowered his voice, forcing the listeners to lean in. "The sea was calm that morning," he said, the water smooth as glass. Thorstein rowed out farther than anyone dared, into the open ocean where the land vanished behind him. He was unafraid, his arms strong, his heart full of defiance. But the sea does not forget, nor does it forgive. The crowd tensed, the words pulling them deeper into the story. Children clutched their mothers, and even the men shifted uncomfortably on the wooden benches. At first, it was small, the skald said, his hands gesturing to paint the scene. A ripple on the surface, barely more than a breath. Thorstein paid it no mind. Then came the wind, soft at first, a whisper against his cheek. Still, he laughed, his oars cutting through the water like knives. But the sea was only beginning. The sky darkened, clouds rolling in like a black tide. The waves grew teeth, snapping at his boat, and the wind howled like wolves. The skald's voice rose, mimicking the fury of the storm. Thorstein struggled, his arms burning as he fought to keep his boat steady. But the waves were merciless, towering over him, crashing down with a force that stole the air from his lungs. He called out, not to the gods he had scorned, but to himself, his pride refusing to break even as the sea tore him apart. The fire flared, casting shadows that writhed like creatures of the deep. The skald's voice dropped again, heavy with sorrow. And then it came. From beneath the waves, a shape so vast it swallowed the light. The Draugr of the deep, they say, or the Kraken itself. Thorstein saw its eyes, cold and endless, and in that moment, he understood. The sea was not his to command. It was not his to mock. The longhouse was silent now, the listeners holding their breath. Even the wind outside seemed to pause, waiting for the skald to speak again. They found his boat days later, he said, his voice soft but unyielding. Broken, battered, half sunken on the rocks. Thorstein was not on it. But the elders knew. They knew the sea had taken him, not out of anger, but as a lesson. The skald turned his gaze to the children, his expression stern but not unkind. "Do you understand now?" he asked, his voice gentle but firm. "The sea is not just a place, not just water and waves. It is a teacher. And its lessons are not given lightly." The children nodded, their wide eyes shining in the firelight. They would not forget this story. They would not forget its lesson. The skald straightened, his voice steady as he spoke again. "We tell these tales not to frighten, but to remind. The sea's monsters are more than claws and teeth. They are our pride, our greed, our folly. They are the parts of us that think we are bigger than the waves, stronger than the tide. And they are the reason we bow to the gods, why we honor the sea with offerings and prayers. Because we know better than to think we can master what we cannot even understand." The room was silent again, the weight of the story settling over the listeners like a heavy cloak. The fire burned low, casting a warm, flickering light that softened the hard lines of the skald's face. He looked at the crowd, his expression one of quiet satisfaction. They had heard. They had understood. Outside, the sea roared, a sound both terrifying and comforting. The people listened, their hearts heavy with respect and gratitude. The sea was a monster, yes, but it was also a teacher. And they were its students, forever learning, forever humbled. The night sky stretched endlessly above the ship, its stars scattered like shards of ice across a canvas of black. The only sounds were the creak of the wooden hull and the rhythmic splash of oars cutting through the water. It was a moment of quiet, the kind that made even the bravest among the crew glance over their shoulders, half expecting something to rise from the depths. Einar gripped the tiller, his knuckles white as frost. He had sailed these waters countless times, yet tonight felt different. There was a tension in the air, a weight that pressed against his chest. The sea seemed restless, its waves too eager, its shadows too deep. He cast a glance at Bjorn, the navigator, who stood at the prow, his eyes fixed on the horizon as if searching for something he hoped not to find. They weren't alone. Not really. The old maps, drawn with trembling hands and stories instead of measurements, warned of this place. The Wyrm's Maw, they called it, a stretch of ocean where the currents tangled like a serpent's coils and whirlpools appeared without warning. Legend said a serpent truly lived here, a beast so vast its body could encircle an island, its jaws swallowing ships whole. Einar didn't believe the stories. Not fully. But he didn't need to. It was enough that the crew did. Enough that their eyes darted nervously to the dark water, their movements heavy with the weight of unspoken fears. Bjorn turned, his voice low but firm. "We hold north," he said, though his face betrayed the struggle within him. North meant skirting the maw's edge, where the waters churned and the stories whispered louder. It was the safer route, but safe was relative when the sea herself was the storyteller. The decision had already been made, yet it hung in the air like an unanswered prayer. The crew adjusted their course, the sails catching a hesitant wind. Einar tried to shake the unease creeping up his spine. He knew Bjorn was calculating every star, every ripple, trying to keep them away from danger. But in the Vikings' world, danger didn't just lurk, it ruled. And nowhere was its reign more absolute than in the uncharted waters where the monsters lived. Every sailor knew the tales. The Kraken that dragged whole fleets to their graves, its tentacles like living chains. The Lingbacker, whose back could pass for an island until it wasn't. And the Halfgufa, a phantom that wasn't even seen until it was too late. These monsters weren't just creatures of myth, they were markers. Warnings. They told sailors where not to go, and sometimes where they must go despite their fears. The wind picked up, a low whistle that grew into a howl. The waves slapped harder against the hull, as if testing its resolve. Someone muttered a prayer to Aegir, the sea god, while another clutched a charm carved from whalebone. The atmosphere on deck shifted, a shared tension spreading like frostbite. It wasn't just the storm they feared, it was what lay beneath it. Bjorn's voice cut through the wind. Eyes sharp. He pointed toward a distant patch of frothing water, illuminated by the moonlight. Einar's stomach twisted. Whirlpools. They weren't large, not yet, but they spun with an energy that seemed alive. Row harder. Einar barked, his voice carrying the authority of a man who had faced the sea's wrath before. The oarsmen obeyed, their muscles straining as they fought against the pull of the currents. The ship groaned, with protesting against forces it was never meant to endure. Suddenly, a shout came from the starboard side. Einar turned just in time to see something break the surface, a shape, sleek and dark, too large to be any fish. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind a ripple that seemed to mock their struggle. "Did you see it?" one of the crew whispered, his voice trembling. Bjorn nodded, his face grim. "The sea always watches." The word sent a shiver through the men. Superstition or not, they knew better than to dismiss such sightings. Monsters didn't need to attack to leave their mark. Their presence alone could turn a voyage into a nightmare, a test of endurance as much as courage. The ship pressed on, each mile feeling like a battle won. Bjorn's calculations became more frantic, his eyes darting between the stars and the water, his fingers tracing invisible paths through the air. He was looking for landmarks, the constellations, the currents, even the taste of the wind. The stories had taught him where to look, what to avoid, how to survive. The monsters weren't just terrors, they were guides, shaping the routes that the Vikings dared to take. Finally, the frothing water began to calm, the whirlpools retreating into the depths as if satisfied with their performance. The crew sagged with relief, but no one dared to speak. Not yet. Silence was its own offering, a sign of respect for the forces they had just outmaneuvered. Einar allowed himself a breath, his grip on the tiller loosening. They had made it past the maw, but he knew better than to relax. The sea had its own morality, and it didn't favor complacency. Bjorn approached him, his expression unreadable. "We'll need to adjust our course again," he said. "The stars are shifting." Einar nodded. He trusted Bjorn, not just because of his skill, but because of the stories he carried with him, the knowledge passed down through generations, etched into memory like runes on stone. The sea monsters weren't just obstacles, they were warnings, shaping the map of the known world with every tale of terror and survival. As the ship sailed on, the tension began to ease, replaced by the quiet determination of men who understood their place in a world far larger than themselves. The stars above continued to guide them, and the monsters below continued to remind them of the price of arrogance. The Vikings had learned to respect both, and in doing so, they had found their way through the chaos of the sea. The sky darkened without warning. It wasn't the soft, gradual dusk of evening, this was different. It was as if the sun itself had been swallowed whole, leaving only a blackened void above the ship. The sea, which had been calm just moments ago, now twisted into monstrous shapes, rising and falling like the chest of some great, slumbering beast. The crew went silent, their eyes glued to the horizon where the storm was born, the waves crashing higher with each passing second, as if angry at the very idea of their ship daring to cross its path. In the distance, a flicker of lightning illuminated something dark, something too large to be believed. The men stared, not daring to speak, as the sea seemed to pulse and thrash. It was coming for them. Hold steady. Einar shouted above the roar of the wind, but even his voice seemed to be swallowed by the storm. His heart raced, but it wasn't the storm he feared. It was what it might represent. A creature? Or something more? The stories had always been the same, terrible creatures, lurking beneath the waves, waiting for sailors to challenge them, to tempt fate. The Kraken, the Serpent, the Wyrm, all monsters that swallowed ships whole and dragged men to watery graves. But the more Einar thought about it, the more he began to wonder, was it the creatures they feared, or was it the storms themselves? Was it the tempest that seemed to mock their very existence? The waves towered above them now, like a wall built by an ancient hand, impossibly high, impossibly fierce. They could feel it, the existential weight of being alive in a world so vast and unpredictable. The sea didn't care for their lives, it would destroy them just as easily as it gave them sustenance. The storm was not just a force of nature. It was the embodiment of their deepest fears, the realization that no matter how strong or clever they were nothing compared to the immense, unyielding power of the natural world. The monsters of the sea were not beasts to be fought, they were forces that had no reason, no mercy. Just like the storm. And so the sea monsters, with their monstrous forms and their terrifying power, became symbols. Not of beasts, but of everything they could not control. Of nature's fury. Of the dread of the unknown. Of the things that happened without reason or mercy, like the storms that rose without warning, the way a ship could vanish from the surface of the earth without a trace, swallowed whole by the abyss. It wasn't just a storm coming for them, it was their fears, their helplessness against the cruelty of nature. The waves crashed over the side of the ship, drenching them all. The sails billowed and snapped like the wings of a great bird, tearing in the gusts. Men gripped the ship's railings, eyes wide, breath shallow. A giant wave loomed, and for a split second, Einar thought he saw it, no, felt it, a creature, something enormous, its form visible only for a moment between flashes of lightning. A shape so vast it seemed to stretch from the sea floor to the heavens above. No. It wasn't the Kraken. It was the storm. The rage of nature, embodied in some terrible form. This was not a fight against a creature, it was a fight for survival against the very forces that controlled their world. The thunder cracked like a whip, and the waves grew even higher, rolling in like endless mountains, so tall that even the sky seemed insignificant. Einar's heart pounded, not out of fear for the ship or the crew, but for the realization that this was all they could do, hold on. They were nothing against this. The storm seemed to whisper to him, "You are small. You are nothing. I can take you all." As the lightning struck again, he couldn't help but wonder if these creatures, the monsters of the sea, were not just things from the deep, but symbols, manifestations of the power of chaos itself. The unpredictability of life. The ever-present possibility that everything could be torn from you in an instant. They were not just beasts, they were nightmares, shaped by nature itself. They were a reflection of what happened when the world became too big, too overwhelming to understand. They were the chaos that lay just beneath the surface, threatening to swallow everything whole. Suddenly, the ship pitched violently. The crew scrambled, shouting, trying to hold the lines, the ropes, anything to keep them from being tossed into the churning abyss. Einar gritted his teeth and held onto the tiller with all his might. He could feel the ship's creaking hull giving way beneath them, as if the very bones of their vessel were rebelling against the forces pushing it forward. But the storm pressed on, merciless and relentless. And then, just like that, the storm eased. One moment it was there, its claws around their throats, and the next, it was gone. The waves flattened, and the wind died. The world was still. Too still. They were alive. But what would they make of it? Had they been saved by chance? By the mere mercy of the sea, or had they been spared because the storm had simply grown bored of them? It was a question that had no answer, and that was what made it so terrifying. The creatures of the sea weren't just beasts. They were metaphors for the uncontrollable forces of nature, the chaos that lay just beyond their reach. As the crew gathered their breath and began to mend their sails, Einar could not shake the thought that had taken root in his mind. Monsters. Perhaps they were not just the creatures from the depths. Perhaps they were the storms, the earthquakes, the floods. They were every natural disaster that had ever taken a life without warning. They were everything they couldn't predict, everything they couldn't control. They were a reminder, a warning. And no matter how many tales of monsters the Vikings told, it was the monsters of the world, the ones made of wind, water, and chaos, that could never be fully defeated. Only survived. The waves rolled with a rhythmic, almost eerie calmness, but the sailors knew better than to trust it. The sea was as unpredictable as it was unforgiving, and they had learned, through countless journeys, that the quiet before the storm was the most dangerous of all. It was during these moments of stillness that the monsters of the deep seemed to stir. And there was one tale that always surfaced in the back of their minds, a tale as old as the sea itself. There was the great serpent, curled and twisting beneath the surface, its eyes glistening like moonlight on dark water. The ship rocked slightly, as if the sea itself was hinting at its power, reminding them that monsters were never far away. But the sailors of the northern seas were not the only ones to face such creatures. Far to the south, where the Mediterranean stretched vast and endless, the same creatures haunted the imaginations of another group of seafarers. Greek and Roman sailors told stories of beasts rising from the depths, of horrors that could swallow whole ships and drag men to their doom. Their gods, too, had control over the waters, their tempers as volatile as the storms they unleashed. And just as the Vikings whispered tales of krakens, serpents, and sea monsters, so too did the ancient Mediterranean seafarers. The legends were shared across the seas, as if the waters themselves connected them all. One story that stood out was that of the mighty Scylla, a creature with 12 feet and 6 heads, each one a gaping mouth filled with sharp teeth, always hungry, always searching for her next meal. She lived on one side of a narrow strait, while her counterpart, Charybdis, lurked on the other. Charybdis was a whirlpool, a force of nature so powerful that it could suck entire ships into her depths, never to be seen again. The Greeks told of how sailors had to choose between the two, trying to navigate the deadly strait while avoiding the teeth of Scylla and the swirling pull of Charybdis. Both monsters were as deadly as the other, both connected to the same cruel fate. As the Viking crew drifted farther into the storm, the tale of Scylla haunted Einar's thoughts. He could almost see her in the distance, her heads rising from the water like grotesque towers of terror, ready to strike. The similarities between the Mediterranean monster and the northern sea monsters were undeniable. Both were symbols of the dangers of the unknown, of the power that lay beneath the waves, waiting for a careless sailor to venture too far. The Viking sailors had their own version of Scylla, though she came in the form of the Kraken, a creature whose mere presence could send even the bravest of men into a frenzy of terror. The comparison between the two was striking. Scylla was a monster with many heads, each one capable of devouring men in an instant. Her hunger was insatiable, a reflection of the sea itself, a force that would take, without reason or remorse. The Kraken, too, was a creature of vast power, with tentacles that could crush ships and pull men into the black depths. Both represented chaos, the unpredictable, the uncontrollable forces of the world that could strike without warning. Einar could feel the tension in the air as the crew sailed on. The storm was still far off, but it was coming, and he knew it. The waves had begun to grow, to pulse with an unnatural energy. There was something out there. Something that wasn't just wind and water, but something much older, much darker. And that something was a monster. His thoughts drifted back to the ancient myths, to the creatures of the sea that had haunted the imaginations of sailors for centuries. The tales told by the Greeks and Romans weren't just stories, they were warnings. Warnings about the dangers that lay just beneath the surface, the monsters that lived in the deep, waiting for the moment when the waves would rise, and the world would be thrown into chaos. The stories of Scylla and Charybdis, of the Kraken and other northern monsters, were all the same. They spoke of the fear and awe that the sea inspired, of the power of the unknown, and of the forces that sailors could never fully understand or control. As the crew braced themselves for the storm, Einar's mind wandered to another tale, this one told by the Romans. It was the story of the Hydra, a multi-headed serpent that lived in the swamps, with each head capable of growing back if it was cut off. The Hydra was a creature that couldn't be defeated easily. It was a reflection of the sea itself, a reminder that no matter how many dangers they faced, there would always be more waiting. For every monster they slayed, for every wave they overcame, another would rise in its place. The similarities between the Mediterranean sea monsters and the creatures of the north were more than just a matter of myth, they were a way of understanding the world. The sea was dangerous, yes, but it was also something more. It was a reflection of the wild, untamed forces that governed life itself. And just like the sailors of the Mediterranean, the Vikings knew that the only way to survive was to respect the power of the sea, to fear it, and to never underestimate it. As the wind picked up and the storm approached, Einar's thoughts turned once more to the stories, to the Greek and Roman myths, and to the monsters that had inspired fear in the hearts of sailors for centuries. He could almost hear their voices in the wind, whispering across the water, telling tales of monsters that lived just beneath the surface, waiting to rise up and swallow them whole. And yet, even as the storm raged around them, he knew one thing: the stories would never die. They would always be there, passed down from generation to generation, carried on the waves, keeping alive the memory of the monsters that haunted the seas. The wind howled across the cliffs, carrying with it the salt of the sea and the whispers of old tales. Beneath the moonlight, the waves crashed against the rocks as if in rage, as though the sea itself was alive, its power unfathomable. The people who lived by these waters told stories, once passed down in hushed voices, by firelight, or during long, dark nights when the winds would wail and the world felt fragile. The stories were never the same, yet they were connected, woven together like a net cast across the ages. From Celtic shores to Anglo-Saxon settlements, the myths flowed like tides, shaping and being shaped by those who told them. It was as if the land and sea themselves conspired to share the legends, carrying whispers across waters and winds. One such tale spoke of the Afank, a creature said to dwell in lakes, rivers, and the shadowy spaces between worlds. The Celts feared the Afank, describing it as a monstrous beast with the strength of 10 men, capable of dragging unsuspecting victims to a watery grave. Its eyes were like burning coals, and its breath could churn the calmest waters into a storm. To the Celts, the Afank was not just a monster, it was a guardian of hidden truths, a force to be reckoned with, respected, and feared. Across the North Sea, the Anglo-Saxons had their own stories. They told of the Grendel, a creature not bound to the sea but sharing the same primal, otherworldly terror as the Afank. The Grendel was said to lurk in the marshes and darkened waters, waiting to strike fear into the hearts of even the bravest warriors. Its presence spoke of the fear of the unknown, of the dangers that lay just beyond the edge of the light. The overlap between these myths was undeniable. When Celtic and Anglo-Saxon cultures clashed, traded, and mingled, so too did their legends. Travelers and storytellers carried the tales across borders, embellishing them, blending them, giving them new life. And as the stories traveled, they changed, becoming richer, darker, more intricate. The ship was tossed by the waves, the wood groaning under the strain. A bard stood at the prow, his voice rising above the wind, telling of the creatures that lived beneath the surface. He spoke of the sea serpents, great coils of flesh and muscle that could crush a man's ship in a single movement. He spoke of the Afank and the Grendel, of how their powers seemed to mirror the forces of nature, unpredictable, merciless, unrelenting. The crew listened, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and dread. The bard's words carried them to the shores of distant lands, where the Celts told of the Morrigan, the goddess of war and fate, who sometimes appeared as a raven or a crow but could command the waters with her will. To those who lived on the Celtic fringe, the Morrigan was more than a deity, she was a symbol of life's brutal, unyielding cycle. Her power was in the storms, in the battles, in the monsters that roamed the seas and skies. The Anglo-Saxon crew, too, shared their own stories. They spoke of Wyrms, long and sinuous dragons that slithered through the waters and skies, their scales shimmering like the stars. These Wyrms were often treasures in themselves, guarding hoards of gold, demanding bravery from those who sought to confront them. The Wyrm was a challenge, a force to be overcome, just as the sea was for those who dared to sail it. What united these myths was more than their monstrous subjects. It was the emotions they evoked, the awe of nature's might, the fear of the unknown, the need for courage in the face of overwhelming odds. The Afank and the Wyrm, the Grendel and the sea serpents, they all spoke to a truth that every sailor knew. The sea was a place of chaos and danger, but it was also a place of endless possibility. To sail its waters was to confront your own fears, to test your own strength. As the waves grew higher, the bard's tale reached its climax. He told of a warrior who had ventured into the lands of the Celts, seeking the Afank. The warrior had heard that the creature guarded a treasure, something more valuable than gold or jewels. But when he found the beast, he realized that the treasure was knowledge, a secret that could change the fate of his people. The Afank offered the warrior a choice: face his deepest fear to claim the knowledge, or flee and live in ignorance. The warrior chose to stay, and though the tale did not say what became of him, the crew felt the weight of his decision in their hearts. One of the sailors spoke up, sharing a similar story from his homeland. He told of Beowulf, the hero who had faced the Grendel and later a dragon, each battle a test of his courage and resolve. The Grendel had represented chaos, the dragon greed, and in facing them, Beowulf had become a symbol of bravery and sacrifice. The stories swirled together, like waves merging in the ocean. The Afank, the Grendel, the Wyrms, and the Morrigan, they were all different, yet they all came from the same place. They came from the hearts of people who had looked into the vastness of the sea and seen both beauty and terror. They came from the minds of those who had faced the unknown and lived to tell the tale. As the storm broke and the ship sailed on, the bard's voice fell silent. But the stories lingered, carried by the wind and waves, weaving themselves into the fabric of the sailors' lives. They were not just tales, they were a part of who they were, a reminder of the power of myths to unite, to teach, and to inspire. And in the quiet that followed, the crew knew that they carried the weight of those stories with them, just as their ancestors had before them. The air was thick with frost as the ship creaked along the frozen coast, the icy waves slapping its hull like warning hands. The sailors, cloaked in layers of fur, exchanged uneasy glances. They had ventured farther than ever before, into waters whispered to be the edge of the known world. Here, the stories were different, but the fears were the same. Whales too large to comprehend, spirits beneath the waves, and beasts that roamed the icy depths. This was a place where the myths of Iceland, Greenland, and the Inuit people intertwined. In Iceland, the tales began with the winds that howled across the volcanic plains and the waves that seemed to speak. Their stories were as sharp as the jagged cliffs and as haunting as the endless nights of winter. Sailors spoke of the Hafgufa, a creature so massive it was mistaken for an island. But when a ship drew too near, it revealed its true form, a monstrous maw that swallowed everything in its path. The Hafgufa was not just a beast, it was the embodiment of nature's unpredictability, a reminder that the ocean could be as treacherous as it was beautiful. As the ship pushed northward, the crew heard whispers of Greenlandic myths. The Kalaallit people spoke of Tupelaks, creatures crafted by shamans using bones, sinew, and dark magic. These beings were sent to wreak vengeance, but they came at a price. If the spell failed, the Tupelak would turn on its creator. The sailors shivered at the thought, imagining their enemies crafting such monstrosities and setting them loose beneath the ice. But the most unsettling stories came from the Inuit. In the vast, snow-covered lands where survival was a daily battle, their legends were born from the raw power of the natural world. One tale told of Sedna, a goddess of the sea who ruled over the creatures of the deep. She had been betrayed by her father, cast into the icy waters, where her fingers became seals and whales. Now, she was both feared and revered, her wrath blamed for storms and her favor sought for bountiful hunts. One evening, as the crew huddled around a fire, an old sailor began to speak. His voice was low, barely audible above the crackling flames. He told of a voyage long ago, when his ship had been caught in an ice drift near Greenland. The crew had been starving, their supplies dwindling. One night, they saw lights in the distance, shimmering like fire on the frozen horizon. They followed them, hoping for rescue, but what they found was something else entirely. He described a woman rising from the ice, her hair tangled with seaweed and her eyes as dark as the ocean depths. She said nothing, only stared at them as the ice beneath their feet began to crack. The crew fled, leaving their ship behind, and when they turned back, it was gone, swallowed by the ice and the sea. Some said it was Sedna, angry at their intrusion, while others believed it was a Tupilak sent to punish them for their sins. The younger sailors laughed nervously, brushing off the tale as an old man's fantasy. But the older crew members remained silent, their expressions grave. They had heard similar stories before, not just from Greenland, but from Iceland and even their own villages. It was as if the North Atlantic itself conspired to weave these myths together, creating a tapestry of fear and wonder that spanned thousands of miles. As the ship reached the edge of the pack ice, the crew's unease grew. The water here was darker, heavier, as though it held secrets too old to be spoken. The captain, a stoic man who rarely showed emotion, began to recite an old Icelandic prayer. It was meant to ward off the Hafgufa, but its words seemed to echo the fears of every myth they had heard. The prayer spoke of the sea as a living thing, of beasts that lurk beneath the waves, and of the need for courage in the face of the unknown. The Inuit guide who had joined their voyage listened silently, his eyes fixed on the horizon. When the captain finished, the guide spoke for the first time in days. He told them of Kalapalik, a creature said to lure children to the water with a haunting, humming song. Its skin was green, its nails sharp, and its hunger insatiable. It was said that Kalapalik preyed on those who strayed too far from the safety of the shore, dragging them into the depths where no one could hear their cries. The crew listened, their faces pale. The guide's voice was calm, almost indifferent, as though he were describing the weather. But his words carried the weight of generations, of a people who had lived in harmony with the land and sea but never underestimated their power. Later that night, as the ship anchored in a sheltered bay, one of the sailors claimed to hear a low hum drifting across the water. It was faint, almost like a lullaby, but it sent chills down their spines. No one dared investigate, and by morning, the sound was gone. But the unease remained, a shadow that followed them as they continued their voyage. The crew couldn't shake the feeling that these myths were not just stories but warnings. The Hafgufa, the Tupilak, Sedna, and Kalapalik, they all spoke of boundaries, of the fragile line between humanity and the wild. To cross that line was to invite chaos, to challenge forces that were beyond understanding. And yet, these tales also carried a strange kind of beauty, a reminder of the interconnectedness of the North Atlantic's peoples and their shared respect for the power of the sea. By the time the ship returned home, the sailors were forever changed. They carried with them not only the stories they had heard, but also a newfound reverence for the waters they had crossed. The myths of Iceland, Greenland, and the Inuit were no longer just tales, they were a part of their reality, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling to connect, to teach, and to remind us of our place in the world. The storm struck with the force of a hammer, its winds tearing at the sails, and its waves battering the ship with relentless fury. The crew shouted over the howling tempest, their voices hoarse with desperation. It was not just the storm that frightened them, it was what they believed lay at its heart. Somewhere in the churning darkness, they were sure the Kraken lurked, its monstrous tentacles ready to drag them into the abyss. As lightning lit the sky, a shadow seemed to rise from the water, impossibly large and terrible. It could have been a wave, or the Kraken itself, but the sailors crossed themselves instinctively, muttering prayers to ward off the evil they were certain had found them. They were no longer sure who to pray to, the gods of their ancestors, or the new god brought to them by Christian missionaries. For generations, Viking seafarers had spoken of sea monsters as the forces of chaos and guardians of forbidden places. These creatures were not just enemies, but adversaries worthy of respect. Slaying a serpent or escaping the grasp of the Kraken was a feat that earned glory and songs sung around roaring fires. Monsters, in their world, were part of a grander cosmic balance, a reminder of nature's power and the hero's role in confronting it. But now, things were changing. The old gods, with their vast and unruly pantheon, were being replaced by the singular, omnipotent God of Christianity. The tales of serpents and krakens, once symbols of a warrior's courage, were being reinterpreted as manifestations of sin, temptation, and the devil himself. Missionaries whispered that the beasts of the sea were no longer trials for heroes but punishments from an angry god or the twisted work of Satan. The crew's navigator, a man named Eirik, carried an amulet of Thor's hammer around his neck. He clutched it now, his knuckles white, as he stared into the storm. When the ship lurched and a mast cracked, he shouted above the chaos, "Thor will protect us." He wields the storms, not the Christian's devil. But not everyone on board shared his conviction. Some had already converted, swayed by promises of salvation and tales of Christ calming the seas with a word. One such man, a younger sailor named Leif, responded, "The storm is punishment for clinging to the old ways. Only prayer to the true God can save us." The clash of beliefs echoed louder than the thunder, and the crew was divided between their ancient traditions and the fear of a Christian hell. They had heard the missionaries' warnings. The sea serpent Jörmungandr, once the great rival of Thor, was now seen as a demon, a serpent of the devil. The Kraken, with its many arms, was likened to Leviathan, the beast from the Book of Job. The sea itself, unpredictable and dangerous, became a metaphor for human sin. The storm calmed just before dawn, leaving the ship battered but afloat. The exhausted crew huddled together, their faces pale and drawn. They were safe for the moment, but the night had left a mark on them, a deeper fear, not just of the sea but of the unseen forces shaping their lives. For those who still followed the old gods, there was an anger simmering beneath their relief. The storm had been a trial, a test of their mettle and their loyalty. For the converts, it had been a warning, a call to abandon the pagan traditions before it was too late. The tension grew in the weeks that followed. They passed a rocky owl where a serpent was said to have been sighted years before. The older men told the tale of how a hero had once slain a beast there, his sword piercing its heart as it wrapped around his ship. The converts dismissed the story, calling it pagan nonsense. "The serpent wasn't slain," one of them said with certainty. "It was cast out by Saint Olaf, who banished the demon in Christ's name." The old sailors laughed bitterly. "Saints and demons," one said, spitting over the side. "What do you know of the sea? You think it listens to prayers? It respects strength, not sermons." But the stories were changing, and they all knew it. Each encounter with the unknown, whether a massive whale mistaken for a monster or the groaning of the ship in the waves, was now seen through a fractured lens. Was it the wrath of Thor, the devil's work, or a test of faith from the Christian God? The uncertainty gnawed at them, leaving even the boldest among them uneasy. As they neared home, they came upon a smaller vessel adrift, its mast snapped and its crew nowhere to be seen. The ship's deck was empty save for a scattering of strange symbols carved into the wood. Eirik recognized them as runes, likely carved to ward off evil spirits. But Leif pointed to the claw marks that raked the side of the hull. "A demon did this," he said, his voice trembling. "The runes couldn't protect them. Only God can." Eirik rounded on him, his eyes blazing. "You think your prayers are stronger than the power of our gods? Those runes were carved by men who understood the sea, not men who fear it." Before the argument could escalate, the captain ordered them back to their own ship. They left the wreck behind, its mysteries unresolved. But the sight of it haunted them, each man interpreting its fate through the stories they carried in their hearts. By the time they reached the harbor, the storm and the wreck had become legends in their own right. The converts spoke of how their prayers had saved them from the devil's storm, while the pagans credited Thor for sparing them from Jörmungandr's wrath. The two sides never agreed, but both knew one thing for certain: the sea was still a place of mystery, where gods and demons, monsters and myths collided. And somewhere in the depths, the creatures of their stories swam on, unconcerned with the squabbles of men. The waters were still, unnervingly so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in streaks of red and gold. A fisherman on the deck of a small boat glanced nervously at the rippling sea. He had heard the stories, whispered across continents, passed down through generations. Every culture seemed to have its own tales, yet the threads were eerily similar. he tightened his grip on the wooden rail, feeling the weight of countless legends pressing against the silence. From the Pacific Islands to the icy waters of the North Atlantic, the descriptions varied in form but not in substance. Giant tentacles dragging ships into the abyss. Serpents that coiled around entire vessels, their scales glinting under pale moonlight. Shadowy beasts that emerged from the depths, their forms so massive they blocked the stars themselves. To the fishermen, it didn't matter what name they bore or which gods they were said to serve. They all spoke of the same primal fear, the sea's unforgiving dominion over life. Suddenly, a noise broke the quiet. A low, guttural groan that seemed to rise from the water itself. His heart raced as he scanned the horizon. Was it the call of a whale? Or was it something far older, far stranger? He thought of the stories told by his grandfather, who swore he had seen a creature with glowing eyes and jagged teeth off the coast of Norway. But those tales, the old man had said, were no different from the ones told by sailors in the South China Sea, where dragons swam beneath the waves, their whiskered faces brimming with malice. In Japan, there was talk of the yumabozu, a spirit-like creature said to appear before storms, demanding offerings from sailors. Those who refused were dragged to their doom. The fishermen had heard a similar tale from a visitor from the Caribbean, a story of Lusca, the half-octopus, half-shark monster that lurked in blue holes and devoured entire crews. How could two places so distant, so different, share the same nightmares? The boat rocked gently, but the fisherman's pulse refused to slow. He thought of the great Leviathan from biblical texts, a beast so fearsome it was said to embody chaos itself. He had heard of similar monsters in Maori lore, where Tanawa guarded underwater caves, punishing those who trespassed. And then there were the legends of the Amazon basin, where serpents like Yakamama, the mother of water, lay hidden beneath the surface, waiting to swallow anything that came too close. The fisherman glanced over the side, half expecting to see glowing eyes staring back at him. His mind raced with images conjured by these myths. What was it about the sea that stirred such terror in the human soul? Was it its vastness, its darkness, or its depths, which no man could fathom? Or was it simply the stories themselves, woven into the fabric of every culture, shaping fears that transcended borders and oceans? A wave lapped against the hull, startling him. He steadied himself, but his thoughts refused to settle. The Norse spoke of Jörmungandr, the World Serpent, so massive it encircled the entire earth. It was said that when the serpent released its tail, the world would end. Yet, halfway around the world, in Hindu mythology, there was Shisha, the king of all serpents, whose coils held up the universe itself. Could these legends be connected somehow, echoing truths too great for mortal minds to grasp? The fisherman remembered a story he had heard from an Inuit elder during a rare visit to the Arctic. The elder spoke of Kalapalik, a green-skinned creature with long nails who lured children to the icy waters with a haunting hum. The tale reminded him of the sirens from Greek mythology, whose songs tempted sailors to their deaths on jagged rocks. Could the Kalapalik and the sirens be two faces of the same fear? The thought sent shivers down his spine. The groan from the sea sounded again, closer this time. His hands trembled as he peered into the dark water. For a moment, he thought he saw a shape moving beneath the surface, something impossibly large, something alive. He pulled back, his breathing ragged. In his mind's eye, he saw the creatures described by Polynesian navigators, giant sharks like Tangaroa's children, hunting the open ocean. He thought of the Kraken, whose name sent shivers down the spines of sailors from Scandinavia to the Mediterranean. Could such beasts still exist, hidden in the unexplored depths? He gripped the rail tighter, his knuckles white. He wasn't a man given to superstition, but the stories were too many, too alike, to dismiss. The Maori warned of Tanawa, the Inuit spoke of Kalapalik, the Greeks sang of Scylla and Charybdis. Even the Vikings, whose longships conquered the seas, feared what lurked beneath. He thought of those daring explorers, their runestones etched with warnings, their sagas filled with tales of serpents and sea dragons. The world's oceans may have separated them, but the monsters seemed to unite them in shared awe and dread. The fisherman closed his eyes, the weight of these myths pressing down on him like the dark sky above. He thought of his ancestors, of sailors and explorers who had faced the same fears and lived to tell their tales, or hadn't. Maybe the monsters were real. Maybe they weren't. But the stories, he realized, were alive, passed on like whispers from shore to shore, binding humanity in its universal fear of the unknown. The groan came again, louder, almost a roar. The fisherman opened his eyes, his heart pounding. The water rippled unnaturally, and he could swear he saw a shadow, huge and unearthly, moving just beneath the surface. He stepped back, his mind racing with all the stories he'd ever heard, all the warnings he'd ever ignored. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the water fell silent. The fisherman stood frozen, his breath caught in his throat. He didn't know what he had seen or heard, but he knew this: the sea, vast and unknowable, held its secrets tightly. And whatever swam in its depths, whether monster or myth, was something humanity could only ever glimpse through stories. He turned back toward the shore, his hand steadying the boat's rudder. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, he felt a strange sense of peace. The sea had spared him, for now. But its stories would haunt him forever. The air was heavy with silence, a silence so dense it seemed to press against the skin. In the eerie twilight, Thor stood at the edge of the vast ocean, his hammer Mjolnir gripped tightly in his hand. The horizon churned with waves, but beneath them, something far more ominous stirred. It was there, coiled around the earth, its massive body hidden beneath the endless expanse of the sea. Jörmungandr, the World Serpent. The stories said it was so large it encircled Midgard itself, biting its own tail in an eternal loop. But this wasn't just a tale whispered by fires or etched into runestones. It was real, alive, and waiting. Thor could feel its presence like a pulse in the water, each beat a reminder of what was to come. Then, a faint ripple broke the surface, followed by another. The waves grew restless, and the air turned sharp with salt and something more metallic, like blood. Thor's knuckles whitened around the handle of his hammer. He knew what the ancient seers had foretold, that this serpent was no ordinary beast. It was the harbinger of Ragnarök, the end of all things. The legend spoke of a day when the World Serpent would release its tail and rise from the depths, bringing chaos with it. It would spew poison into the skies, blackening the sun and choking the earth. The seas would boil, the mountains would crumble, and the gods themselves would fall. Thor had always known his fate was entwined with Jörmungandr's, their destinies set on a collision course that neither could escape. Still, standing on the edge of that darkened sea, he felt the weight of inevitability like never before. A massive swell rose before him, so high it seemed to scrape the heavens. The serpent's head emerged, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Its scales shimmered like molten metal, each one as large as a shield. The beast's maw opened, revealing fangs like jagged cliffs, dripping with venom. Its hiss was deafening, a sound that rattled the bones and froze the soul. Thor didn't flinch. He raised Mjolnir, the weapon that had felled giants and shattered mountains. But this was no ordinary battle. This was a reckoning, a moment foretold in the stars and etched into the very fabric of existence. As the serpent lunged, Thor leapt forward, their clash shaking the earth itself. The fight was as fierce as the prophecies had promised. Jörmungandr's venom rained down like fiery hail, scalding the earth and turning rivers to steam. Thor's hammer struck the serpent's massive body, each blow sending shockwaves across the sea. The skies darkened as the poison spread, and thunder roared in defiance. Yet for every strike Thor landed, the serpent lashed back with equal fury, its tail whipping through the air and shattering everything in its path. Amid the chaos, Thor's mind flickered with memories of the stories he had heard as a child. Jörmungandr wasn't just a monster, it was a symbol of all that was uncontrollable, all that defied order. It represented the untamable forces of nature, the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the known world. But it was also a reminder of balance. For as much as the serpent threatened destruction, it also maintained the world's fragile equilibrium, its coiled body holding the earth together. Until now. The venom began to seep into Thor's skin, its burning sting slowing his movements. But he pressed on, each swing of Mjolnir a testament to his unyielding will. The serpent's hiss turned into a roar as it reared back for a final strike. Thor braced himself, his vision blurring from the poison. He knew the cost of this battle. The seers had warned him that even if he triumphed, he would not survive. Yet he stood firm, not out of hope for victory, but because there was no other choice. With a cry that echoed across the 9 realms, Thor hurled Mjolnir with all his remaining strength. The hammer struck Jörmungandr's head, splitting it with a thunderous crack. The serpent let out a final, earth-shaking roar before collapsing into the sea, its massive body sinking into the depths. The waves surged, swallowing the land, as the venom in the air began to dissipate. Thor staggered, his breath ragged. He had won, but the cost was as the seers had said. The venom coursing through his veins was a death sentence. He fell to his knees, the weight of his hammer and his destiny finally catching up to him. As he looked out over the now calm sea, he felt a strange peace. Jörmungandr was defeated, but the world was forever changed. The battle had marked the beginning of Ragnarök, and the gods would soon face their own fates. The ocean was still once more, but its silence was different now. It wasn't the calm of peace, but the quiet before the storm. The serpent might be gone, but its poison lingered, a reminder of the chaos it had unleashed. Thor's vision dimmed, the edges of his world fading. His last thoughts were not of victory or defeat, but of the eternal dance between order and chaos, creation and destruction. And in that balance, he found a sliver of understanding, even as the darkness claimed him. In the dim light of a flickering hearth, an old scholar traced his fingers over a page filled with strange, curling runes. The fire's glow danced on his withered face, casting shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. His mind teetered between the present and the ancient past, as if the stories etched into the brittle parchment whispered to him directly. Tales of serpents rising from the sea, gods locked in battle, and heroes who stood defiant against the monstrous unknown, all seemed to breathe anew in the quiet room. Yet, these weren't just Viking stories anymore. They had been reshaped, woven with threads of other cultures, molded by the hands of time. The raw, untamed myths of the North had traveled far beyond the fjords and icy seas, carried on the tongues of traders, scribes, and priests. They lingered in the words of poets, in the sermons of preachers, and in the vibrant tapestries of courtly halls. Each retelling left its mark, layering new meanings over old truths. The serpent Jörmungandr, once a symbol of cosmic chaos, became something more personal in later centuries. Artists in medieval monasteries painted it as a warning against sin, its coils a metaphor for temptation's grip. Its venomous breath was no longer just the poison of the seed but the corruption of the soul. The terrifying image of Thor's final battle, once told with awe and solemnity, was now tinged with moral lessons. To the monks who labored over these interpretations, the chaos of Ragnarök mirrored their fears of damnation and divine retribution. But even as these tales were recast through the lens of Christianity, they refused to lose their ancient soul. The power of the Viking myths lay in their visceral, primal energy, something no translation or reinterpretation could erase. In the courts of Europe, where knights and kings gathered to hear tales of old, the stories took on a chivalric sheen. Thor became a noble warrior, his hammer a symbol of justice, and his battles echoes of the struggles every man faced in defending honor and faith. The sea monsters transformed, too, from unknowable horrors into tests of courage, the physical embodiments of fear that knights were sworn to overcome. In Iceland, where the sagas lived closest to their roots, the myths retained a wilder, untamed spirit. Here, Jörmungandr was still the World Serpent, and the stories of Ragnarök were recited with a chill of reverence. Yet even in this land of fire and ice, time began to weave new interpretations. The serpent's unending coil became not just a symbol of destruction but of cycles, of endings giving birth to beginnings, of winters yielding to springs. Elsewhere, as the Norse explorers ventured farther and the world expanded, their myths mingled with those of other cultures. The sea monsters of Viking lore found parallels in the leviathans of Jewish tradition and the dragons of Chinese folklore. Each culture added its own perspective, its own fears and hopes. In these global echoes, the Viking monsters were no longer just beasts of the north, but universal symbols of the unknown, of the chaos that lurks beyond the edges of human understanding. And still, the myths endured. Centuries later, when the age of exploration reached its peak, sailors whispered of krakens and leviathans waiting in the depths. Maps of the time marked the edges of the world with curling sea serpents, their forms unmistakably influenced by Viking lore. To the mariners who braved uncharted waters, the monsters were both a warning and a reminder of their own bravery. The shadow of Jörmungandr stretched across oceans, a ghostly presence that could not be forgotten. In the Romantic era, the Viking myths found new life among poets and writers who sought to capture the wildness of nature and the human spirit. The sea monsters were no longer just threats, they became metaphors for the untamed forces of the natural world and the depths of human emotion. Thor's battle with the serpent was reimagined as a struggle against despair, against the inevitability of death, against the storms within. These reinterpretations brought the myths closer to the hearts of those who read them, connecting the ancient stories to the timeless struggles of humanity. Even today, the echoes of Viking sea monsters resound in unexpected places. They slither through the pages of modern fantasy novels, their scales glinting in the dim light of imagined worlds. They rise from the depths in films, their monstrous forms a testament to humanity's enduring fascination with what lies beyond. Jörmungandr's endless coil continues to captivate, its presence as vast and enigmatic as the ocean it once ruled. The scholar at the hearth closed the ancient tome, his mind heavy with the weight of what he had read. These stories, he realized, were more than just tales of gods and monsters. They were reflections of the human experience, mirrors of the fears, hopes, and questions that had always haunted mankind. As the fire crackled and the shadows deepened, he wondered how the myths would continue to evolve, what new forms they would take as they traveled forward in time. Perhaps, like Jörmungandr itself, they would remain eternal, coiled around the heart of human imagination, forever reminding us of the balance between chaos and order, destruction and creation. The sailor's scream cut through the cold night air like a blade. The ship tilted sharply, wooden beams groaning under the strain, as something massive shifted beneath the dark waves. All eyes turned to the water. A shadow, impossibly large, undulated beneath the surface, its movements slow and deliberate, like the pulse of a slumbering leviathan. Then, from the depths, a tentacle emerged, slick, coiling, and far larger than any mast. Panic erupted. Men shouted commands, their voices quivering with fear. Some reached for weapons, their hands trembling, while others froze in place, rooted by the sheer magnitude of what they were seeing. The creature moved with a strange elegance, its enormity defying comprehension. It wasn't just a beast, it was a force, an entity so ancient and powerful that it seemed to embody the ocean itself. The Kraken. In those days, it wasn't a myth but a reality, at least to those who sailed the seas. Stories of its wrath were passed from one trembling crew to another, warnings etched into the collective memory of mariners. The Kraken was said to rise from the abyss without warning, dragging entire ships into the depths with its monstrous tentacles. The ocean, they said, was its kingdom, and those who ventured too far from shore risked becoming its prey. But time has a way of transforming monsters. The Kraken, once a shadowy terror lurking in the minds of sailors, began its strange journey into something else. Its name spread beyond the waves, carried by explorers' tales and scholars' pens. On the page, the creature lost some of its teeth, but none of its allure. It became a subject of fascination, a symbol of the unknown, and a canvas for imagination. When poets and writers took hold of the Kraken, they breathed new life into its legend. Alfred Lord Tennyson's haunting verses spoke of a creature slumbering in the depths, waiting for an end it alone could herald. His words painted the Kraken not as a marauder of the seas, but as a tragic, eternal being, a monstrous beauty that stirred awe as much as fear. The Kraken's transformation didn't stop there. As the centuries turned, it found new homes in the burgeoning world of popular culture. No longer confined to the grim warnings of sailors or the melancholic stanzas of poets, the Kraken began to loom large in the collective imagination, its image evolving with each retelling. By the time the age of exploration gave way to the age of industry, the Kraken had become something even the landlocked could fear and admire. In books, it emerged as the nemesis of adventurous heroes, a challenge to be conquered. Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea brought the Kraken, or its close cousin, the giant squid, into the realm of science fiction. Captain Nemo's encounter with the monstrous cephalopod was a battle of man versus nature, of intellect against untamed force. Readers gripped the edges of their seats as the creature wrapped its crushing tentacles around the submarine Nautilus, its malevolence palpable even on the printed page. Then came the cinema, and the Kraken took on a new form entirely. Larger, fiercer, and more dramatic than ever, it stormed the silver screen with a vengeance. Films like Clash of the Titans reimagined the beast as a weapon of gods, its release a harbinger of chaos. The Kraken became a star, not just a creature of fear but an icon of power and grandeur. Audiences gasped as it emerged from the depths, its form towering over ships and cities alike, its roar shaking the earth. But for all its ferocity, the Kraken found its way into the hearts of audiences. Its presence, whether in movies, books, or even games, was electrifying. It wasn't just a monster anymore, it was a symbol of defiance, of the untamable forces that still lurked in a world increasingly tamed by humanity. It was the unknown made flesh, or rather, made tentacle. Even as the Kraken loomed larger in the public eye, it adapted to new stories, new interpretations. Pirates took to the stage, and with them, the Kraken became an essential player in tales of high seas adventure. It was no longer just a beast but a test of wit and courage. Captain Jack Sparrow of Pirates of the Caribbean fame faced the Kraken not with brute strength but with guile and desperation, the creature's relentless hunger serving as both a plot twist and a metaphor for inevitable fate. In modern times, the Kraken's image has shifted yet again. It has become an emblem not just of fear but of fascination. Its likeness appears on everything from book covers to craft beer labels, a playful nod to its enduring legend. It graces video games, where players pit their skill against its many-tentacled might. Far from the shadowy menace of old, the Kraken now inspires creativity, curiosity, and even humor. And yet, even as it has softened into pop culture familiarity, the Kraken has never lost its edge. In the right story, under the right conditions, it still has the power to send shivers down the spine. It's the lurking shadow beneath the waves, the splash in the distance that's too large to be just a fish. It's the reminder that the ocean is vast, ancient, and far more mysterious than we dare to admit. The Kraken's journey from fearsome sea monster to cultural icon is not just a story of transformation but of resilience. It has weathered the tides of time, adapting to each new era while holding onto the core of what makes it unforgettable. Whether as a warning, a challenge, or an inspiration, the Kraken continues to rise, its legend unbroken and its spirit as vast and untamable as the sea itself. The storm howled like a wounded beast, and the fisherman clung to his boat with trembling hands. His knuckles turned white as the sea lashed against him, waves crashing higher than the mast. In the blackness of the night, the only sound louder than the wind was the eerie wail that seemed to rise from beneath the waves. He whispered a prayer, though his voice was lost to the storm, begging for mercy from whatever force lay hidden in the depths. And then he saw it. A shadow, darker than the night itself, loomed under the water. It was not just a shape but a presence, a weight that bore down on the world. A pair of luminous eyes flickered in the murk, their gaze cold and ancient. The fisherman's breath caught in his throat. This was no ordinary creature, this was the Halfgufa, the sea monster whispered of in tales told by firelight. In the safety of warm halls and quiet villages, the Halfgufa was a story, a legend that mothers used to hush restless children. But here, with the salt spray stinging his face and the monstrous eyes fixed upon him, it was terrifyingly real. Scandinavian folklore is filled with such stories, tales where the sea becomes a stage for otherworldly beings, where monsters embody the primal forces that humans cannot control. Post-medieval Scandinavian literature kept these legends alive, transforming them into something even more enduring. Through words, the creatures of the sea took on vivid forms, and their meanings became layered, resonant with the fears and hopes of the people. The Halfgufa was not alone in these tales. There was also the Lingbacker, a creature so vast that sailors mistook it for an island. It would lure ships to its back, only to plunge beneath the waves, dragging the vessel and its crew into the abyss. In stories, it became a metaphor for misplaced trust, a warning to be wary of things that seemed too good to be true. Yet, in the hands of poets and writers, it was more than a lesson, it was a marvel, a wonder that reflected the mysterious nature of the world itself. The poets of Scandinavia wove these monsters into their sagas and epics, blending reality with imagination. One tale speaks of a hero, weary from years of wandering, who comes upon a vast creature blocking his path. Its body is covered in barnacles and seaweed, and its breath smells of decay and salt. The hero does not raise his sword, instead, he speaks to the beast, asking it why it guards the way. The creature's voice is deep and mournful, and it tells him that it is cursed to remain there, a guardian of the sea's forgotten secrets. The hero listens, and in his compassion, he frees the creature, though the cost is his own life. These stories were not just entertainment, they were reflections of a culture deeply tied to the sea, a culture that respected and feared its power in equal measure. In the hands of storytellers, the sea monsters became mirrors of humanity itself, flawed, bound by fate, yet capable of moments of greatness and sorrow. Later, as Christianity spread across Scandinavia, the sea monsters took on new roles. No longer just embodiments of natural forces, they became symbols of sin, temptation, and the unknown. A fisherman who ignored the Sabbath might encounter the Draugen, a ghostly figure of a drowned man, who would drag him into the depths as punishment. Writers adapted these tales, imbuing them with moral weight while retaining their haunting beauty. The monsters were still terrifying, but now they carried warnings from the divine. In post-medieval literature, these themes blossomed further. Writers took the raw material of folklore and crafted stories that spoke to the human condition. A lonely sailor, lost at sea, might encounter the Kraken not as an enemy but as a companion, a fellow wanderer adrift in an uncaring world. Their meeting was not a battle but a strange, melancholic communion, two beings separated by form but united in solitude. Children's stories also embraced these creatures, though in gentler forms. A sea serpent might be a mischievous guardian of a hidden cove, leading young adventurers to treasure or peril. These tales carried a sense of wonder, teaching children to respect the sea while sparking their imaginations. In the hands of skilled authors, the monsters became something more than threats. They became part of a living, breathing world, a reminder that the boundaries between the real and the fantastic were always shifting. Even as the modern age dawned, and science began to chart the mysteries of the ocean, the sea monsters of Scandinavian literature held their place. Writers like Selma Lagerlöf wove these beings into new stories, blending folklore with emerging literary styles. In her hands, a tale of a sea monster might become a story of love, loss, or redemption, the creature serving as both a literal presence and a symbol of the emotions that churn within human hearts. Yet, for all their transformations, the monsters retained their primal essence. They were reminders of the unknown, of the forces that humanity could never fully understand or control. Whether they were dragging ships into the abyss or guiding lost souls to safety, they remained tied to the sea's eternal mystery. In these tales, the sea monsters were not just adversaries but partners in a dance with fate. They challenged heroes, punished the wicked, and rewarded the brave. They were the guardians of hidden truths, the keepers of secrets that lay just beyond the horizon. And through their stories, they kept the sea alive in the hearts of those who read them, a vast and untamed force that could inspire fear, awe, and wonder in equal measure. As the fisherman's boat finally crested the last wave of the storm, he glanced back. The shadow of the Hafgufa was gone, swallowed once more by the endless sea. But its eyes lingered in his mind, a reminder that some stories are more than just words. Some stories are alive, as vast and eternal as the waters they rise from. The screen flickered to life, bathing the room in a pale glow. A great serpent, its scales gleaming like polished steel, coiled around a crumbling tower that jetted out of a stormy sea. Lightning illuminated the sky, and for a moment, the beast's face filled the frame, fangs bared, eyes glowing with ancient malice. A player somewhere gripped their controller tighter, their heart pounding as they prepare to face a monster born of Viking legend, now resurrected in a digital battlefield. Modern reimaginings of Viking sea monsters have turned ancient fears into thrilling spectacles. They have been given flesh in ways that those who told the original tales could never have imagined. Literature, film, and games have taken these myths and breathed new life into them, transforming them into creatures that can captivate new generations while still retaining the echo of their primal power. In a dimly lit cinema, the audience held their breath. The protagonist, a hardened sailor from an age-long past, was stranded on a jagged coast. The camera swept across the horizon, capturing the restless waves. And then, as the music swelled, it appeared, a colossal beast rising from the water. Its tentacles writhed like shadowy serpents, and the roar it unleashed seemed to shake the very air. The Kraken had returned, not just as a creature of the sea, but as a metaphor for the protagonist's battle against their own guilt and fear. Modern films, with their ability to blend stunning visuals with human drama, have found ways to make these ancient monsters resonate emotionally, turning them into more than just foes. They are reflections of humanity's inner struggles. In books, the legends have been expanded and reimagined, weaving sea monsters into sprawling sagas that blend history, fantasy, and introspection. A novel might follow a Viking crew haunted by the specter of a sea serpent, their journey not just across waters but through their own doubts and desires. In the hands of skilled authors, the monsters become complex symbols of nature's fury, of humanity's hubris, of the unknown forces that shape our lives. The Kraken, the Jörmungandr, and other creatures have also found homes in the vibrant world of games, where players can confront them directly. In one game, a lone warrior might stand atop a frozen fjord, their breath visible in the icy air as the rumble of something vast echoes from beneath the waves. The tension builds as the water begins to churn, and then, with a deafening crash, the beast surfaces. It is a moment of terror, yes, but also triumph. The monsters in games are not just adversaries, they are challenges to be overcome, puzzles to be solved, experiences that blur the line between myth and reality. But not all modern interpretations aim to frighten. In some stories, the sea monsters are reimagined as misunderstood creatures, more tragic than terrifying. In one animated film, a young sailor befriends a serpent that is hunted by their village. Through their bond, the monster's true nature is revealed. It is not a destroyer, but a protector, misunderstood by those who fear it. These stories tap into a modern sensibility, one that seeks to find empathy even in the unknown, turning the monsters into allies and teachers. And then there are the storytellers who lean into the absurd, using the grandeur of Viking sea monsters to create tales that are as funny as they are thrilling. A comedic fantasy novel might feature a Kraken who dreams of becoming a chef or a sea serpent with an unquenchable curiosity about human music. These interpretations bring levity to the legends, reminding us that myths are not static, they can evolve and adapt to reflect the world they inhabit. The power of these stories lies in their ability to connect the ancient with the contemporary. They bring to life the emotions that gave rise to the original myths, fear, wonder, awe, while wrapping them in the language and mediums of the present. Whether it's a film that pits humanity against the forces of nature or a game that lets players explore a world teeming with legendary beasts, these modern creations ensure that the old stories are never forgotten. Instead, they are retold, reimagined, and passed on, alive as ever. A young reader turns the page of a novel, their fingers trembling as the hero stands on the edge of the world, staring into the churning waters. A moviegoer gasps as the Kraken, larger than life, emerges from the depths to drag a ship into oblivion. A gamer leans forward, immersed in the battle of a lifetime against a serpent that coils endlessly through the waves. These moments are different, yet they are the same. They are echoes of the ancient fireside tales, whispers of the sea that have never truly been silenced. And somewhere, perhaps on a lonely shore or a darkened room, the heart of these myths still beats. The fisherman's lantern swung wildly as his small boat rocked against the swell. The night sky offered no light, only the black waves surrounded him. Then, a sound, a low, haunting call that seemed to rise from the ocean itself. He froze, his breath caught in his throat. The water rippled unnaturally ahead, and something vast, something alive, shifted just beneath the surface. For a moment, he thought he saw an enormous eye, unblinking and alien, staring back at him. Heart-pounding, he turned and rowed for the shore, leaving the shape behind to merge with the endless sea. What had he seen that night? A monster conjured by fear and darkness, or something real? Myths of sea monsters have haunted sailors for centuries, but not all were born purely of imagination. The ocean holds creatures so strange, so immense, they seem to belong to another world altogether. They inspired tales that blurred the line between reality and legend, leaving us to wonder how much truth lies beneath the surface. It might have been a colossal squid that fishermen encountered, its tentacles stretching longer than his boat. Rarely seen but undeniably real, these giants of the abyss have eyes the size of dinner plates and limbs that can ensnare prey with serrated suction cups. Imagine spotting one through the murky water, its silvery body writhing as it hunts. To those unfamiliar with the creatures of the deep, such an encounter could only mean one thing: a monster. And what of the whales? Majestic and massive, their size alone is enough to inspire awe. When they breach the surface, water cascades from their immense bodies in glittering waterfalls, their songs echoing across the waves. But in the past, such sights were far less serene. To sailors in fragile wooden ships, a surfacing whale could feel like an attack from the depths. The spray from its blowhole might be mistaken for the breath of a leviathan, the slap of its tail against the water like the lash of a sea serpent. Not all inspirations for these stories were as large as whales or squid. The oarfish, with its snake-like body that can grow over 30 feet long, has often been mistaken for a sea serpent. Its shimmering, ribbon-like form glides through the water, eerily graceful and utterly otherworldly. When one washes ashore, a rare but not unheard of event, it stretches out across the sand like the relic of a forgotten legend, its crest of red fins adding a regal touch to its alien appearance. And then there are the sounds. The ocean is full of noises that defy explanation to those who hear them unprepared. Humpback whales sing mournful songs that travel for miles beneath the waves, their eerie beauty carrying an otherworldly quality. Strange clicks, groans, and hums can emanate from unknown sources in the deep. These sounds, combined with the creaks of wooden ships and the slap of waves against hulls, might easily transform into the imagined roars or growls of sea beasts lurking just out of sight. Consider too the carcasses, the grotesque and unrecognizable remains of ocean creatures that sometimes wash ashore. Bloated by decay, distorted by the ravages of the sea, they can take on monstrous forms. A decomposing whale might be mistaken for the body of a giant serpent, its ribcage resembling the fins or wings of a mythical beast. These mysterious finds stoke the fires of imagination, providing evidence for the creatures sailors swore they'd seen. And then there are the dangers of the ocean itself, storms that whip the sea into frothing chaos, rogue waves that appear without warning, pulling even the sturdiest ships into the abyss. It is no wonder that these natural threats became entwined with the creatures sailors feared. A giant squid's tentacle might be envisioned as the hand of the sea itself, reaching up to claim its due. A breaching whale could become a harbinger of disaster, its appearance marking the beginning of a tempest. Even the human mind plays a role. In the vast loneliness of the ocean, surrounded by the endless, restless horizon, the imagination fills the void. A shadow beneath the surface becomes a monster. A splash in the distance becomes a warning. The isolation and danger of life at sea amplified every sound, every shape, until the line between what was real and what was imagined blurred beyond recognition. Yet these myths persisted for a reason. The creatures of the ocean, even those we understand today, are so unlike anything found on land that they still hold an air of mystery. The colossal squid, the breaching whale, the ribbon-like oarfish, these are animals of extremes, their sizes and behaviors pushing the boundaries of what we consider natural. And for those who first encountered them, with no scientific knowledge to explain what they were seeing, it must have felt like stepping into a world of gods and monsters. A storm brews on the horizon, and a lone ship struggles against the waves. The crew whispers of the Kraken, of leviathans, of serpents coiling in the depths. They cling to their stories, and in their telling, their fears take shape. And perhaps, Just beneath the waves, something stirs, something vast, something alive, something that once inspired the legends that still haunt us today. The winds howled through the longship's rigging, carrying with it the briny smell of an unfamiliar coast. The crew, worn from their weeks at sea, strained their eyes through the mist, hoping for a glimpse of land. And then, there it was, a faint outline on the horizon, barely visible but unmistakable. They had reached new shores, far from the familiar northern waters of their homeland. It wasn't the land that would capture their attention first, though. No, it was something else entirely, creatures unlike anything they had ever seen before, roaming the edges of this strange new world. The explorers had heard tales of these animals, whispered stories passed from trader to trader, but nothing could have prepared them for the reality. As the ship anchored, the first of the Vikings stepped ashore, his boots sinking into soft, unfamiliar soil. He glanced around, scanning the trees, the underbrush, and then, there it was. A massive creature, its body thick and round, covered in scales that glittered like armor. It was not a wolf or a bear. No, this was something else entirely. A lizard-like beast, its tail swishing back and forth in the dense jungle, eyes glowing in the dim light. The Viking froze, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword. What creature was this? The tales had spoken of dragons, of serpents that swallowed ships whole, but this was no mere story. This was real. He had seen animals with their fur and claws, but nothing like this, nothing so foreign, so otherworldly. His eyes were wide with awe and fear as the creature slithered away into the jungle, leaving him speechless and confused. How could such a beast exist in the world he knew? What was it? Where had it come from? This was just the beginning. As the Vikings ventured deeper into foreign lands, they would encounter beasts that seemed to be pulled from the very fabric of myth. Large birds, whose wings spanned wider than any eagle back home, their feathers radiant against the bright sky. Creatures with tusks that curled like horns and furs so thick it appeared almost like the creature wore a coat of moss. Monstrous things that lurked in the depths of jungles or high up on cliffs, making strange noises that the Vikings could barely comprehend. The first time they encountered the giant, shaggy beasts with enormous tusks, their eyes widened in disbelief. These creatures seemed to have walked out of the dream world, massive and slow-moving, their tusks curling outward like two monstrous daggers. The Vikings called them mammoths, and to their eyes, they were nothing short of divine. Could such creatures be the result of some god's blessing, or were they the creation of monsters sent to test their strength? It didn't stop there. As the Vikings navigated new lands, they came across more and more wonders, creatures so strange that even their wildest stories couldn't have prepared them for the sight. But it wasn't just the animals that struck them with awe, it was the sense of being so far from home, standing at the edge of the known world, surrounded by creatures that had never been touched by a Viking's hand. There was the strange beast that could fly across vast distances, its wings beating faster than the wind, making an eerie cry that echoed through the valleys. It was like nothing they had ever seen. Was it a bird? A bat? No one could say for sure. The ship's captain, an old warrior who had seen countless battles, stood silent for a moment, his mind racing. "It's as if the sky itself has birthed it," he muttered, his voice heavy with awe and fear. And then there were the great serpents. Stories of giant snakes were passed from one shore to another, whispered in hushed tones around fires, but the reality was more terrifying than anyone had imagined. The creature they encountered was so long that its body seemed to stretch endlessly, curling around rocks and trees, its dark eyes gleaming in the twilight. The Vikings had no name for it, no words that could describe such a thing. All they knew was that it was dangerous, and they would not be the ones to provoke it. But as they saw these creatures, a quiet sense of wonder began to bloom in the hearts of the Vikings. The world, they realized, was so much larger than they had ever known. Every new beast was a riddle, a story waiting to be told. They marveled at the massive birds that soared overhead, their wings casting shadows over the land like living clouds. They trembled before the beasts with claws like swords and eyes that seemed to burn with some primal intelligence. With each encounter, the Vikings realized they were no longer just explorers, they were the keepers of stories. They had crossed oceans, had fought battles, and now they had come face to face with creatures that defied every tale ever told. As they set foot on foreign shores, it became clear to them that they were not just discovering new lands, they were discovering new gods, new monsters, new ways of seeing the world. In time, these strange creatures would become woven into the Viking tales, passed down through generations. The great beasts of the faraway lands would take on mythic proportions in the stories told around the hearth. They would become symbols of the unknown, reminders of a world that was still filled with mysteries beyond comprehension. Yet for the Vikings, the question remained, what did these encounters with exotic fauna mean? Were they signs? Omens? Or simply the evidence of a world far grander than they had ever imagined? Each new animal, each strange new creature, became a key to understanding the vastness of the earth itself. As the Vikings sailed home, their minds heavy with the weight of what they had seen, the sound of the waves seemed to carry with it the echoes of those beasts, lions, serpents, elephants, and strange creatures too impossible to name. These monsters, these animals, would become legends, woven into the fabric of their people's identity. And so the Vikings returned, but the world they had known was forever changed. The horizon no longer seemed so distant. The animals they had encountered, real and imagined, would linger in their dreams, haunting them in a way that nothing else could. They had looked into the eyes of creatures that should not have existed, and in doing so, they had glimpsed the vast, untamed power of nature itself. The wind screamed through the rigging of the longship, the salty spray of the sea stinging their faces as the crew fought to hold their course. The horizon stretched out in every direction, a vast and unforgiving expanse. But something felt wrong. Something was in the air, a thick, oppressive pressure that made the hairs on the back of their necks stand up. It was as if the very sea had shifted, becoming something else entirely, something dangerous, something alive. The captain, a seasoned sailor whose withered face bore the marks of countless voyages, stood at the bow, his eyes narrowed against the wind. His instincts told him that they were no longer in familiar waters. The waves, once steady, had started to churn with an eerie rhythm, rising and falling in unnatural patterns. It wasn't just the storm on the horizon that worried him, it was the feeling, the sensation in the pit of his stomach, that something was watching them. A crew member, his face pale and trembling, called out from the stern. "Captain! The sea, it's pulling us in." The captain's heart raced. He knew the sea like the back of his hand, its moods, its tricks, but nothing in his experience had ever felt quite like this. The ship creaked and groaned as it was caught in an unseen grip, the pull of the water seeming to grow stronger with every passing moment. And then they saw it, rising from the water like a beast from some dark myth, a swirling mass of foam and fury that consumed the sea itself. It was as though the very ocean had torn itself open, revealing the maw of a monster too vast to comprehend. The whirlpool seemed to stretch to the heavens, a spinning vortex of darkness that threatened to swallow the entire ship. The men screamed, some praying, others scrambling to lash themselves to the rigging, their faces pale with terror. "Hold fast," the captain shouted over the roar of the storm, his voice hoarse but steady. "We can't outrun it, but we can fight it." But the pull of the water was relentless, a force beyond anything they had ever felt. The waves rose higher, crashing over the sides of the ship itself beginning to tilt as though it might capsize at any moment. The crew clung to anything they could, their hearts racing in their chests. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the whirlpool began to lose its power. The sea calmed, the storm breaking, leaving behind only the wreckage of the chaos it had wrought. The crew, stunned and breathless, looked at each other, their eyes wide with disbelief. Had they just survived an encounter with a sea monster? Or had it been something else? The captain stood at the bow, staring out over the now calm water. His mind raced. He had heard the old stories, the ones passed down by sailors who spoke of maelstrom and sea monsters, of great beasts that pulled ships into the depths. But what if this wasn't some creature lurking beneath the surface? What if it had been the sea itself, an immense, unfathomable force that had momentarily revealed its terrifying power? As the crew resumed their course, shaken but alive, the captain found himself lost in thought. Was it possible that the sea monsters of old were not monsters at all? Perhaps they had been natural phenomena, forces of nature so strange and powerful that the sailors who had witnessed them could only interpret them as something beyond understanding. It was a thought that gnawed at him over the coming days, as the crew sailed through calmer waters. They had encountered a maelstrom, a natural whirlpool, caused by the collision of tides and currents, but to the men aboard that ship, it had felt like something far more sinister. A force of nature so powerful that it seemed to defy reason, so strange and terrifying that it felt like a beast had risen from the depths to claim them. In the days that followed, as the men spoke of their encounter, their words grew bolder. They spoke of great sea serpents and monstrous creatures that lurked in the abyss. But in their hearts, they knew. The sea, in its raw power, was the true beast, the monster that could devour them all without a second thought. There were other tales, too. As they passed through waters teeming with strange, glowing creatures, the crew could not help but feel a sense of unease. The water was alive with bioluminescent flashes, glowing streaks and swirls that lit up the dark depths like 1,000 fireflies. From above, the men could see the flashes of green and blue beneath the waves, moving with the rhythm of the current. It was a beautiful sight, but in the stillness of the night, it felt unnatural. There was something unsettling about the way the light moved, as though the sea itself was alive, watching them. One night, as the ship sailed through these glowing waters, the men swore they saw shapes moving beneath the surface, shapes that seemed to twist and writhe, as if something was watching them from below. The glow illuminated the water like an eerie fog, and the men held their breath, half expecting to see something rise from the depths. Was it a sea monster? Or was it simply the strange magic of the ocean, the bioluminescence that seemed to blur the line between the natural and the supernatural? The crew could not say for certain. All they knew was that the sea, in its vastness and mystery, held secrets beyond their comprehension. In the years that followed, as the Vikings continued to sail the seas, the tales of monsters and sea beasts grew even more fantastical. Each new encounter with the ocean's fury, the rogue waves, the violent storms, the unexplained whirlpools, only added to the lore. The sea was a place of wonder and terror, a place where the natural and the mythical could collide, leaving the men who sailed upon it questioning what was truly real. And yet, as the years passed and the tales of these encounters were passed down through the generations, the true nature of the phenomena, the maelstrom, the rogue waves, the glowing creatures, became blurred in the fog of myth. The sea, once a place of awe and respect, became a stage for the monsters of legend, each wave, each current, each flicker of light holding the possibility of a creature that had yet to be seen by human eyes. The truth, however, was perhaps even stranger than the stories. For in the end, the true monsters were not the creatures lurking beneath the surface, they were the forces of nature themselves, powerful and mysterious, beyond the understanding of even the bravest of sailors. And that, perhaps, was the most terrifying truth of all. The waves crashed against the ship, spraying cold salt water into the faces of the sailors who were struggling to keep their footing on the deck. The storm had been relentless, a furious gust of wind pulling at the sails as if the sea itself were alive, angry at their intrusion. Through the thick fog and swirling spray, one sailor spotted something, a massive shadow beneath the surface, shifting in the depths like a colossal serpent. For a moment, it was hard to tell if the sailor had been seeing things, a trick of the storm, or whether something truly monstrous was lurking beneath. But as the shadow moved closer, the truth became clear. There was something enormous, something ancient, below them, something that made the water stir in ways no one could explain. Panic spread through the crew, whispers of Kraken passing like a chill wind from one sailor to the next. What they didn't know was that the true source of their terror, this creature from the depths, had a real-world counterpart. Somewhere in the deep, dark waters of the ocean, a giant creature, far more terrifying than anything in their wildest imaginations, was real. They had no name for it yet, but its presence had been felt for centuries, haunting the imaginations of sailors like the whispered legends of the Kraken. That creature was Architeuthis, the giant squid. And though its true nature wouldn't be fully understood until centuries later, it was already making its mark on the tales of sea monsters told in dark taverns, around flickering campfires, and on the decks of creaking ships. Beneath the surface, the ocean held its mysteries, and Architeuthis was one of its most elusive and awe-inspiring. For centuries, sailors had reported seeing creatures that were almost beyond belief, great beasts that could rise from the water with tentacles long enough to wrap around ships, pulling them under with terrifying force. These stories were passed down as whispers, each telling growing more exaggerated than the last. With every storm, every unexplained tragedy at sea, the Kraken grew in power. It was no longer just a beast of the depths, it was a legend, something larger than life itself. But Architeuthis, the real-life giant squid, had been swimming through the oceans long before it had earned its place in myth. It was a creature so large, so strange, and so elusive that it seemed more like a figment of imagination than a tangible being. Its massive, elongated body could stretch up to 40 feet long, and its tentacles, its true weapon, could reach even further, with powerful suckers designed to latch onto anything in its path. The deep ocean, with its crushing pressures and absolute darkness, was the perfect habitat for such a creature, a place where the strange could live and hide, away from the eyes of the world. It wasn't until the mid-19th century that the first real proof of Architeuthis surfaced. The first specimen was brought to shore in Newfoundland in 1857, and as it was dissected and studied, the truth became clearer. The Kraken was not entirely a myth. It was a giant squid, a creature so alien to the human experience that it could have been conjured from the darkest corners of the imagination. Even before the discovery of Architeuthis, sailors had long feared the deep sea. They spoke of enormous creatures that could drag ships to the depths, creatures that could crush the life out of a man with a single strike of their tentacles. The descriptions of these creatures were oddly consistent, no matter where in the world they had sailed. Tentacles, large and strong enough to tear through wood. Eyes that gleamed in the depths of the ocean, eyes that were too intelligent for the creature's size. Bodies that could slip in and out of the water with a terrifying grace. It was as if these sailors had all witnessed the same phantom, the same living nightmare, that haunted the ocean. In reality, Architeuthis wasn't a creature that preyed on ships. It lived in the depths, hunting squid and fish. But to those who caught glimpses of its enormous form, rising from the depths like a storm in the water, it was impossible to tell where myth ended and truth began. The Kraken was no longer just a beast of folklore. It was now a real creature, with a name and a story that stretched back through the ages. When the giant squid was finally understood, it was as if the ancient myths had bled into reality. Architeuthis had all the qualities of a sea monster. It was alien, it was enormous, and it lived in the parts of the world that humans feared the most, the deep, the dark, the unknown. It could slip from one shipwreck to the next, unnoticed, until it was too late. And in the minds of sailors, that was enough to keep the legend of the Kraken alive. But what made Architeuthis so compelling wasn't just its size or its mysterious nature. It was the fact that it existed in the deep, a place where few had ventured. The depths of the ocean had always been a place of horror for sailors, a place where they had no control and where the laws of nature seemed to bend and break. They spoke of things that could live in that darkness, beasts so large and strange that they couldn't be understood, creatures that moved in ways that defied the very logic of the surface world. The Kraken became more than just a creature. It became an embodiment of the ocean's power, of its unpredictability and danger. The vast, endless expanse of the sea held more than just water and waves. It held mysteries, creatures, forces, and phenomena that could never be fully explained. And Architeuthis, the giant squid, was one of those mysteries, a living reminder of how little humans truly knew about the world beyond their shores. The idea of the Kraken and the reality of Architeuthis collided in a way that turned the sea monster myth into something real and tangible. It was no longer just a story of sailors at the mercy of an ancient creature, but a tale grounded in a creature that swam in the same waters, that shared the same vast and terrifying oceans. The Kraken, once a terrifying phantom, became a symbol of nature's untamed power, a force of destruction, a living thing that could rise from the depths with a power no human could match. As the years went by, more and more evidence of the creature surfaced. Though Architeuthis itself remained an elusive specter in the depths, it was clear that the Kraken of old was no mere myth. It was a reflection of the unknown, a creature that, though never truly seen by most, lived on in the stories of those who had dared to look into the abyss. And so the Kraken, once a creature of terror and imagination, was reborn. The sailors who once feared the depths now knew the truth, that there was a real, living beast in the ocean, and its legend would live on forever, its reality and myth forever intertwined. The sun dipped below the horizon, leaving the ocean in a blanket of deep blue, a place where the light couldn't reach. As the ship's sails flapped softly in the wind, a solitary figure leaned over the side, staring into the endless expanse. The sailor's mind was not on the distant shore or the stars above, but on the dark depths beneath the ship's hull. There, in the blackness, was the unknown. In that space between the ship and the seafloor, monsters were said to lurk. Monsters of myth, great beasts with tentacles and gaping mouths, things that could pull a man to his doom with a single swipe. He had heard the stories of krakens, leviathans, and sea serpents all his life, stories told in hushed tones in the ship's hold, tales that painted the ocean as a place of fear, a place where anything could hide. And yet, all he saw now was the faint ripple of water, nothing more. Still, the stories remained. They tugged at his mind, mixing with the sound of the waves and the scent of salt in the air. What if they weren't just stories? What if, in the darkest corners of the ocean, something enormous, something truly monstrous, waited? He had heard of sailors who vanished without a trace, their ships found adrift, their crews gone. Could it be? Could these creatures be more than just the fabrications of fearful minds? But in the quiet of the night, surrounded by nothing but water, the sailor felt a strange comfort. The sea was vast, mysterious, and ancient. What he understood was so little compared to the vastness of what lay beneath. And yet, humanity's understanding of that dark realm had changed over time, transforming what was once seen as the home of mythical beasts into a world slowly being revealed by the light of science. For centuries, the sea had been a place of terror and awe. Sailors returned from their voyages with tales of giant squid, massive serpents, and things that could swallow a ship whole. Every storm, every mysterious disappearance seemed to add weight to the legends. These creatures, these monsters of the deep, had lived in the imaginations of seafarers for as long as humans had dared to cross the waters. They were the embodiment of the unknown, terrifying shapes in the dark, waiting just beyond the reach of human understanding. And yet, as time passed, science began to shine a light on the truth. In the 19th century, a breakthrough came when sailors returned from the ocean with stories not just of myths, but of real creatures, giant squid that could reach lengths of 40 feet, creatures that seemed to match the descriptions of the Kraken that had been told for generations. It was not a story of the supernatural, but a creature that had been living, hidden in the depths for eons. The first scientific encounter with a giant squid changed everything. The once mythical Kraken was now understood to be a real animal, its size and power more terrifying than anything imagined. Architeuthis, the giant squid, was the living embodiment of the stories. With its enormous eyes, its powerful tentacles, and its elusive nature, it was a creature unlike any other. It lived in the deep ocean, a place where humans had only just begun to scratch the surface of understanding. The more scientists learned, the clearer it became. The deep sea, that vast and dark world, was home to creatures that had inspired the legends of old. Yet, even as science began to explain the mysteries, the imagination did not fade. The giant squid was only one of many creatures that could have inspired the monstrous legends. The world beneath the ocean's surface was home to so many strange beings, some still waiting to be discovered, others barely understood. The deep sea was, and still is, one of the least explored places on Earth. The depths are a place of perpetual night, a world where gravity, light, and the very laws of nature seem to bend and twist. This is where the real monsters live. Take the deep-sea anglerfish, for instance. With its glowing lure, it draws its prey into its jaws, an eerie, otherworldly creature that looks like it could have stepped straight out of a nightmare. Or the colossal squid, even larger than its giant cousin, a creature that battles sperm whales in the depths, leaving scars on their bodies. These are the creatures that inhabit the space where mythology and reality blur, where human understanding is still struggling to catch up. In the world of marine biology, the line between myth and science has always been thin. The oceans are teeming with strange creatures, many of which remain hidden deep beneath the surface. As scientists continue to explore these waters, new species are being discovered, creatures so bizarre that they seem to belong to the world of myth rather than the world of science. Each new discovery feels like a revelation, a piece of the puzzle that brings us closer to understanding what truly lies in the dark corners of the ocean. But the legends still hold a place in the human heart. The Kraken may have been given a scientific name, but its legacy persists. The monstrous tentacles that once terrified sailors are now a symbol of the power of the unknown, a reminder that the ocean is still a place of mystery, a place where the creatures that live there are not just animals, but symbols of the things we cannot yet comprehend. The more we learn about the sea, the more we realize how little we truly know. The ocean is vast, and in its depths, there are still wonders and horrors that remain beyond the reach of science. The Kraken, once a creature of myth, is now a reminder of our ongoing journey to understand the world around us. It is a symbol of the limits of our knowledge, of the boundaries we have yet to cross. The sea monsters of the past, those terrifying beings that once haunted our nightmares, are not just figments of imagination, they are a reflection of the mysteries that still exist in the deep. We may have uncovered the truth behind some of these creatures, but the ocean remains a place where the line between myth and reality is still not fully drawn. And so, as the sailor stood on the deck that night, watching the endless horizon, he could not help but wonder what lay beneath. The world of the deep still held its secrets, and in those dark waters, the stories of old lived on, transformed by science, but never fully forgotten. The monsters that had once haunted the minds of sailors had become creatures of flesh and blood, but the fear, the awe, and the mystery they inspired would always remain. And in the heart of the ocean, where light could never reach, the monsters still waited, watching, just out of sight. The map was old, the edges curled and frayed from countless hands unfolding and refolding it over the years. Dark ink traced the jagged coastlines, fjords, and open seas, each line etched with care and purpose. But it was not the precision of the geography that drew the eye, it was the marks scattered across the ocean's vast expanse. Tiny sketches of serpents coiled in fury, krakens with gaping maws, and shadowy beasts lurking in the depths. Each drawing seemed alive, as though the creatures might slither off the page at any moment. A sailor's finger hovered over a spot near Iceland, where the markings were especially dense. "Here," he muttered, his voice low, almost reverent. "The half-gufa." Those who stood around him leaned in closer. The half-gufa was said to be a sea creature so enormous it could be mistaken for an island. When it opened its jaws, ships could vanish into the darkness, swallowed whole without leaving a trace. Legend spoke of its lair near the Greenland Sea, where swirling waters and sudden, eerie silences warned sailors to turn back. Yet the mystery of the beast, and the treasures it was rumored to guard, lured many to their doom. The mapmaker who had captured these tales was no mere artist, he was an observer of human fear and wonder. Every serpent coiled in the waves, every monstrous silhouette drawn in the margins, represented a place that lived in Viking lore. Each creature was tied to a specific location, as real to the people of the time as the land masses they navigated by. To sail near certain waters was to court death, or, if fortune favored the bold, to return with a tale that would echo through generations. Further south, near the Faroe Islands, another mark stood out. The Skagerrak serpent, they called it, a beast said to rise from the water without warning, its length stretching across the horizon. Ships unlucky enough to encounter it were crushed by its coils or dragged into the depths. Survivors, if there ever were any, spoke of an unearthly roar and the gleaming scales that reflected moonlight in shimmering, eerie patterns. The locations of these monsters were no random scribbles, they corresponded to places where sailors had seen something they could not explain. It might have been the splash of a whale's tail, a pod of dolphins leaping in unison, or a massive shadow passing beneath the waves. But when paired with the roar of a storm and the isolation of the open sea, these fleeting glimpses became something more. Stories grew, shaped by fear, imagination, and the strange power of the unknown. Near the Norwegian coastline, the map bore the mark of another legendary beast. This one was called the Nyker, a creature that was said to live in the dark waters of the fjords. Unlike the colossal monsters of the open sea, the Nyker was smaller, more subtle, but no less dangerous. It was said to take the form of a beautiful horse, its mane glistening with seawater. Travelers who tried to ride it found themselves dragged beneath the waves, never to be seen again. The fjords themselves, with their steep cliffs and cold, shadowy waters, seemed made for such tales. Every ripple on the surface, every echoing call, could be the Nyker waiting, watching. To the east, near the Baltic Sea, the map hinted at yet another strange phenomenon. There, a patch of water known for its sudden whirlpools was marked with the image of a swirling serpent. Locals whispered of a beast that caused the waters to churn, pulling ships into a spiral they could not escape. The serpent was said to have eyes that glowed like embers and a hiss that carried on the wind. It was no ordinary storm, they said. It was alive. These locations, scattered across the Viking world, told a story not just of monsters but of the people who believed in them. Each mark on the map was a place where human courage and curiosity met the vast, uncaring sea. The creatures of these tales were born from the very nature of the ocean itself, its unpredictability, its power, its endless depths that no man could fully understand. And yet, the monsters were not confined to the ocean's surface. There were legends tied to the cliffs, the caves, and the shores. Off the coast of Greenland, sailors spoke of shadowy figures that moved beneath the ice, their shapes distorted but unmistakably large. Some claimed to hear low, mournful calls rising from the icebergs, as though the creatures were mourning their captivity in the frozen sea. Further west, near Newfoundland, where the Vikings had briefly settled, stories told of strange, glowing lights in the water. These lights moved in patterns, almost as if they were eyes watching from below. The sailors who followed the lights often found themselves stranded, their ships run aground on hidden reefs. The locals whispered that these lights belonged to spirits of the sea, vengeful for reasons no one dared to question. Even the North Sea, with its treacherous waves and unrelenting winds, had its share of monsters. The map depicted this area as particularly dangerous, with markings for serpents and other beasts surrounding the Shetland and Orkney Islands. Sailors here told of creatures with wings that shimmered like glass, beasts that could rise from the water and take flight, disappearing into the clouds before striking again. But not every story was one of terror. In some cases, these monsters were protectors, guiding lost sailors back to safety or sparing those who showed respect for the sea. Near Iceland, there were tales of a great beast that lived in the warm waters of volcanic springs. This creature, though massive and fearsome, was said to glow with a gentle light, leading ships away from dangerous shoals and toward safe harbors. The locals believed it was a guardian of the island, a spirit of the sea sent to watch over them. The sailor folded the map carefully, his fingers lingering over the images of serpents and shadows. Each mark was a story, a memory, a warning passed down through generations. He could feel the weight of it, the centuries of fear and wonder that these tales carried. And as he stood on the deck, staring out at the endless horizon, he could not help but wonder if the monsters were still out there, hiding in the places no one dared to go. The sea was eerily calm, its surface as smooth and unbroken as a mirror. A lone ship drifted under a moonlit sky, its sails fluttering softly in the faint breeze. The crew stood on edge, their breaths visible in the cold night air, hearts pounding with the tension only sailors know, the anticipation of what lay beneath. Then, without warning, the calm was shattered. The water began to swirl, churning with an unnatural force, and from the depths, the Kraken emerged. Its arms were vast, writhing tendrils that reached skyward as if to pull the stars from the heavens. The beast's eyes, luminescent and unblinking, glowed with a dreadful intelligence. The sailors screamed, scrambling to their posts, but their fate had already been sealed. The Kraken pulled the ship down, piece by piece, until it and its crew disappeared into the abyss. Only the sound of the waves remained, the ocean silent once more, as though nothing had ever happened. Such was the Kraken of old, a monster born of fear and uncertainty, a creature that haunted the darkest corners of mariner lore. But the Kraken's shape and story were never fixed. Like the tides it called home, it changed with time, its form and nature shifting to reflect the fears, imaginations, and dreams of those who told its tale. In the earliest accounts, the Kraken was less of a single creature and more of a phenomenon. Fishermen off the coasts of Norway and Greenland whispered of a monstrous island that would rise from the sea, its back dotted with trees and rocks. Sailors, desperate for rest, would anchor near its shores, only to discover too late that they were not on land at all. The island would shift, plunging them into chaos as its vast maw opened to devour their vessel. Some believed the Kraken was no monster at all but a living part of the sea itself, a being that existed to remind men of their smallness, their fragility against the vast and unknowable ocean. Others claimed it was a punishment sent by angry gods, a beast whose wrath was earned by human hubris. Its form was as fluid as the water it inhabited, always changing, always adapting to the storyteller's need. By the time the Enlightenment brought a thirst for scientific explanations, the Kraken took on a more tangible shape. Naturalists like Eric Pontoppidan described it in vivid detail, turning it into a creature of flesh and blood rather than myth. It was no longer an island that moved, but a squid of unimaginable size, its tentacles strong enough to crush a ship and its bulk capable of creating whirlpools when it descended. This version of the Kraken inspired both wonder and terror. Was it real? Could such a thing truly exist? Artists of the 19th century took up the challenge of imagining the Kraken's form. Paintings and engravings showed the monster gripping tall ships in its tentacles, dragging them into stormy seas. The Kraken was now a symbol of nature's fury, a reminder of humanity's vulnerability in the face of the wild. These images burned themselves into the collective consciousness, ensuring that even those who had never set foot on a ship would shudder at the thought of the Kraken's grasp. But the Kraken's transformation didn't stop there. As science advanced and the mysteries of the deep were slowly revealed, the Kraken slipped from the shadows of fear into the light of fascination. By the 20th century, it had become something more complex, a creature that could embody both terror and awe. In the pages of novels, the Kraken became a metaphor, a reflection of humanity's darkest desires or its boldest ambitions. Herman Melville, though focused on the white whale and Moby Dick, paid homage to the Kraken as a representation of the unknown. Jules Verne took it further, giving the Kraken a starring role in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. There, the creature was not merely a monster but a challenge to Captain Nemo's relentless intellect, a symbol of the untamed world that science could not fully conquer. As literature gave way to cinema, the Kraken found new life on the silver screen. Filmmakers reimagined the creature with each passing decade, using its shape to suit their stories. In some, it was a guardian of ancient secrets, rising from the depths to protect treasures long forgotten. In others, it was a harbinger of destruction, its appearance signaling the end of all things. Audiences held their breath as its massive tentacles wrapped around ships, cities, and sometimes even heroes themselves. In recent years, the Kraken has evolved again, this time as an icon of pop culture. Video games have made it a boss to be defeated, a test of skill and strategy. Animated films have softened its edges, turning the Kraken into a misunderstood creature, lonely and longing for connection. It has appeared in comic books, music, and even advertisements. Its image is versatile as the stories that shaped it. The Kraken is no longer bound to the sea. Its story has transcended the waves, finding a home in every medium imaginable. Yet, despite all its transformations, one thing remains constant: the Kraken is a creature of awe. Whether it is feared, revered, or pitied, it is always larger than life, a reminder of the power of the human imagination. Even now, as scientists uncover the secrets of the deep and giant squids become a documented reality, the Kraken refuses to be confined to mere biology. It is a shapeshifter, a storyteller's muse, a symbol of all that we cannot control or fully understand. And somewhere out there, in the dark waters of the world's oceans, the spirit of the Kraken waits, ready to rise again in whatever form the next generation of dreamers and storytellers will give it. The night sky stretched endlessly above, a dark canvas scattered with trembling stars. Beneath it, a fire crackled in the stillness, casting flickering shadows over a huddled group. They leaned in close, their faces aglow with the light of the flames, their breaths visible in the chill air. An elder's voice rose, steady and deliberate, weaving a story as ancient as the stones beneath their feet. The tale spoke of heroes who faced the unthinkable, of creatures so vast and terrible that even the gods themselves trembled at their sight. It was in these moments, as sagas unfolded around the fire, that myths were born. Words carried the weight of wonder and fear, painting vivid pictures of sea monsters that lurked in the unknown. They weren't just stories meant to entertain, they were warnings, riddles, and maps to navigate the mysteries of the world. Among the most treasured of these sagas was Orvarar's saga, where a daring warrior's journey carried him across treacherous seas. In one harrowing episode, Odr and his crew encountered the Hafgufa, a beast so immense that sailors mistook it for an island. The creature's gaping maw was said to swallow entire ships whole, and the sea itself churned with its movements. Listeners gripped their knees, imagining the terror of drifting unknowingly onto such a creature's back, the horror of realizing too late that it was alive. There was another tale, too, whispered with equal reverence, the saga of the people of Laxardal Star. It described a fishing expedition that took a sinister turn when a monstrous serpent was pulled from the water. Its body coiled endlessly, each scale gleaming like a polished stone. The men who caught it struggled in vain as the serpent thrashed, its immense power breaking boats and bending steel. The saga spoke of the monster's death, but the price was steep. The men who survived were haunted forever, their dreams filled with the creature's unblinking eyes. These sagas didn't just tell of sea monsters, they gave them life. Each tale lent the creatures a personality, a purpose, and a place within the broader world. They were not random terrors, they were part of the delicate balance between humanity and nature. The monsters, for all their horror, were as much a part of existence as the mountains or the stars. Some sagas hinted that these creatures were more than beasts. In the saga of Egil Skallagrimsson, the sea was described as alive with spirits and shapes that defied comprehension. Egil's journey was fraught with encounters that felt almost supernatural. The sea wasn't just a place of travel, it was an entity, unpredictable and untamable, filled with creatures that mirrored the chaos within the human soul. Other tales brought a more personal touch to the legends. Brar Saga Snæfellsas told of a man who was half troll and half human, caught between worlds. Ba with acute RRS connection to the sea was undeniable, and when his tale ventured into the waters, the monsters became metaphors for his inner turmoil. The Krakens and serpents were his struggles, his fears, and his enemies, yet they were also his kin, creatures of a realm he could never fully leave behind. The power of these sagas lay in their ability to grow with time. They were never static, they shifted as they were told and retold, each storyteller adding their own embellishments. A simple sea serpent became a leviathan, its scales harder than iron. A fleeting encounter turned into an epic battle, a test of courage against impossible odds. The monsters grew not just in size but in depth, becoming mirrors of the fears and aspirations of those who listened. As centuries passed, the sagas left their mark on how people understood the world. Maps began to include illustrations of sea monsters, their forms influenced by the vivid descriptions of the tales. Cartographers drew krakens in the northern waters, serpents coiled near uncharted islands, and shadowy forms lurking at the edges of the known. The monsters were no longer confined to the sagas, they had escaped into the collective imagination. Even as science advanced and the mysteries of the sea were slowly unraveled, the sagas refused to fade. Their stories lingered in the hearts of those who read them, inspiring new generations to look out at the ocean and wonder what might still be out there. The monsters became symbols of resilience and curiosity, reminders that even the most terrifying things could be faced, and perhaps even understood. The fire crackled again, pulling the group closer. The elder's voice lowered, drawing the listeners into the story's climax. The hero stood at the prow of his ship, sword raised high, as the serpent rose from the depths, its body glistening with salt and fury. The sea boiled around them, waves crashing against the hull, but the hero did not falter. With a cry, he leaped into the beast's open jaws, driving his blade deep into its heart. The serpent thrashed once, twice, and then fell still. The sea was calm again, but the hero was gone, swallowed by the monster he had defeated. The listeners shivered, some with fear, others with awe. The saga had ended, but its echoes lingered, the images it conjured alive in their minds. Perhaps the sea was empty of such creatures now, or perhaps not. The sagas had given them a gift, a way to look at the ocean not as a blank expanse, but as a place filled with possibility, danger, and wonder. The horizon shimmered in the golden light of dusk, where sea met sky in an endless blur of mystery. A lone ship, its sails battered by countless storms, creaked and groaned as it ventured into waters no map dared name. The crew, hardened by years of salt and wind, whispered among themselves, their voices tinged with fear. This was the edge of the world, a place where the waves grew strange, the wind sang with unnatural voices, and the shadows on the water belonged to things no man could fathom. They spoke of beasts, their tales woven from fragments of sailors' accounts and the warnings of ancient texts. There were whispers of the hippocampi, half horse and half fish, galloping through the surf with eyes like molten gold. Some said they were messengers of the gods, others claimed they lured ships to their doom, their wild cries echoing over the waves. Then there was the aspidacalon, a creature so massive that it appeared as an island to the untrained eye. Its back was covered in rocks and vegetation, fooling weary sailors into landing upon it. When they built their fires and settled in for the night, the monster would stir, its great shell shifting as it descended into the depths, dragging the unsuspecting down with it. Survivors, if there were any, spoke of the sensation of the ground trembling beneath their feet and the horrifying realization that the land itself was alive. Further west, past the cold waters of the Atlantic, lay tales of the sea bishop. Shaped like a man but covered in scales, it was said to rise from the ocean to speak in strange tongues, warning of storms or promising fortune. Those who ignored its cryptic words often found themselves lost, their ships dashed upon jagged rocks. To those who listened, however, it granted safe passage, a reminder that not all monsters were foes. As the ship sailed into the night, the waters began to glow faintly. It was a cold, green luminescence, spreading across the waves like ghostly fire. The crew fell silent, watching in awe as the ocean revealed its secrets. Some believed it was the trail of a CWYRM, a serpent so vast it could coil around islands. Its bioluminescent scales shone like stars, marking its path as it hunted in the endless dark. Others whispered of the Kraken, its immense form hidden beneath the waves, only the glow of its many eyes betraying its presence. One sailor, an older man with a face withered like driftwood, began to speak in a low, trembling voice. He told of a voyage long ago, when he had been a boy aboard another ship. They had ventured into uncharted waters and come across a whirlpool unlike anything they had ever seen. It churned violently, as if the ocean itself was angry, and at its center was a shadow, a shape that seemed to stretch forever. He described how the shadow rose, revealing tentacles thicker than the ship's masts, their suckers glistening in the pale light of the moon. It was the Kraken, he said, and its roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens. His crew had escaped only because the beast had been distracted, perhaps by some greater foe beneath the waves. As he finished his story, the younger sailors laughed nervously, pretending not to believe him. But their eyes darted to the water, scanning for signs of the shadow he described. They could feel it now, the oppressive weight of the unknown, pressing against their chests like a rising tide. This place, the edge of the world, was not meant for men. It belonged to something older, something that had watched the oceans long before the first ship had sailed. The captain, a stoic man with a sharp gaze, ordered the crew to keep their wits about them. He had his own stories, though he never shared them. He knew these waters too well, and he understood the price of underestimating what lay beneath. The edge of the world was no mere boundary, it was a place where reality frayed, where the laws of nature bent to the will of ancient powers. The next day brought calmer seas, though the crew remained uneasy. The water was unnaturally still, a glassy expanse that reflected the sky like a mirror. It was then that they saw it, an archipelago of jagged black rocks rising from the horizon. As they drew closer, they realized these weren't rocks at all, but something else entirely. The shapes were too smooth, too deliberate, like the ridges of a monstrous spine stretching into infinity. The sailors murmured prayers, their hands tightening on ropes and oars. They did not approach the formation, no sane man would. That night, the stars seemed closer than ever, their light piercing through the darkness. The ocean around them remained silent, but the silence was not comforting. It was a waiting silence, the kind that hung heavy in the air before a storm. Then came the sound, a low, resonant hum, as if the sea itself was singing. It was not a sound made for human ears, and yet it echoed in their bones, vibrating through the ship. Some fell to their knees, covering their ears, while others stood frozen, their faces pale with terror. The hum grew louder, and then the water began to ripple. A shape appeared, vast and impossible, breaking the surface like a mountain rising from the depths. The sailors caught only glimpses, a glistening fin, a flash of scales, a maw lined with countless teeth. It was a creature of legend, one they could not name but had always known, deep in their hearts, to be real. It circled them once, twice, and then vanished, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. The edge of the world was a place of legends, but it was also a place of truth. For every tale told around a fire, for every drawing inked onto a map, there was something out there, waiting. The sailors did not speak of what they had seen that night, but the marks it left on their souls were unmistakable. They would carry those marks for the rest of their lives, reminders of a place where myths became real and the unknown stared back. The wind howled across the frozen fjords, carrying whispers of a time long past. A lone storyteller sat by the crackling fire, his voice weaving a spell over the gathered villagers. They leaned in, captivated by tales of monsters that roamed the seas, beasts with eyes that gleamed like fire and tentacles that could crush a ship in an instant. These stories, born from the raw power of nature and human fear, were the lifeblood of the Viking Age. But even as the storyteller spoke, the tales he told had already begun to shift, reshaped by the passing of years and the changing tides of belief. Long ago, the monsters were said to be vengeful spirits, born of the gods' wrath. They were entities to be feared and respected, protectors of the unknown boundaries of the world. The sea itself was alive, its monsters embodying its anger. Ships were painted with fierce designs, their prows carved into dragon heads, not merely for decoration but as a plea for protection. The beasts lurking beneath the waves were not just adversaries but a test, a challenge to prove one's worth to the gods. As the centuries passed, the stories changed. The gods themselves faded from the forefront, their places taken by creatures whose existence felt closer, more tangible. The Kraken grew larger in the minds of storytellers, its tentacles now spanning entire horizons. Sailors returning home brought new tales, their words shaped by the salt spray and terror of the open ocean. They spoke of monsters not as divine punishments but as part of the natural world, a world that was vast and unknowable. With each generation, the monsters evolved, their forms bending to the fears of the time. The serpent like Jörmungandr, once the symbol of Ragnarök, became a guardian of the deep, its endless coils a metaphor for the uncharted expanse of the seas. Tales of the Hafgufa, a creature said to swallow entire ships, were embellished until it became an island-sized leviathan. The stories became darker, richer, and more terrifying as the Vikings ventured farther from their shores, their horizons expanding along with their imagination. One bitter winter, a ship returned battered and broken, its crew reduced to a handful of gaunt survivors. They spoke of a storm unlike any other, a tempest that seemed alive. Amid the howling wind and crashing waves, they claimed to have seen a creature with luminous eyes and a maw large enough to engulf the moon. The villagers listened in awe, their own imaginations painting the unseen horrors in vivid detail. The tale spread, taking on new details with each retelling. By spring, it was said that the creature could summon storms, and that its cry was the reason thunder roared. Centuries later, the sagas began to be written down, and the monsters found new homes on parchment. The storytellers, no longer reliant on oral tradition, began to add flourishes to ensure their legends endured. They described scales that shimmered like jewels, claws that could shatter stone, and wings that blotted out the sun. The written word immortalized these creatures, but it also transformed them. The sea monsters, once fluid and adaptable, became fixed in time, their forms solidified in ink. Yet even as the sagas were penned, new forces began to shape the myths. Contact with foreign lands introduced new creatures into the lexicon. The Vikings, who had traveled as far as Byzantium and North Africa, encountered exotic beasts that seemed like the stuff of legends. These animals, described in letters and chronicles, began to blur the line between myth and reality. A crocodile could easily become a dragon in the mind of a sailor who had glimpsed it only once, and an elephant, with its towering size and tusks, could be twisted into something far more menacing. By the medieval period, the monsters had taken on a symbolic role. They were no longer just the guardians of the unknown but representations of human struggles. The Kraken became a metaphor for greed, its tentacles grasping at everything in sight. Sea serpents, with their endless coils, came to symbolize sin and temptation, their movements as hypnotic as they were deadly. In church sermons and illuminated manuscripts, the creatures of Viking lore were reshaped to fit the moral lessons of a new era. Even so, the old tales never truly disappeared. The sagas remained, their pages tucked away in monasteries and private collections, waiting for someone to breathe life into them again. In the 17th century, when sailors began exploring the farthest reaches of the globe, the myths found fresh water to swim in. Naturalists and explorers brought back accounts of colossal squid, sperm whales, and other strange creatures that seemed to confirm what the old sagas had always suggested: the world was still full of mysteries. And so, the monsters grew once more, their shapes bending to the discoveries of the age. The Kraken, once a shadowy figure of oral tradition, found new life in scientific speculation. Scholars debated its existence, drawing on sailors' accounts and the occasional sighting of a giant squid carcass. The serpent-like beasts described in Viking lore were matched to oarfish and eels, their writhing movements echoing the descriptions passed down through generations. Through all of this, the core of the myths remained the same. The monsters of Viking legend were reflections of humanity's relationship with the sea, a vast, untamable force that both provided and destroyed. They were expressions of awe and fear, reminders that even the bravest warriors were powerless against the elements. Whether depicted as divine punishments, natural creatures, or symbols of morality, the sea monsters carried with them the weight of the unknown. Now, as the fire crackled and the storyteller's voice faltered, the villagers stared into the flickering flames, seeing shapes that weren't there. The stories, passed down through countless lifetimes, had changed again in their minds. For some, the monsters were real, their shadows lurking just beyond the edge of the light. For others, they were ideas, given form by the fears and hopes of those who told the tales. But whether real or imagined, the monsters would endure, their shapes shifting with time, their essence forever tied to the endless, restless sea. The candlelight flickered over the rough wooden table, casting strange, sinuous shadows on the walls of the hall. A young artisan hunched over his work, his hand moving steadily with a sharpened tool as he etched the image of a creature into the surface of a shield. Its body twisted like a coiled serpent, scales glinting in the imagined light of the sun, its mouth wide open, filled with jagged teeth that seemed poised to strike. Around him, his people whispered tales of the sea, their words a constant hum of awe and fear, fueling the shapes that emerged beneath his hands. For the Vikings, art was more than just decoration. It was a language of symbols and stories, a way to honor the gods, protect their ships, and keep the mysteries of the world alive. The monsters that graced their carvings and tapestries were not just figments of their imagination, they were the embodiment of the sea's power, its beauty, and its wrath. Dragons wound their way up the prows of their ships, fierce guardians against the unknown. Tentacles and twisting coils adorned jewelry and weapons, reminders that the ocean was alive and watching. In medieval times, these interpretations took on new forms. Illuminated manuscripts, painstakingly created by monks, began to feature strange beasts in their margins. A kraken with curling tentacles might wrap itself around the initial of a passage, its eyes wide and menacing. Sea serpents, their scales painted in vibrant greens and blues, slithered through waves of shimmering gold leaf. These depictions captured the awe of the sailors' stories, their monstrous forms a perfect fit for the pages of sacred texts that spoke of divine power and judgment. One such manuscript, passed from hand to hand over the centuries, told of a great leviathan that swallowed ships whole. The beast, rendered with intricate lines and brilliant colors, loomed over the tiny figures of terrified sailors, their faces frozen in expressions of despair. The artist's hand had imbued the creature with a terrifying sense of scale, its enormous body filling the page, its presence dominating the scene. It was not just a story but a warning, a reminder of humanity's frailty in the face of nature's might. As time passed, these images began to evolve. Renaissance artists, fascinated by the natural world, sought to give form to the myths in ways that felt tangible. They studied skeletons and fossils, combining their observations with the tales of explorers to create creatures that were both fantastical and lifelike. In one painting, a kraken rises from the depths, its tentacles dripping with seawater, the glint of sunlight catching on its slick, writhing skin. The ship caught in its grasp is dwarfed by its immense size, its mast cracking under the strain. The fear and chaos are palpable, the scene alive with movement and dread. Other artists took a more symbolic approach. In one woodcut, a sea serpent is depicted wrapping itself around the edge of a map, its head peering out toward the viewer as if to challenge them to venture further. The phrase "Hic sunt drakens," "Here be dragons," is scrawled beside it, a stark warning to anyone who might dare to sail into the unknown. The serpent's body is a masterpiece of intricate patterns, its scales carved with care, its eyes glinting with malice. It is a thing of beauty and terror, a reminder that the edges of the world are not for the faint of heart. In modern times, the Viking sea monsters found new life in unexpected places. With the rise of Romanticism, artists began to revisit the myths, drawn to their sense of mystery and grandeur. In one oil painting, a lone Viking ship battles a storm, its crew bracing against the wind as a massive tentacle emerges from the water, its tip curling ominously. The sky is a swirl of dark clouds, the sea churning in shades of green and gray. The monster is not fully visible, its body hidden beneath the waves, but its presence dominates the scene, a shadowy force that threatens to pull the ship into the abyss. Even as these traditional forms of art captured the essence of the myths, new mediums began to push the boundaries of what was possible. Film brought the monsters to life in ways that previous generations could only imagine. In one iconic scene, a kraken rises from the sea, its body a mass of writhing tentacles and gleaming eyes. The water cascades off its skin, its roar echoing across the theater, sending shivers through the audience. The creature is both terrifying and mesmerizing, a testament to the power of the legends that inspired it. In video games, players take control of characters who face these monsters head-on, their battles filled with tension and excitement. A sea serpent coils around a ship, its scales glistening in the moonlight, its fangs bared as it lunges for its prey. The player must navigate the stormy waters, using their wits and skill to survive. These modern interpretations bring the myths into the hands of a new generation, their interactive nature allowing players to experience the thrill of facing the monsters themselves. Yet, even as the medium changes, the heart of the art remains the same. Whether carved into the wood of a Viking ship or rendered in digital pixels, the monsters are a reflection of humanity's enduring fascination with the unknown. They capture the awe and fear of the sea, its depths both a source of wonder and a reminder of our own smallness. The artists who bring these creatures to life, in whatever form, are carrying on a tradition that stretches back to the days of the fjords, their work a bridge between the past and the present. In a quiet museum, a visitor stands before a tapestry that depicts a sea monster rising from the waves. The creature's body is a riot of color, its scales shimmering in shades of blue and green, its eyes glowing like twin suns. The viewer feels a chill run down their spine, the monster's gaze seeming to follow them. For a moment, they are transported, caught in the spell of the myths, their heart pounding as if they, too, are staring into the unknown. The art speaks to something primal, a connection to the stories that have shaped us, reminding us that the monsters are never far away. A young writer sat by the window of a small cabin overlooking the icy expanse of a northern sea. The waves crashed against jagged rocks, their rhythm a relentless drumbeat that seemed to whisper stories of old. She closed her eyes, and the chill of the wind seemed to bring voices with it, ancient voices, full of warnings, riddles, and courage. Her pen hovered over the page, waiting, as if it, too, knew the weight of the tale she was about to weave. The old myths didn't fade, they lingered in the shadows of the modern world, waiting to be reborn. The Vikings, with their fierce gods and sea monsters, had built legends that defied time. Those legends weren't merely relics of a distant past, they pulsed with life, their heartbeats echoing in the imagination of anyone who dared listen. And in their essence lay something timeless, the human need to explain the inexplicable, to find meaning in chaos, and to face fear with fire in their hearts. She thought of the Kraken, that monstrous specter of the deep. But this time, it wouldn't rise to terrorize sailors, it would be something more, a guardian of the ocean, vast and unknowable, fighting a silent war against human greed. In her mind's eye, she saw a city beneath the waves, glowing faintly with the bioluminescent light of the creatures that lived there. Its halls were vast, carved from coral and stone, its walls covered with runes that told stories older than the stars. And in its heart rested the Kraken, its eyes burning with wisdom and fury, a creature shaped not by malice but by the will to protect. This wasn't just a reinvention, it was a way of breathing life into the myth. She imagined a protagonist, someone drawn to the sea, someone haunted by dreams of a voice calling them from beneath the waves. A fisherman's daughter, perhaps, who heard stories of the Kraken from her father's lips as he mended his nets by the fire. Stories meant to frighten, but which sparked a fascination in her instead. What would it feel like to stand at the edge of a cliff, staring down into the abyss, knowing something ancient was watching back? The pen moved, sketching out the opening scene. A storm, wild and untamed, pulling a lone fishing boat into waters no one dared enter. The protagonist, clutching the tiller, battling the wind, the rain biting at her skin like needles. And then, as the waves rose higher, a shape beneath the water, a shadow that seemed to stretch forever. A single eye, vast and unblinking, opened beneath the waves. But it wasn't a monster, it was something more. Something that would change everything. Her mind drifted to the sagas of Thor and Jörmungandr, the great serpent destined to fight the god at the end of the world. The tension of their tale wasn't just in the clash of strength, but in its inevitability, the sense that some forces cannot be stopped, only met. What if that energy could be reimagined? What if the serpent wasn't just a harbinger of doom but a force of balance, ensuring that chaos and order always held each other in check? A modern cityscape took shape in her thoughts, a sprawling metropolis teetering on the edge of collapse. In its underbelly, something stirred, a serpent coiling through the foundations, its presence felt in every earthquake and crack in the pavement. The serpent wasn't an enemy but a warning, its movements a desperate attempt to awaken humanity to the damage it had wrought. And at the center of it all, a scientist who refused to believe in myths, forced to confront the impossible when the serpent emerged, its massive head breaking through the surface of a polluted river, its eyes filled with something that looked like sorrow. The writer smiled as the characters began to take on lives of their own. Their struggles and triumphs felt both ancient and new, threads of Viking myth woven into the tapestry of a modern world. The sagas, after all, had always been about people, about their courage, their flaws, and their willingness to face the unknown. What if those same threads could connect to the fears and hopes of today? Climate change, artificial intelligence, space exploration, these were the modern seas, vast and uncharted, where humanity now sailed. She thought of the berserkers, warriors who fought with a ferocity said to be granted by the gods themselves. What if their legend could inspire a story of survival and resilience, a post-apocalyptic tale where humanity's only hope lay in reclaiming the primal strength buried deep within? In her mind's eye, she saw a world blanketed by ash, where the last remnants of humanity fought not for conquest, but for the survival of their spirit. And among them, a leader emerged, not a king or a warrior, but someone ordinary, whose rage burned not for destruction, but for the love of their people. Each story she imagined was a testament to the enduring power of the Viking myths. They weren't bound by time or place, they were a language, a way of understanding the world. The monsters weren't just adversaries, they were mirrors, reflecting the fears that shaped humanity. The gods weren't just beings of power, they were symbols of what humanity aspired to and struggled against. And the sagas weren't just stories, they were maps, guiding those who dared to dream. The sea outside the cabin raged on, the waves battering the rocks with relentless force. To some, it might have seemed hostile, even cruel, but to the writer, it was alive, a reminder of the untamed spirit that had inspired the myths in the first place. She felt a surge of gratitude for those ancient storytellers who had stared into the same seas and dared to give them names, who had looked into the shadows of the unknown and called them gods and monsters. Her pen continued to move, the ink flowing like water, carrying her ideas forward. The myths weren't just stories of the past, they were seeds, capable of growing into something new. And as she wrote, she felt the threads connecting her to something greater, a chain of storytellers stretching back through the centuries, each one adding their voice to the song. The stories weren't finished. They never would be. They were alive as the sea itself. The village clung to the edge of the frozen fjord like a breath held too long, fragile against the vastness of the sea. Smoke curled from thatched roofs as the first rays of light painted the sky in hues of silver and crimson. It was a quiet morning, but the quiet held tension, as if the ocean itself was waiting for something. Far out on the water, a ripple broke the stillness, though no one saw it yet. Beneath the surface, something ancient stirred. In the storyteller's hall, a young girl sat cross-legged on the worn wooden floor, her eyes wide as she listened. The skald spoke of Jörmungandr, the serpent that encircled the world, and of the Kraken, a creature so vast it could pull ships to their doom with a single tentacle. The firelight flickered across his face as he spun his tale, making his expression seem alive, almost otherworldly. When he spoke of the sea creature's eyes, great and knowing, filled with secrets no mortal could understand, the girl shivered. Not with fear, but with fascination. Outside, the ripple grew into a wave. The stories lived in the bones of this village, passed down not just in words, but in the shape of their boats, the carvings on their oars, the way they stared out at the horizon as if expecting to see something other than the sun setting into the water. These stories weren't just entertainment, they were warnings, guides, and promises that the world was bigger, stranger, and far more dangerous than anyone could truly comprehend. And yet, those same stories whispered of triumph, of humans standing against the monsters and finding their place in the chaos. What if such a place could be built anew? A world where the myths weren't just spoken of in hushed tones, but lived, their creatures and gods walking among the mortals? Where sea monsters weren't just terrors, but played roles in shaping the fate of kingdoms, their presence as ordinary, and as extraordinary, as the rising sun. The ripple on the water began to churn. In her mind's eye, the girl saw a kingdom built on islands scattered across a boundless ocean, each isle carrying the scars of battles fought against the beasts of the sea. One island bore cliffs carved with runes that glowed faintly in the moonlight, the marks of a pact made with a great serpent that protected its people in exchange for their devotion. Another was a labyrinth of coral and tide pools, ruled by a queen whose eyes shimmered like pearls and whose voice could calm even the wildest of storms. The seas between the islands were treacherous, patrolled by creatures both wondrous and horrifying. There were the luminous Nykr, shimmering like stars in the depths, who lured sailors into their underwater lairs with songs too beautiful to resist. There were the grim Svarthval, shadow whales with spiked tails that could smash through holes like they were made of driftwood. And then there were the ancient Krakens, their vast forms blending with the darkness of the ocean floor, rising only when the balance of the world was threatened. The churning water boiled, and a single tendril broke the surface. She imagined a lone traveler, a wanderer with a past shrouded in mystery, who sailed these dangerous waters in search of answers. Their ship was no ordinary vessel, it was forged from the bones of a leviathan, its sails woven from seaweed harvested under a blood moon. This traveler wasn't merely brave, they were desperate, their heart heavy with a burden they couldn't yet name. And as they sailed, they encountered not just monsters, but people who had learned to live alongside them. A fisherman who spoke to the Nykr as one might talk to an old friend. A blacksmith who forged weapons from Kraken teeth. A child who played with sea serpents as if they were dogs, their innocence a shield against the creature's ferocity. The tentacle rose higher, curling in the mist. The traveler's journey wasn't one of conquest, but of understanding. They came to see the monsters not as enemies, but as forces of nature, as integral to the world as the tides and the stars. But their quest wasn't without peril. A rogue wave, a storm conjured by a vengeful spirit, an encounter with a creature so vast it blocked out the sky. These were the trials that tested not just their strength, but their resolve. And through it all, the stories they had heard as a child came to life, the truths both darker and more beautiful than they could have imagined. The creature finally breached the surface, its massive form glistening in the pale light. In this imagined world, the myths weren't static. They grew, changed, and adapted, much like the people who told them. A kraken wasn't just a beast, it was a symbol of the unknown, of the power and danger that lay beyond the horizon. A sea serpent wasn't just a terror, it was a reminder that some battles could not be won but only endured. And the stories themselves weren't just entertainment, they were maps, guiding those who dared to venture into the waters where no land could be seen. The girl in the hall held her breath as the skald's voice reached its climax. In the story, the hero faced the kraken, not with a sword but with a song that spoke of the sea's beauty and sorrow, of the bond between those who sailed its waves and the creatures that called it home. The kraken listened, its great eye fixed on the tiny figure before it, and then it sank back into the depths, leaving the hero alive but forever changed. Outside, the sea calmed once more, the creature's form vanishing beneath the waves. The girl didn't notice the quiet that followed the skald's story, she was too lost in her thoughts. In her mind, she was already shaping a tale of her own, a tale of monsters and mortals, of fear and wonder, of a world where the sea held not just danger but endless possibilities. The sailor stood alone on the deck, the night stretching endlessly in every direction. The sea was unnervingly still, as if the ocean itself held its breath. Above, the stars burned bright, countless and distant, casting a cold, silver glow. He had heard the tales all his life, the kraken, the leviathan, the great serpent that swallowed ships whole. But this silence? This was worse than the stories. The unknown pressed against him like a weight, each shadow on the water hinting at a presence just beneath the surface. It wasn't the monsters he feared most, though they haunted his thoughts. It was the not knowing. The sailor's fear was older than him, older than the stories themselves. Humans had always gazed into the dark places, the forests, the mountains, the seas, and seen not emptiness but possibility. What if? The mind whispered. What might be out there? And in that question lived both terror and wonder, a combination as intoxicating as it was inevitable. The water shifted. A ripple, barely visible, cut through the calm. The sailor froze, his breath catching in his chest. It could have been the wind, but there was no wind. It could have been a fish, but the ripples seemed too large. His pulse quickened, his mind racing through every story he'd ever heard. Was it a serpent? A creature of unimaginable size and power? Or was it nothing at all, just the ocean playing tricks on a weary man? Fear gripped him first, a primal response as old as humanity. His body tensed, ready to fight or flee, though neither option seemed possible on a ship in the middle of nowhere. But alongside the fear came another feeling, one just as powerful. Curiosity. A need to know. To see. To understand. The ripples disappeared, the water smoothing out again, but the sailor stayed at the edge of the deck, leaning forward, his eyes scanning the surface. His fear had not gone away, but it was joined by a sense of longing. What lay beneath the waves? What truths had the ocean kept hidden for so long? He thought of the kraken again, the stories of its tentacles rising like mountains from the sea. Was it real? And if it was, what did that mean for the rest of the world? Centuries ago, people had told stories like this not just to explain the unknown but to live with it. The sea monsters were not just beasts, they were symbols, reflections of humanity's deepest fears and greatest questions. They represented the dangers of venturing too far, but also the rewards of daring to do so. Each tale carried a lesson, a whisper of wisdom wrapped in terror. Another ripple caught the sailor's eye, this one larger, closer. The water seemed to glow faintly, a soft, eerie light pulsing just beneath the surface. His hands gripped the railing, his knuckles white. He thought of the bioluminescent creatures he'd seen on calmer nights, their tiny bodies lighting up the dark like stars fallen to the ocean. But this light was different. Brighter. Alive. His heart raced. Was it a monster? Or something else entirely? He thought again of the stories, of how they shaped not just his fears, but his dreams. There was something oddly comforting about those tales, even when they were terrifying. They gave shape to the formless, made the unimaginable something you could speak about, think about. And even fear, when shared, became a little less lonely. The light beneath the water grew stronger, shifting and swirling like a living thing. The sailor's mind raced with possibilities. Was it some great beast, glowing as it moved through the deep? Or was it the sea itself, alive in a way he'd never understood? He felt small, insignificant, but also connected to something vast and ancient. The fear was still there, but it no longer felt like an enemy. It felt like a guide. He thought of the people who had told these stories long before him, their fires crackling as they spoke of monsters with eyes like suns and teeth like mountains. Those people hadn't known what lay beyond their shores, just as he didn't know what lay beneath the waves. But they had looked anyway. They had dared to imagine, even when the imagining scared them. And in doing so, they had created something beautiful. The light began to fade, sinking slowly into the depths. The sailor watched it go, his heart still pounding. He didn't know what he had seen, and maybe he never would. But in that moment, he understood something he hadn't before. The fear, the curiosity, the wonder, they weren't separate things. They were all part of the same feeling, the same drive that had pushed humanity forward for as long as anyone could remember. The sailor stayed on the deck until the first light of dawn painted the horizon. The stories had always been there, waiting for him, just as they had waited for countless others before him. And though the sea still held its secrets, he felt a little closer to understanding why those secrets mattered. Fear was not the end of the story. It was where the story began. The fire crackled, its light flickering across the faces gathered around it. An elder sat at the center, their voice steady, weaving a tale as old as the stars above. In the days when the sea stretched endlessly, when men did not yet know its bounds, the creatures of the water were gods unto themselves. The children leaned closer, their wide eyes mirroring the awe in their parents' gazes. Even the warriors, with their hardened faces and withered hands, seemed small before the weight of the story. It wasn't just a story, it was a thread connecting them to their ancestors. Each word carried the weight of countless winters, battles, and voyages across the unknown. The elder spoke of the Kraken, its tentacles coiling like smoke over shattered ships, of the great sea serpent, whose roar could split the skies, of the Selkies who walked the shores on moonlit nights, their eyes full of longing. These creatures were not just monsters, they were the shadows of the sea itself, reflections of the vast, untamable world beyond their reach. Generations ago, Viking sailors had stood at the prows of their longships, their hearts heavy with both fear and purpose. They faced storms that swallowed ships whole, currents that dragged the strongest oarsmen to their knees, and waters that glittered with an eerie light they could not explain. They gave these forces names and faces, turning chaos into something they could understand. A kraken could be fought, a serpent could be outwitted. Naming the unknown made it human, even if it remained monstrous. But these tales were not just born of fear. They were also celebrations of survival, testaments to the strength and daring of those who braved the sea. For every story of a ship lost to a leviathan, there was one of a sailor who returned, bearing the scars of his encounter. These myths became more than warnings, they became badges of honor, proof that humanity could face the wild and live to tell the tale. The elder paused, letting the firelight dance on the upturned faces around them. And yet, they said, their voice softer now, these creatures were not just enemies. Some say they were guardians, testing those who dared cross their waters. Others claimed they were lonely, searching for something they had lost long ago. A chill ran through the crowd. In the silence that followed, the sea itself seemed to answer, its waves whispering against the shore. Time passed, as it always does, and the world changed. The longships gave way to galleons, and the Vikings' charts expanded with every voyage. The sea monsters moved from the edges of the maps to the margins of memory. Scientists began to study the ocean, peeling back its layers with curiosity instead of fear. The Kraken became the giant squid, the sea serpent, a school of whales. And yet, the stories persisted, passed down from parent to child, whispered in taverns and sung in ballads. In the great halls of Scandinavia, artists painted the monsters in vivid detail, their canvases alive with waves and scales and teeth. Poets wove them into epics, their words carrying the echoes of the old sagas. Even as the world grew smaller, the monsters remained vast, their shadows stretching across history. The Elder's tale ended, but the fire burned on, as did the questions it left behind. Were the monsters real? Did they truly sink ships and haunt the dreams of sailors? Or were they something more, a reflection of the people who created them? The Elder did not say. They only smiled, their eyes glittering like the sea at dawn, and left the answers to the flames. Across the centuries, the stories found new homes. Writers and filmmakers breathed fresh life into the old myths, casting the Kraken as both villain and hero, the serpent as both terror and protector. The monsters changed with the times, their forms shifting to match the fears and hopes of each generation. But at their core, they remained the same, a reminder of the sea's power and mystery, and of humanity's endless desire to understand it. Somewhere, on a shore far from that fire, a child watched the waves and wondered what lay beyond them. They didn't know the stories yet, but they felt their pull, the strange, electric thrill of the unknown. The sea seemed alive, as if it were watching them, waiting. And in that moment, the child understood, without words, what their ancestors had always known. The monsters are still with us. They live in the flicker of a lighthouse, in the groan of a ship's hull, in the endless expanse of water that stretches beyond the horizon. They remind us of where we've been and challenge us to think about where we're going. They are our fear and our courage, our past and our future, bound together by the waves. And so, the Elder's story never truly ends. It lingers, like the scent of salt in the air, like the sound of the sea calling out to those who dare to listen.